Welcome, welcome guys, welcome to my live streaming, and now we are going to share our streaming, and I will show you I will show you that what I learned from the YouTube. And today we are going to share the Blender Guru video, and he is my first teacher. When I just have a potato computer, that time I just wanted to learn from him, and now he is the teacher who is a good teacher, pretty good teacher. Absolutely, like him. I love him. I love him for no reason, because he is pretty good. Let's start the beginning, the YouTube.
If you just opened Blender for the first time and then you tried to do things, maybe trying to see how...
Wait, let's change the setting first. There we go. And give me a few more minutes. Let me set up my mobile. Then I can see that what I'm learning or who's pointing me. So basically I'm sharing the Blender, so I have to share the entire screen. How I do that? By clicking here, or let's share. Hide the display, and let's go. Now we are going to learn Blender.
If you just opened Blender for the first time and then you tried to do things, maybe trying to see how far you can go without getting help, you might have discovered you need help immediately. You can't even move things without a tutorial. But the good news is you don't need to learn everything that you can see, right? I, for example, have been using Blender for 18 years, and I still have not touched some parts of Blender, scripted, because I don't need to for what it is that I'm running this particular. If you're familiar with the 80-20 rule, I think there's really about 20% of Blender's features that you'll use in 80 or 90% of projects. And that's what I want to teach you in this tutorial series. And then since I think doing is the best way to learn, along the way we'll also be building our very own donut, of course. Donut, what I'm known for. This is the third time I'm making a donut tutorial series. Every time Blender releases a new version, I make this series. So if you finish this full series, you will end up with a donut that looks very similar to this. So let's get started. This big window that you can see right here opened up, this is called the 3D viewport, and it's where you'll spend probably 90% of your time. Because everything you need to visualize, whether it's an animation or an archiviz or anything like that, it all happens right here. So by default, you can see you get 3 objects. You've got a cube, you've got what looks like a ball on a piece of string, that's a lamp, and then you've got a camera, this little, what do you call that, like triangle arrow looking thing as a camera, okay? And then if you were to render this, by going to rendering, holding the hotkey F12, it would take a snapshot from that camera view, okay? And although this looks very similar to what you were just looking at, this one actually has lighting information, okay? You've got shadow, you've got some light from the top here, and if you had textures or material and everything else, it would all be calculated, okay? So if you've already used other 3D software, you're already familiar with the concept, but this is one of the basic principles of 3D rendering. What you build in the 3D viewport is sort of like a simplified version of what it is you're trying to create. And then when you're ready for that final image, you hit render, and then it uses your CPU or your GPU to crunch all the numbers and calculate the light and the bounces and everything like that to create that final beautiful image. So that's the basics. All right, but you might notice like, okay, well, all right, can we move this thing? How do we even do something basic like move it? There's 2 ways you can do it. One would be to use the move tool in your toolbar. If you activate that, you can see that over the cube now you get these arrows. And if you were to click and drag on any of those arrows, you would move it along that axis. If you click on the white circle in the middle, then that would just be sort of like free dragging, okay? Now, you could do it that way, but actually, I never do it that way, because it's far easier to just learn the hotkey, which in this case is G for grab. Okay, so if you just hit G, your cursor doesn't have to be anywhere near it, and I'm not clicking, my hands are off the clicker, it's just attached to your cursor basically the moment you hit G. And if you just do a single left click, it will confirm its movement. So G, click, and my cursor could be anywhere, right? And I can do it, which is actually good. You don't have to like think about where is my cursor, I have to like get it on here and then hit it. No, it's really, it just allows you to work really fast. Excuse me while I get it work. I know I'm only 2 minutes into the video. 4 minutes. All right, anyways. Now, one thing you're missing with this is those axes lines, like being able to move it along a specific axis is actually a really common action. You want to use it all the time. And you can do that after you have hit G by typing the letter of the axis. So there are 3 axes, and the axis letters are X, okay, which is left and right, Y, which is back and forward, and then Z, which is up and down. Some 3D softwares call the Y axis the up and down, the Blenders it's the Z, the blue one. Alternatively, you can also, as you're moving it, if you hold down on your mouse, on your scroll wheel, if you push in, that's called the middle mouse button, push in until it clicks, and just hold that. You can see you get this little line that draws out, and then you can just drag it to the nearest line, nearest axis, and it will automatically snap to that, which is really handy. Pretty cool. Not too bad. Okay, so that's moving things. Now the other two actions that are really common is rotate and scale. And you can use the tool just by clicking here, and you can, rotate it on a specific axis. You can click in the middle and like do a trackball thing. Scale, exact same thing. Scale it like that. But again, I recommend learning the hotkeys, which you can learn just by hovering over it. Yeah, the hotkey for this one. So where it says shortcut, shift spacebar, it's technically true. You could activate it from this little menu here if you could shift spacebar. But it's the one after that. Really easy to remember. R for rotate. Okay, so rotate, and then you can hit the letter of the axis as well, or do that same holding the middle mouse button. Well, that's weird. Maybe because I did it after tapping it. Anyways, and then you've got scale, which is hovering over it. S for scale. Okay, S, X, Y, and Z. Like that. And if you want to cancel movement, you can hit escape, or you can just right click it as well, and that will also cancel the movement. But yeah, so you can see you can do quite a lot just with those few little movements there. Okay, so that's how you move stuff about. Now, let's talk about the next thing you probably want to learn is like how do I actually move my view? Like how could I look and explore the rest of the scene? And that is also done with your middle mouse button. Okay, so if you click in on your scroll wheel until it clicks, you are orbiting. That is how you orbit. And my laptop people with trackpads, you are panicking right now because you just realized you don't have a middle mouse button. You can do it in a pinch by going to the top right hand corner, there's a little gizmo. If you just click and drag on that, you can see that you are able to free rotate around. Alternatively, you can also go edit preferences, and then underneath input, if you click emulate 3-button mouse, this will enable you to holding down alt. If you then hold down left click, it just does the same thing as the middle mouse button, which is pretty cool. It's not bad. Whilst you're here, by the way, you might also, depending on the size of your screen, you might want to change the resolution, because by default it's 1, which on my 4K monitor you can see that my buttons and the text are really small. And if you crank it all the way up, you can get to something comfortable. 0.4 or 5 is what I would normally go for. And by the way, I'm snapping it, like as you're dragging something, if you hold down control, it's using incremental numbers, so keep it to like a whole number. I'd normally go like 1.4 if I was using myself, but it's a tutorial, so I'll keep it big so you guys can see what I'm getting at. Cool. And, another thing, just while I'm here, just mentioning, some of you are from other 3D software, 3ds Max, Maya, that kind of thing, you might find it helpful to know there's an industry compatible key map that you could enable, which I'll put them up on the screen here, but it's more common keyboard shortcuts if you use other software. But for this tutorial series and everyone else, I recommend sticking to the Blender one, because of course, all the hotkeys and everything you'll learn whilst learning Blender will be for this hotkey thing. Anyways, alright, okay, so that's orbiting, okay. And you can see as I orbit around, it's like locked on to my middle of my screen here, okay. If I want to move somewhere else, that is pan, which is shift middle mouse button. Okay, now I'm shifting my view to somewhere else where I can pan around that place and shift again. And if you're on the trackpad, you could also use this, move the view, this little hand icon thing you got there. Do invest in a mouse, please. You will need it for 3D. You really should get a mouse. It's going to be tough. The other thing that I'm doing right now is I'm using the scroller to zoom in and out. You can also use this little magnifying glass up there, or hold down control, and then again click in on the middle mouse, and that will use a smooth movement rather than the scroll wheel, which is quite jaggedy. Okay, cool. So let's say you've moved the cube all the way over there. Like, okay, so you could, if you wanted to go and inspect your cube, you could, work your way over there by using shift middle mouse button to pan over there. But it's far easier to just learn the hotkey number pad period, which will focus on any selected object. So if I want to go to my camera over there, I can select my camera, and number pad period will take me over to there. Again, my laptop users go, oh no, I don't have a number pad. All right. The alternative way to do it is hold down the tilde key, which is that weird key underneath your escape key you probably never used before. That brings up a pie menu with a bunch of view options, and view selected is focus. View selected will take you there. Okay, cool. So we've learned orbiting with middle mouse, shift, middle mouse to pan, and then control middle mouse to zoom in and out or scroll. The other one you probably want to learn is align your view to axis, because it's something that you, like, new beginners often end up like upside down, and they're like, how did this happen? So you can go to lock it, like bring yourself the right way up just by clicking one of these letters on your axes up here. Okay, so if you click that, I'm now the right way. Am I the right way? Yes, I'm the right way up. I'm just focused on a weird part of the scene, so it's very weird. Alternatively, instead of these, so there's the 3 axes that you can snap yourself to. You can also learn the hotkeys, which is number pad 1 for front view, 1 for front view, 3 for side view, and 7 for top view. That's only number pad. It doesn't work for your keys along the top unless you wanted to enable that over here, emulate number pad, and then it would do that. But yeah, so that's handy as well. You might also find, you'll notice, sorry, that in this view, this is orthographic mode. Okay, so we can't see the other side with our cube right now. So we're looking cube, but we can't see the other side because this is orthographic mode. It's like looking at it with like a focal length of like infinity, right? So there's no depth in our scene right now, which is actually really handy. I mean, it defaults to it for this aligned view thing immediately because you usually want that. But the hotkey for that is number pad 5, and that will take you in and out perspective mode. You can also do it there, like that. You can see the difference. Oh, and another way that you could see aligned view, because there's a couple of ways. You could also use that tilde key. That'll take you to the top, the right, the side, etc. You can also use the viewport. You can change those. It's also got the hotkeys there if you happen to forget them. And the other way is the same as ZBrush, if you're familiar with ZBrush. I just cleared the location of that with Alt-G. You don't need to remember that one, that's a weird one. Similar to ZBrush, holding down Alt whilst middle mouse button orbiting will also snap it to the nearest axis, which is also really handy as well. So if I'm like moving around, I'm like going to look up, just hold down Alt and it'll just snap it there, which is really handy. So that's kind of the 3D viewport. We'll obviously get way more into this as we delve into the other lessons. But whilst...
Is that all?
You don't need to remember that one, that's a weird one. Similar to ZBrush, holding down Alt whilst middle mouse button orbiting will also snap it to the nearest axis, which is also really handy as well. So if I'm like moving around, I'm like going to look up, just hold down Alt and it'll just snap it there, which is really handy. So that's kind of the 3D viewport. We'll obviously get way more into this as we delve into the other lessons. But whilst we're here, these other sections over here. So on the right hand side, this is your properties. And as you can imagine, it's the properties of things in the 3D viewport, or the scene. You can change render settings or things here. And look, there's a lot here. Like I would strongly recommend not trying to learn all the values because you're not going to remember them anyway. We'll go through them as they need it in this tutorial series. I think the best way to learn is to just do something that you need to do. So that's what I try to teach. These options, some of these options will change depending on what is selected. So like if my camera is selected, you can see I get a camera icon, and I can change some camera settings. If my cube is selected, I get some material settings. Right? I can click into here, and I can change the color to red, and I can see a beautiful gray-red color. It's a weird looking red. The reason it's not changing over here in the 3D viewport is because, again, this is a simplified view of the final render. So there's no material properties in this view. We'll get to the viewport rendering later on, but for now, you would see it, though, if you were in rendered, again, F12, to do an actual render. Now, at the top here, we have got a outliner. So this is keeping a running inventory of everything you've got in your 3D viewport at the moment. So we've got 3 objects and we've got 1 collection. So a collection is just, it's like a folder, basically. It's a simple way to think of it. So you can like organize things. You can rename things just by double clicking on it. Yeah, whatever, right? And so that will automatically update as you add things to the scene. Like if I was to duplicate an object, which I can do by hitting Shift D to duplicate, you can see this created another object right up there in the outline. So if I ever like lose something, I'm like, oh, where's that thing? I can just find it on here and then just, bam, whoops. Okay. Oh, by the way, I just accidentally tapped number pad 0, which is how you can look through the camera view. You could also do it by hitting the little camera icon on the right there, or by going viewport, camera, or by hitting the tilde key. So there are 4 places to get viewport options depending on what device or whatever it is that you're looking at. Yeah, I deleted something by hitting X. You can also do it by hitting delete. By the way, I'm throwing a lot of keys at you, keyboard shortcuts. It's a lot to take in, especially when you're starting. So I created a keyboard shortcut PDF, and the link for that is in the description. It's just a list, it's like 3 or 4 pages of the most common hotkeys that you'll need to learn, or you might need to reference as you're using Blender. So you can basically load it up on another monitor whilst you're working, and you've got it there as reference if you need it. I used to make it like a bonus for signing up for my newsletter, but now I'll just make it free. So you don't have to subscribe. You can just click that link and view it, and hopefully that'll make it easier to use Blender. You can still subscribe to my newsletter. It's a weekly newsletter on tutorials, artworks, and things that I find in the 3D industry. So if you want to keep up to date and learn new things, you can subscribe to that in the description as well. But that's it for this one, because we have covered quite a lot of ground, so we'll keep it simple. And yeah, open up a brand new scene in Blender, and then join me in part 2, which is where we'll actually start making that donut now that you've got the basics. So we'll be learning about adding objects and modeling and all that kind of stuff. So click here on the screen, and hope to see you in the next part. See you there. 500 meters, it could be landscapes, I don't know. We actually do. Okay, so each one of these... This tutorial series was brought to you by my company, Polygon. High quality models and textures for better renders. Alright, enough faffing around, as my late grandfather would say. We have learned the basics of the interface, all the hotkeys, we fooled around, now we're going to start building that donut. Okay, so we are going to delete our default key, which is just the delete key, or X, which is the older shortcut, and we're going to replace it with something new. So to add a new object in Blender, you need to go up to Add, up here you get this one list, or you can hit the hotkey, which is what I'm going to use for the tutorial, Shift A. And truthfully, most of these options, well, a lot of the options you rarely use. Like speaker, I don't think I ever use. Most of the time what you're looking for is mesh, because to render anything, you really need to start with a mesh. Like if you follow like a character tutorial, you might be surprised when they're like, alright, start with a cube, and then, we'll and we'll form the character eventually from that, right? You have to start with something. So usually you pick the object which most resembles what it is you're trying to create. And in this case, there's a really easy one. It's the donut-shaped one. The torus. Torus. That is a word I never would have learned, except for Blender. I would call that a donut. Evidently the mathematicians decided they need a special word for it. Okay, when you add an object and do certain actions actually in Blender, you get options straight after adding it, okay? But they're kind of hidden, because they're trying to stay out of the way unless you need them. And it's down there in the bottom left-hand corner, there's a little box, which if you click it, it expands. And then you get options like the resolution and the size of it and everything. Now, if you don't see that box, it's probably because you accidentally clicked off it, okay? It'll only show it after you've just added it. If you click off it, it assumes you're fine with it, you're good, okay? Now, if you haven't done another action since then, if you haven't edited and clicked on something else or whatever, you can temporarily bring it back one last time, really, and do something else with F9. Okay, so F9 will bring those same options back and just add your cursor, basically. But if you don't see it, then just re-add it, delete
nice
it, and you get those options back again. Okay, so with this, let's make some changes to it. Okay, so for starters, this is a very thin donut. And you might know this maybe, but this is the 3rd time I've made this donut beginner series. Every time there's a new version of Blender, I make this series again. This is number 3. And basically, for the last 5 years of my life, I have been seeing every day on Twitter when somebody tags me in their donut render. And I've become very good at realizing the attributes that make donuts look good. And I think the best donuts are the ones that look thick. The ones that look like, oh yeah, I want to sink my teeth into that. It's got a lot of icing, it's got a lot of dough. I don't know, just something about a fat donut. Just like, yeah, that looks delicious. So I'm going thick this time, okay? And then the major segments and the minor segments, these are, as you can probably see, we'll call it the resolution of our donut, but it's the amount of geometry. Okay, so this, you are probably tempted to go like really high, because this is what I did when I first started using Blender 3. I'm like, I'm trying to make something high quality and realistic, so it's going to be smooth. Okay, so I'm going to go really high. It's actually the opposite. You do not want that. I immediately realized when I started using this is a terrible idea. For one, you can't go back, okay? When you go high. You can, if you go low, you can add other things, which is what you're going to do to make it smoother. It's harder to go back. And also with this, it takes longer to render. It's harder to work with because it's a bigger file. Your viewport slows down, your computer's whirring away harder. And also it is harder to work with, okay? When you enter edit mode, and we're going to do this later and like do some edits and stuff here, I have to work with this many vertices, these little points. And that is just too much. So you actually want the exact opposite. So, we want to keep it as minimum. Okay, so the minimum amount of detail depends on what it is you're trying to create. We could go like really low, but we're actually going to use part of this donut for the icing. So I'm trying to think, okay, what am I going to do with the icing? Am I going to make some like dribbly bits going down it? I don't know. Having done this a few times, I think I'm going to go with around like somewhere around 40 to 20. Something like that. Let's go 16. 16 looks good. Okay. By the way, and you would never know this because if you're a beginner, but like it's also a good idea to try to keep square faces, because as a general, if you're making something organic and it's going to be smooth, if it's got rectangular faces, it can like stretch the shading. Things just start to look weird. So I'm trying to keep it generally to a square face. Doesn't have to be hard, but something like that. All right, then I'm going to click off it, and I'm done. I can't get those options back temporarily. But you get the idea. Okay, cool. So, great. Let's talk about, first of all, the size of this donut, okay? Because although it looks like, what is the scale of our scene here, right? We're like looking into the distance there, like, how big is this grid floor? We don't know. It could be microscopic. It could be, 500 meters. It could be landscape size. We don't know. We actually do. Okay, so each one of these grid squares here, is it 1 meter or 2? I think it's 1 meter. Hang on. Yes, it is 1 meter. Okay, so this, actually, the size of our donut is humongous. It is 3 meters by 3 meters, okay? So, sorry, I didn't tell you that. N will bring up your properties. Very handy convenient shortcut. You just bring it up when you want to learn. Click on your object and go to item, and you can see, details around your object, okay? So it's 3 meters by 3 meters, which is like roughly like 2 people laying down lengthways. By the way, speaking of that, if you are American, my American range, you can change your units to be Wacky Imperial, and you can get 9.9 periwinkles, or whatever it is. I don't know. You can do that. I'm going to use 3 meters, because the rest of the world is also watching. So, This obviously needs to be much smaller, so we're going to scale it, scaling, hotkey, S. Scale it right down to the size of a donut, which I've learned is around about, like, the biggest size would be around about, like, 10 centimeters, right? Yeah, roughly. So yeah, 10 centimeters is what we're looking for. Like, we could have done it when we added the torus, but that was radius, and radius is like, you gotta double it to make it, like, scale it down after we make it, it's much easier to figure out. Okay. Now, the other thing I want to do is apply the scale, because, and this is another thing you would never know if you're a beginner, but it's sort of a running joke in the 3D world, but like, anytime you run into a problem with your mesh, something's not working, apply the scale. Because if your scale is wrong, other things tend to perform wrong, like modifiers and other things like that. So this scale here should pretty much always be 1 if you can, yeah, try and make it always 1 roughly speaking. So to apply your scale, you go Control A, and then hit scale. Okay, so Control A for apply, and then scale. And now it's 1. Nothing has changed, but it just means things will work better in the future. I'm just doing it because I know I'll forget it, and then it'll be like in the comments, and people like, why is mine messed up? And it's because of this part I didn't say. Anyway, alright. Okay, so how do we get rid of these jagged lines? So that's the next question. How do we get rid of jagged lines? There are two types of shading in Blender or in 3D, flat and smooth. So by default, it is flat. To change it to smooth, you just right-click and then hit shade smooth. Okay. And when we do that, it is basically like for these faces here. It has taken, instead of treating each face separately, if they're an adjacent face, it's going to like stretch the light across. It's going to treat it as if it's one continuous face rather than 2 faces. So for organic objects, which means like things that are flowing, essentially, or rounded things maybe, you generally want smooth things, and then for like architecture or hard surface things, you want flat things. So shade smooth. So we've got rid of that. That's good. Now you'll notice that it has not fixed the silhouette of our object. Okay, so shade smooth is a illusion. Okay, it's not actually adding any geometry, which is great because it's lightweight, it's easy to work with. It's not adding geometry, but your silhouette will still be broken. Or it'll still look jagged. The only way to fix that is to add more detail. It's something the games, that's kind of the thing. If you want to look at a game, you're like, I wonder how poly this thing is. Like, look at the silhouette of the character or the shape of the building or something like that. And if you see jagged lines, you can basically see the mesh, like how high poly something is by the easy. So we can fix that with something called a subsurf operation, okay, or subdivision. And there are a few ways to do it. The way we do it in Blender is with adding a modifier. Okay, so we put this little wrench. What is a spanner? Is it a spanner? It's been a while since I got my hands dirty. Anyways, it's the modifier panel over here. And then go up and underneath add modifier. If you click it, you get a whole bunch of different options here. And the one we're looking for is, I mean, you use it so often. I wish it was at the top, but it's not. It's down here, subdivision surface. So you click that, and you might see that it has now smoothed out ever so slightly. You see that edge there, the jagged edge is no longer there. Or it is there, but it is less. So what subsurf, yes, what subsurf, subsurf modifier, what it's doing is for, I'm going to temporarily turn this off by that little icon there, that's viewport. So if you uncheck that, it's disabling it for your viewport. And that one is for render, if you want to disable it for your render. Okay, so what it is doing is, you can see the edge there, right? If there are 3 points that make up that edge there, subsurf is now adding in, it's doubling the amount of detail across the entire mesh, not just the silhouette, the entire mesh. Every single point, it is now adding another one. Now if you do 2 levels, so levels viewport and render, you probably guess, that's just one operation. If I set this to 2, which is what you see, set it to 2, which is what you see when you would render it, it's doing it again. Okay, so it's exponentially. It's exponentially adding detail every time you add it. So you can do it again and again and again. So obviously you don't want to go too high because otherwise your render times will be crazy. And yeah, you just want to keep it as low as possible. So often I keep it 1 or 0 whilst I'm working in the viewport, and then for the render I keep it like 1 or 2 or something. Anyways, alright, okay, so we're spending a little long on this, but I need to just give you some background on how to make things look smooth without really going high risk. Okay. So as I teased before, this mesh is made up of little points, and we can edit those points and adjust things and whatnot by going into edit mode, which you can do by hitting tab on your keyboard. Okay. Another way is to go up to the top left-hand corner, change from object mode to edit mode. Okay. So tab is just a fast way to switch between those 2 modes. Another way, third way, because why not? Control tab will bring up the pie menu, and then you can enter into along with just object and edit mode, but like texture paint and sculptor mode. We'll do a bunch of stuff later on, but edit mode. Okay. So in edit mode, we can see that we're now able to see the skeleton roughly that makes up our mesh. Okay, each of these little points here is what makes up our mesh. So these points are called vertices. Sorry, a single one is called a vertex. Multiples are called vertices. Always get them confused because it's got an S on it as well. So vertices, like vertexes. It's not vertexes, it's vertices. Anyways, these little points make up our mesh. And on each of these points, if you've got 3 or more, usually 4 is the ideal one. You usually aiming for with meshes. You can make a face. Okay, so if I just delete X, and I'll show you what it looks like without a face. Okay, so between each of these points here, I'll add another one with F. There is a face. Okay, so all the points together make up a face, and then that makes up your mesh. So what this means is that with these points, if I want to change the look of my mesh, I can take some of these points and I can move them. Okay, and you use the exact same hotkeys as you did before. So to move something, it is G for grab. Okay, so if I move this up and then go back out of edit mode to object mode, you can see as I move around, it's now got a little lump on it. Okay, pretty handy. So I could do that, right? I could tweak the shape of my mesh. Okay, so let's say like I wanted to, like make my donut look kind of like lopsided, or like add some detail, because this is necessary, by the way. Your brain, when it thinks about objects, because you've seen them so many times, it simplifies it in your head. You think of a donut as being round, but it's actually bumpy, it's lumpy. It was thrown in the fire. The guy who like made the dough, it was all lopsided. But in your head, you just think of it as a round circle. The digital world will always give you the perfect thing. So you need to go in and add those imperfections. There's an old quote, I don't know who said it. Imperfection is the digital perfection. No, I don't know. It's very, very true. So think of that. So anyways, we need to add some more to it and make our donut lopsided. So if we held down shift, we could select multiple points, and then we could drag these up. I could do this. I could, slowly go through it. Now this is tedious, as I'm sure you can see. Clicking lots and lots of clicking, little points. And that's really because that's not the way I would do this. What I would do, which is a feature that you use all the time, and that is quick.
Give me a few more seconds and let me fix that issue.
Proportional editing. So if you click this little button at the top here, or the hotkey for that is O, turn that on and off. What this will do is that now when I rotate scale or hit G to grab or move it, now it's actually grabbing vertices around it and is moving it together as a whole. Now by default, your proportional size is really high, okay? So if I scroll up, I can gradually bring the fall off down to what actually makes sense for my donut, okay? Now this was actually a point, I was reading the comments on the last video, the last version of this I made, and this was a point that a lot of people got stuck on. If you can't see this ring here, just keep scrolling up, because it is there. If you see top left-hand corner, actually it gives you the measurement. As I scroll, you can see the measurement of my fall off. What you're looking for is something like a 0.04. If you can't see 0.04 meters, just keep scrolling up until you see it. And if you're on trackpad, because those people also got stuck, because like, how do I scroll while I'm doing it? All you do is, on trackpad, you tap G, then do a single click, and then down here in the bottom left-hand corner, you put those options again, and then you could adjust your proportional size to like a 0.04, and then if you move, you should see the correct proportional fall off, okay? Really, guys, invest in a mouse, please. Going trackpad, look, it's fine for Facebook, but like you're doing stuff in 3D, you gotta have a mouse. Come on, all right. Okay, so now that I do this with my fall off radius, and if I just scroll up and down, I can adjust and I can make my donut look however I want, much more easily. Okay, make this part go out, maybe make this part have like a little lump that's sort of skew-if like that. Maybe this middle part sort of like this. Okay, and I'll do another one here, something like that. Okay, now that's a little lopsided, it's a little bit repetitive of what's on that side, and this is maybe a little bit too far. Just sort of playing at my eye, but I have to keep this for the rest of the donut, for the rest of the tutorial. I'm trying to do it well. Okay, something else by the way, another hotkey. You can see that if I want to move this up, if I was to move it like this, right? It's moved everything also left to right as well, okay? Because of my camera angle, okay? If I'm looking at something like this and I'm moving it, it is moving it across the donut, so it's scrunching everything going this way. That's not what I want. I want it to go directly up, so it means I have to get my camera angle like right down here to do that up. Alternatively, a better way, not to throw too many hotkeys at you, get my keyboard shortcuts if you haven't already, link in the description. But another hotkey is Alt-S, which instead of moving it just arbitrarily, this will now move it according to which direction those faces are pointing. And this is actually perfect for this exact case, because we've got, points, rounded around it, and it's just, it's tedious to have to get my camera angle exactly right, when really I just want to be able to select certain parts and then pull them in and out. So Alt-S allows me to do that. The shrink and fatten tool is what it is called. But other software, I think they call it move along normals or something like that. Something like that. All right. And then maybe the base as well. I think we should make it a little bit lopsided on the base. Move that down. Something like that. Now there is a sculpt tool, which we'll talk about when we get to the icing, that could also do this, but that is not the point of this tutorial. So I'm just doing proportional editing, because to be honest, this proportional editing is perfect for this kind of thing. Yeah. Cool. So it's just entering into edit mode to do your changes, going into object mode to see how it looks, and then swapping back out with tab again. And that's really all it is. I think it's just too thick on this side now. Too lopsided. I went too far with the imperfections. But that also comes into like the style of it, of what you're doing. Yeah. Something like that. Oh, by the way, another side point I just mentioned, talking about object in edit mode, okay? A big problem a lot of beginners have that I find is that later on, you'll be like, I'll say, all right, so select your lamp and your camera or something like that. And they'll be like, oh, I can't click on it. What's happened? It's because you are still in edit mode, okay? Edit mode means you cannot click on anything else other than the object that you are editing. You're still in this. When you switch back to object mode, you're now able to click on any object in your scene, but in edit mode, it is locked to that view. So if you can't click on things, just remember, check what mode you're in. You're probably in edit mode. Switch to object mode and you'll be fine. Okay, just to finish on something completely random, because why not just throw it in there, just as a little Easter egg for those of you that made it to the end of the video. Here's something cool. If you go to select, there's an option there for select random, and this will just select at random vertices on your mesh, and you've got a little ratio thing you could change down the bottom there. Then, if you used Alt-S, you would basically make a lumpy looking donut. So it's kind of like a quick way. If you wanted to make a lumpy looking donut, you could do it that way. And also if you change the fall off type, okay, so this is that ring. So it's kind of like a quick way. If you wanted to make a lumpy looking there. Then, if you used random, and this will just select, it's just a little Easter egg for those of you that made it to the end of the video. Here's something cool. If you go to select, there's an option there for select random, and this will just select at random vertices on your mesh, and you've got a little ratio thing you could change down the bottom there. Then, if you used Alt-S, you would basically make a lumpy looking donut. So it's kind of like a quick way. If you wanted to make a lumpy looking donut, you could do it that way. And also if you change the fall off type, okay, so this is that ring, that little circle that goes around it, right? If you changed it from the smooth one to sharp, then you would make it something else, like a spiky board donut. I don't know. It actually looks better without the subsurf and like flat. So, no, it does not. Okay, I don't know what I was thinking with that. Anyways, all right, just something random to finish on. Okay, so play with your donut, get something that you like, and then join me in the next part as we do the icing. So click here, and I will see you in the next video. Bye. To make renders like these, you need high quality assets, which is why I created Pulver.
Let's start with the building, the donut. Roll, delete, replay. That's all I just learned. Now make it fat. Before we make it fat, make a 40. He added 40, then 16. He's done. Now we have to make it fat. Do the radius thing. And there you go. It's look like fat. Not that much. Does it look like fat? It's too big. Okay, the donut is done. Now go back to the end. Item, radius, dynamic. From here he showed me something. The unit will be like a metric imperial. Metric will be fine. Now make it 0.3. 0.3 setting, and it will be 0.1. There you go. It is small now. Yep, the smallest donut I ever seen in my entire life. Now I'm gonna press start. Okay, let's enable the screencast, and you can also see what I'm typing. And there you go. You need to put in here. Sorry, here. That's good. Now we are going to do the stuff we need to do. And that's go away. Now we need to edit mode. This is the edit mode. We are enter. Now we just learn the shortcut key called Alt S. There you go. This is the Alt S key. and we are not doing G, we are doing Alt S. That's so good. And now we have to open the or turn on the audition mode. What is called proportional mode edition. Okay, this is called proportional edition. So what we have to do, we have to turn on that, and now press G and scroll it down, and you can see that round. This is the round we are just creating by pressing O. Now we just enter the proportional editing. Now what we are going to do, we are going to make this thing is little good. Let's do it. So how we do that? There is another option I just see today. This is called random selection. You can see the whole thing is like randomly select. Now you can go to y-axis and press Control Shift and select the object you wanted to select. Control Z. Now again go to select, random select, Control Shift the object you wanted to select, and there you go, and it's done. Now you can get out from wireframe mode and Alt S. Oh, this is crazy. Now I'm gonna use the normal key, Alt S, not this one, Alt S. Now you can see there's a tuple. It's called tuple. There you go. And make it small. This side either. Make it large from there. Is a bad shape of donut. Yep. Now take it away. Give him. There you go. Okay, all is done. Now see, we just created a donut. That's all just we learned from Blender Guru. Now I'm gonna do the random stuff and watch the second video what he just about to create. Now let's go.
Textures and HDRs that work in any 3D software. Get started today at polygon.com. Welcome back to the Donut Show, where we make virtual donuts that we cannot eat. In this part, we're going to be making the icing. So, with that wonderful donut here selected, we're going to, well, first of all, yeah, like icing. I mean, you can do it a million ways. You could like add a plane and then like model it out and try and pull it down and sculpt it and do a bunch of different ways. The easiest way, really, whenever you're doing something, is to like try to reuse part of your mesh wherever you can. So we've already got the shape of a donut. We can duplicate our donut, shave off half of it, and then we've basically got icing. So that's what we're going to do. So enter into edit mode. And we want to select half of our donut. So if we went into, you can see that, like, if we look at it from this, you know, if we drew, you can see we're missing part of it, right? Because it's like, this is one of those cases where I'm trying to say, well, you need to use straight on, okay? So, or number pad 1, number pad 3, whatever you want to do, something like that. Okay, and by the way, when you use this, it also switches you to orthographic mode, okay? So perspective mode is where you've got the, like, the depth fall off, okay? And then orthographic mode is when it is like, as if it was like on a focal length of like infinity, so you're seeing like the actual, what's the best way to describe it? No perspective, essentially, zero perspective. And you can toggle between that, by the way, also with a number pad 5, or by clicking this little gizmo on the right-hand side at any point. It doesn't have to be in a certain view. Okay, cool. So if we were to just drag over this right now, it looks like we've got half of our donut. However, if you moved around, you would see we're missing the other half of it, okay? And that's because it's hard, okay? The mesh is hard, and therefore to select on the other side, we have to be able to see through it. And we can do that by going up here and toggling X-ray. Well, the hotkey for that is Alt-Z, and that will now show us right through it. And now when we drag over it, you can see that we've got exactly the top half of our donut all the way around. Okay, perfect. So we want to duplicate this and then separate it. Okay, so I'm going to hit Shift-D, which is how you duplicate, or you can go up to Mesh and then click on Duplicate, wherever that would be. Right there, duplicate at the top. Yeah, but Shift-D. Okay, now when you do that, you can see that it is now locked onto my cursor, okay? And it's telling me, where do you want to place this duplicate? And I want to leave it exactly where it was. So if I hit escape or right click, it's going to cancel the movement and put exactly where it was, but it is now duplicated. Now what we want to do is move this to its own object, because you can see that we've now got vertices on top of vertices, and they need to be their own separate objects. So to do that, the hotkey is P. P for part of the mesh. Go to another, I don't know, it's P. For whatever reason, it's always been P. And we're looking for selection. So separate by the selected part of the mesh. Okay. And now in object mode, if we switch out of X-ray mode, you can see that we now have two objects. And actually we can see them up here in the outliner as well. Okay. And now just very quickly, because I know that some of you will have just messed up accidentally, and you are now screaming at the screen, oh no, how am I going to fix this? When you did this step, you duplicated it, you right click to cancel it, and then you accidentally did a single click. If you clicked something else, you've now got mesh on top of a mesh, and you don't know which vertex is which, like which is the one that was the one that you just made, right? Or which one is the actual donor. So if you ever run into this problem, what you can do is to select only things that are connected, because these are no longer connected, right? There's bits that are not connected. It's Control L, or just mouse over it and then just hit a single L. L for loose parts. Is it? I don't know what it is. Link. Oh, it's link. Okay, select link.
L for link.
And when you do that, you can actually find the right part of your mesh. Okay, so now I've actually just got just my donut and then just my icing. Fantastic. Okay, so up here in the outliner, you can see two objects, and it's probably a good time to name it. Okay, so you can name it by just double clicking in the outliner, and we can call it icing. Another way to name it is if you just got your object selected anywhere in your 3D viewport. It's the same hotkey as Windows renaming files. It's F2. F2. Okay, now type in donut, and there we go. So two things, and we can organize it however we want. Cool. So our icing is currently looking like a skin tight something. It's got to have some thickness to it. Okay, and we can do that with the modifiers. Okay, so going over here to your modify stack again, we are looking for something called the solidify modifier right here. There really needs to be a search function for the modify stack, but there's just a lot here at the moment. So solidify. Okay, and when we do this, you might not have actually really seen much change. If you went into wireframe mode, which you could do by hitting Z and then dragging to the left to go wireframe, or up here, so this is solid view mode, this is wireframe mode. Okay, in wireframe mode, we're able to see just the raw mesh without any faces. You can see that it looks like a donut within a donut, but it's got thickness to it, but it is pointing it in the wrong direction. So this offset setting here from -1, we want to change that to 1, and then go back to solid view. Okay, so that is just a doona of icing. It's a lot. So we're going to turn our thickness down to be something a little more reasonable. By the way, when you're dragging these values here, here's a tip. You can see that it's like really hard to control because subtle movements is what I mean, but it's moving it by a lot. If you hold down shift, that is not incremental. What is it? Smooth movements? Subtle movements. Yeah. Anyways, holding down shift when you need to use small numbers. And control, by the way, will snap it to increments. So I use that actually quite a lot. So yeah, shift for smooth movements and control for incremental, or both. Smooth, like subtle and incremental. Anyways, all right, I'm giving you all the hotkeys and everything at once. I hope it is not too much for you. All right, I'm going to go for something like a 0.0015 of icing. I want it to look somewhat thick, but not too thick. Okay. Now, something to keep in mind is that this edge here, it looks kind of weird for a lot of reasons. If we went into flat shading mode, you can see that it's basically created like a hat. A hat on our donut, okay? And the reason for that is the order of our modifiers here. So a modifier is, what is the best way to think of it? Well, it's working from top to bottom. That's how we'll describe it. Okay, modifiers are fantastic because at any point we can change these settings. It is a non-destructive way of working. This subdivision setting that I had before, I think it's too high, so I can come in here and I can change these settings, okay? Make it lighter. If it was not, if I was to apply it or I did it a different way, I could not change those settings. Non-destructive, it is fantastic. It also means that, it's working from top to bottom. So what I want to do is move this above my subdivision, which I can do by just dragging these dots at the top here, dragging that up, and you can see that now it's doing if I just turn that off, it's doing the thickness part first, and then it is smoothing it, which means that edge there that was like this before is now being forced to go like this because of the subsurf, because it adds those points and then it kind of averages them out, which is, how subdiv works. There we go. Cool. So now, I don't know, now that thickness doesn't look like enough. So I'll just increase that a little bit. And I'm going to go shade smooth again. Okay. Lovely. Well, we made good time. Let's just jump to the next video. We're actually going to start modeling in the dripping parts of our icing in the next part and doing a little bit of sculpting as well. So click here to join me in the next part. I'll see you there. Join over 1,000,003 hours.
Let's do the duplicate part, okay? So what we learn now, we learn this. This is the simplest way you learn something. This is called select the part by pressing Alt Z, and you selected. Now do Shift D and you are duplicated. Left click, right click, whatever you wanna duplicate. Just do something. I don't know. No. G, you are moving. Enter donut, but you can do the separate. P, now it's G. Sorry, we cannot press G. G, and there you go. You are separate the part. That's all G, and there is your donut. Now you can see the difference between this and this. Both have the differences because we did not add a subdivision surface. Let's add that one. This one, just make it smooth, and it is not smooth. Let's do the smoothness, and there you go. It is smooth as a butter. Now do this and go smooth, and you are like Tamalema Yake Polotia. Now we are in subdivision surface. Now we added subdivision surface again. No, we need to add a solidify. What does do? This thing is like make your crimpy complete. Which something like that, and it will like go offset -1 to 1, and there you go. That's all you have to do, and it is like this, good from inside and outside. That's all we just learned. Now go to one view and even thickness. Is that good? Yep, I hope so. All set. Okay, maybe get out of the mode, and that's all. I don't have to do anything like that. That's all I have to do. Let's go back to the video and watch it again. That's all we just learned.
Join for free at
For 19
Congrats on not giving up
minutes,
yet.
9 minutes.
It's always fun. Whenever you release a multi-part tutorial series, it's fun seeing like the viewership drop after every part.
Is that?
So if you make it, hey, you're staying on track. You haven't given up yet. No, I do hope that you can all stay through. In this part, we are going to be making our icing look more like icing, more dribbled down rather than like a yarmulke or like half of a bagel or something. Like, if I just cut this in half, I feel like that would look pretty close to a bagel. Yeah, it does. We want to make it a little more like icing and also make our donut underneath also have a little bit more shape. So, the icing. Okay, now we want to be able to see our mesh and like manipulate things and everything here, but we can't because it's mostly hidden by our solidify modifier. So in your modify stack over here, if we just uncheck this button here, then it will no longer display in edit mode, so I can work with the mesh here. But when I go back to object mode, then you can see the solidify modifier again. So that's what we want. Okay, so if I was to move this down by hitting G, I gotta turn on my screen keys tool, it's turned off. Okay. If I move this down with G, and then went back to object mode, you can see that we've got something that looks like a little troop, a little dribbly bit. So you can guess we are going to be doing quite a bit of that. I'm going to turn on proportional editing, as you can probably guess, so that now when I move down, I can scroll up, or scroll down, and increase the fall off, and now I can create a big dribbly bit. But you'll notice that straight away, there's a couple of problems. Okay, so for one, this bit is sticking straight up, and then also, this bit of our icing is clipping through the donut, which would require a whole bunch of fixing and like manually going there. It's not good. So it would be great if we could make it snap to the face underneath. And there is a feature just for that. Okay, so the snapping tool is right up here. Okay, this little magnet icon. Okay, a quick just overview of snapping. Snapping, you can always, whether you go up there and like turn it on or not, you can always temporarily enable it by holding down Control. Okay, so this default is set to increment. So if I'm moving an object, rotating, scaling, that's transforming. Okay, so snap during transform. If I'm moving it, if I just hold down Control as I move it, I am temporarily restricting its movement to the grid floor underneath it, basically, because that's the increment that it's looking at. Okay, so I can only move it when I'm holding down Control to that. And that is the exact same thing as if I was to check that, turn that button on, and then move it without hitting Control. Okay. So there's no difference between holding control and not holding control. It functions the exact same way. It's just that this way it lets you do it without having to hold control, basically. But that's also another good point, because there's a hotkey for it. I can't remember what it is, but you sometimes hit it accidentally without realizing. And then you're like, why can't I move things properly? Like it's all messed up. And that's actually a common beginner question. Why can't I move things? Just check that that's not turned on. Just check, yeah, because it's probably turned on. Anyway. Okay, so coming back to our donut here. We want to make sure that's turned on. And I want to change it from snap to increment to snap to face. Okay. And now that I do this, you can see that if I grab this edge here, sorry, that point there, and I just move it down, you can see that part of it is this edge here at least, or this point, is now snapping to the face. Okay. But
Give me 2 minutes. I will be back here. Oh, damn. Okay, I'm back. Let's do it.
So there, okay. I'll try not to say that too much. There's a function for this. Underneath snap to project individual elements, which doesn't explain anything really. Like there's no way you would know that this is the button to push. There's really no clue that that's what to do, but it is. If we check that, now when we use our proportional fall off, anything that falls in the proportional fall off area will now also snap to the face underneath it. And that is how we do it. Now we can do whatever we want here. We can move this around, we can do whatever, and we can make our donut icing look like icing, and it will automatically snap and form the shape of the donut, which is perfect. Now, I've learned from doing donuts many, many, many times. I've made more virtual donuts than probably actual donuts I've ever eaten. I've learned that it's better if you work from reference. Okay, so go to your Google Images and type in donut icing, and then just find an image. Doesn't really matter which one, but like something that you like. Okay, if you like the look of it, like this like extra dribbly one, you can get that. I happen to like this one here. Just save the image, put it somewhere, put it on your desktop, and then I'm going to show you how to bring this into Blender. So we want to split our window here. And you can do that one of two ways. One is to go basically over the edge, a divider of a window here. If you get those little arrows there, so that you can change the size of this, right? And just right click there, and then you can say vertical or horizontal split. So, whoops, oh, that did nothing. Vertical split. So we now got two windows. Another way to do it is to go to the top right-hand corner of your screen, and so you get, there's no button for it, but your cursor becomes a little target pointer thing, and if you just click and drag to the left into it, it will now split the view. If you click and drag to the right, it will now join it. And that used to be the only way you could make extra windows. You just had to know to do that. There's a little like fold thing there. But anyways, it's kind of an old thing that they've kind of kept because it's pretty handy. So anyways, once I split the view, this could be anything. So this is a whole bunch of all the features of Blender, and it goes deep. The one we're looking for is Image Editor, which allows you to, guess what, just bring in any old image. So this is the one we're going to do. Okay, now I want to start to model some of the shapes here, and it should result in a far better one than if I just went by eye. It's one of those lessons you learn that you always think you know how something looks, and then you get to the end and you go, oh, really good, and then you go, oh, I should have just used a reference photo because it's totally different than what I imagined. I'm going to get a t-shirt. It just says reference, because it's like my biggest piece of advice for artists whenever they ask for feedback. I'm like, just look at reference. You got it wrong. And I do it wrong myself. Anyway, so to make this gloopy bit, you probably see that if I like grab one of these pieces and I like moved it down, it looks jagged. There's not enough detail here to create that bit. So what we need is more detail. So I am going to apply our subsurf, okay? So to apply anything, it's best to put it before your, like put it to the top, because that's essentially what it's going to do. It has to apply it, and then it's going to be reading from the top anyway, roughly. So I put it to the top, and it's okay, we'll fix this edge after. To apply the subsurf, if we go to this little drop-down arrow and then hit apply, or you can just hit Control-A while hovering over this, it will apply whenever it's in the viewport amount, not the render amount, but the viewport amount. Okay, so I'm just going to, just hit Control-A or hit apply. And now, whoops, why is that? Okay. All right, you can see we now have double the amount of our vertices on. I'm temporarily hiding the donut, by the way, which you can do by hitting, you can hide anything temporarily by hitting H, and then Alt-H will bring anything back again. So we just need to temporarily get something out of the way, H, and then Alt-H.
That's nice.
But yeah, somehow this is like...
it's already, we know that.
Yeah, it's odd that's happening. You can see that if I just like randomly click here, then I'm going to bring this through. Yeah. There is another way, which I'll show you. We're going to use a shrink wrap modifier next. But I want to do this in order to just sort of show you, it's like the problem-solving way of doing things. But anyways. All right, let's find where it was I was going to make that gloopy bit. I don't know, he's still right here. Okay, so I'm going to make a little bit that goes down. This bit over here, this bit can go down even further, like that. Right there, and then this I'm going to use to pull down. Now, if I pull, so there's a bug in Blender. I believe it's a bug because it's only happening occasionally. I didn't have it in the last version of Blender. Pretty sure this is a bug just because I'm using the beta version of 3.0. For some reason, it is selecting like through my mesh, which should not happen, but it's happening right now. It's very irritating. So I'm going to have to report the bug after I finish recording this. But anyway, it just means I have to be careful. If I pull this down, you can see that yes, it's the other thing I want to do after the solidify modifier now is add another subsurf modifier so that we get that smooth edge back. Okay, but if I move it down, it looks it's a little too stretched. Okay, so you want to try to go like as far as you can, but at a certain point you need extra mesh. You need to sort of break this line to create extra parts of the mesh. So the way to do that is to extrude. So if I select part of my mesh, let's say 3 points like that, and I hit E, that will extrude. So I now get extra faces, extra vertices, and because this is turned on, it should also automatically snap to the face underneath it. And I'm going to do it again, just make an extra long gloopy bit. Okay, so you can see that is a totally different look, right? You've got this bit that is now like free flowing down there rather than feel like it's like stretching an edge. So modeling is, I mean, that's really like a big part of modeling is understanding topology and like where to, add more detail where you need it and where not to, etc. I'm just pinching these in by the way by grabbing 2 points and then hitting S. But yeah, I'm trying to keep this fairly simple for this tutorial. Okay, so I've got that little bit there. Now let's do another little bit that goes next to it. So I'll grab this bit, move this down. Let's grab 2 points. Just make this a short little gloopy bit. What will it be? Yeah, that looks a little bit weird actually. It's so odd that bug is. I've never seen that bug before. Bugs get fixed surprisingly quickly in Blender, by the way, if you're curious. They are hard to come across because with open source software like Blender, like so many people are using it and so many people are reporting bugs that, yeah, it is surprisingly more stable than 3ds Max Maya. I say that now and like people will be raging in the comments. No, it's not. It's but I'm pretty sure that's like fairly well agreed upon in the community. But anyways, not to toot Blender's horn because it's definitely not perfect, but it does seem to be fairly stable. That's one of its good great points. All right, and you know what? I might make another little gloopy bit over here. I don't want to make this, these parts too long, but I do want to make this look good. And I want to show you sort of the thought process that goes into it. Because some people will then go like, why does this donut tutorial take, why does it take 6 hours to make a donut? Well, it doesn't. Right, you really quick.
We have to
now I'm making on the other side of the donut. Now let's say over here, like a really big loopy bit that goes down. But so far down, that it's going to extrude another piece down. Hitting E to extrude it down, and then I'll scale that in by hitting S. And let's just move this up and around. All right, that's pretty good. And then I'll make this bit next to it. That seems to be a common thing. When you've got one gloopy bit, there's another bit that's right next to it. I don't know if that's true. Just making it up as I go. Okay, cool, awesome. Well, let's just say we can turn that all the way around. You can fine tune it, make it look as good as you want. Now, another thing to learn is that donuts, unlike this one, I mean, this is actually pretty good. But you can see that the edge, like the donut shape, something happens in the middle of it, okay? And you might be able to see it in other reference photos. But basically, usually it's like divoted. It's like it's fat all around, and then this part on the edge is what clear photo. It sort of cuts into it. And the reason for that, the reason for that is that when it's cooked, it's put into a fryer, it sits and it just like floats. So half of it is submerged in this fryer, and then it fries, and then flips, and then they do the other half. So the part that's like resting on the surface of the oil usually is cooked less, because I guess the oil is less hot, I guess. But I guess it would depend on the buoyancy of the donut, so maybe it doesn't happen all the time. But evidently, that seems to be one component of a donut, is that it has that bit that sort of goes in. So it's like it's fat up top, it goes in a little bit, and it's fat down the bottom again. So let's do that in edit mode with our donut. But we need more geometry. Same problem as we did with the donut icing straight away. We've got the same problem here. So I'm going to apply my subsurf modifier over here, hit apply. Now I've got double geometry, and I don't need to add another one because I don't really need it right now. And now I'm going to hit O, O again, turn it on, disable snapping because I no longer need that, or I don't need to disable anyway. And then using my proportional fall off, because I do want that, I'm just going to make it a little bit flat on the inside part here. Okay, cool. All right, now this is now way off. Okay, so why did I do it in this order? Right, why, Andrew? Why didn't we start shaping it the way like that? Because now we seem like we have to go through here, turn on this, and like snap it for each one of these parts, and that's just annoying. Well, you don't, okay, because there is, and I did it in this order because I want to show you this, there's two ways to make something snap. The other one is the shrink wrap modifier. So the shrink wrap modifier, if I click this little target eyedropper here, the eyedropper, maybe you see that, you just need to click it and then select on your viewport which object you want to target. If you hit that, it will now snap to the mesh. Now, what's happened? Why does it look like, a pretty cool pattern, but yeah. Why is it doing that? It's because of the order of your modifier. So as long as it looks right, check the order of your modifiers. It's working top to bottom. So it's giving thickness first, and then later on it's shrink wrapping it to it. So obviously that's not right. Shrink wrapping goes first. Now that we've done that, you can see this is what it looked like before, this is what it looks like after. So shrink wrap modifier will try to find the shortest distance between each of these points and the mesh underneath it. And it just so happens to usually get it right. Just check the inside part, make sure there's no problems there. But yeah, that's how you can do it. So now we've got something that looks a little bit more like the shape of a donut, right? Because the edges are, the sides of it are not jutting out, they seem to be flat. And that's kind of cool. That's kind of what we want. I might actually make this bottom bit just a little bit fatter. So I'm going to hit Alt-S on this. So this, Alt-S, just make this a little bit chunkier. Just add a little bit of interest to it. And then, yeah, just go through it and continue making your icing droopy like you want. Now, this was one way to do this droopiness, and it's okay, but it doesn't look as good as it could, right? Because when this drip goes down here, you can see that it becomes more bulbous, right? As the liquid sort of forms that droplet there, and we are missing that. We are going to do that in the next step, the next part. We're going to jump into sculpting. So just basically create the basic sort of form that you want, but we're going to do more detail and learn about another tool of Blender, sculpting, in the next part. So go ahead, click here on the screen, and I'll see you in the next part. See why professionals like Oscar Woinski trust Polygon for their model.
Okay, so second part is done. Now we are going to edit this one. What we have to do, we don't know what we have to do. We are going to add professional editing, and that's all like smooth or sharp. We don't need this one random, anything of that. When it is smooth, now we're gonna enable the snap tool and get into the face mode and turn on the professional edit. Backface culling, and that's all we do. Now get inside the zoom. Now we should get inside the functionality, and let's drip down, and you see how it is look like a artist. Scroll it down, load it down. See, let's see. Voila, a baby. Let's see how it is look like. It looks like pretty much dripping. Oh. It's dripping, but it's not that much is needed. So we are going to and that's all we can do. Or we can add it surface and surface. Roll, apply. We don't have that much. That's nice. I can also see the thing. See, just that. Create here, and this is for the editing I need. You can see this is driven software by read. Oh, change the value again. Change the value. There we go. Not only that, it's also go up. So I'm gonna select this one. See. Double click. Just gonna say that. Let's get it down. Not very down. That's all I can. Yeah. This is the modeling we are doing here, because what we are doing, we are just learning how to do model. This is model time. This. It's like a bubbling, you getting bubble. This. It's all taking time. That's why he's just teaching us like that's why he's just telling us that it will take time, because we are new and we hadn't, I hadn't set up my finger on key, and that's how the world works. And that's how we know that. He's the pro guy. Pro guy. I love him. I love him, man. because of that, and that's the reason he has like hard. That's why he always live in people heart, even my heart too. Can even show you, but yeah, we live in people heart. With the bevel stuff, like that ripple object where I can a little bit effect. People can see how many objects have created. That object has a little bit of details. Now I'm gonna get inside, check what I can do. I'm gonna do G. E. Alt S. Very good. And pick it up. So I'm finishing long over here, and that's all done. Get down. E. and that's all done. We just create the bumpiness of this donut. Now what we learned to apply those, how we did that. Now we are going to apply subdivision surface, solidify, and now we are done. And we are going to add a sync graph. There is a two-way. You can do that, and you see the surface is like inside, nothing you have to do. Go outside, and there we go. Ta-da! Ta-da! This is the thing I just created, and you can see there is a glitch. Yep. There is. Apply, edit, turn off option editing, and T, little left, little right, do it you, people do it you. You see that? Make it smooth part to this, smooth as butter. G. Smooth. Right click, smooth surfaces, and there we go. Now that's all done. We are done. That's all done. Now we are going to run texture.
And textures. Sign up for free at polygon.com to see the difference that high quality assets can make to your renders. Welcome to part 5. We have, up until this point, just been working in edit mode, right? And manually coming in here with our points and sort of moving and manipulating them. But there's another method called sculpting, which can be beneficial in certain cases, and in some cases highly necessary. It allows you to use brush strokes to move your vertices around, and that's what I'll show you right now. So if we were to start sculpting here, it would be terrible because we've got all these modifiers, right? We've got shrink wrap, solidify, subdivision, blah blah blah. When you start sculpting, you don't have any of that, okay? So what you need to do is apply what you want before you start sculpting. So we want all of these applied in this order. So you can go to the little drop down and hit apply, or you can use the hotkey Control A and Control A again. Okay, so when I did, I've applied also that subdiv modifier, right? So it's giving me double the amount of vertices, which is, again, what I would need, because if I go back to what it looked like before, that's not enough to really play with it. Because what we want to do is we want to create some of these little globules. Pretend that's a word, globules. Little droplets that sort of bulge out. So we need more vertices. So I'm going to hit Control A on that, and now we've got enough. So, sculpt mode, let's do it. Go up to the top tab of your window there. So these are workspaces. Yeah, all these ones along here, these are workspaces. And basically it's just like a pre-configured layout. So instead of having this, it's just like pre-configured to work this way. But you can also swap in and out of certain modes wherever you are without changing your mode, just by hitting Control Tab. I suppose I should turn that tool back on. See that? Yeah. Okay, awesome. So, sculpt mode, if you just start drawing, just paint across it, you'll see that you've got some sculpting happening. And there are a number of different tools within sculpting. The draw one is the most basic. It's literally a sort of a push-pull based on where it is that you're looking from. It'll just basically push the surface out towards you. And then the opposite of that, if you hold down Control, that is sort of the reverse of a brush. So you can see that it's now digging into it. So a whole bunch of these you can use. I'd say the most common is probably grab, which you can use by just tapping G or hitting that one down there. And that enables you to click and pull out onto yeah, just anywhere. Now the brush size of this is really small. So you can change the brush size up here. I don't know why my mouse is doing this weird thing where it doesn't register my movement until like I start moving. It's very bizarre. Anyways, you can do it there, but actually the hotkey, which is just a far easier way of doing it, is F. And then F, you just drag out until you've got the size that you want, basically, and then you just do a single click. And then Shift F will give you the strength. So you can see in the top, actually, as I move, you can see the strength value changing there as well. But obviously that is the default, and you can see, yeah, now dragging makes a lot more sense. So, what is the difference between like using grab here and then using it here? I mean, it's just like ease of use, like which one makes more sense depending on what it is that you're trying to do. So some people would find that working with grab in certain areas would be preferable, and others might find, as I do sometimes, that you want to see the mesh. You want to actually be able to like control it and take vertices and move them on specific axes. Oh yeah, that thing's still kicking in. turn that off. Yeah, so that might be useful, but in this case, we want to do some sculpting. So, okay, so grab, what's another one that's really heavily used is smooth. And this will obviously smooth out detail. Now, you can also temporarily activate smooth anywhere, regardless of what tool you've got, just by holding down shift. So if you just use shift, you can see that it's just temporarily activated the smooth tool. So if you want it, because it's such a, I don't know why the default is set to 0.7, it seems way too high to me. But if you're using another tool and you start holding down shift, you don't have the control to change the strength. The strength is still reflected over here. So if you want to, I would suggest turning that down to like a 0.2, and then when you use it, it's like now a lot more subtle when you use the smooth tool. Okay, now the other one that, I'd say it's pretty heavily used, even for sculpting characters and things, is inflate. And that is the one that we really want to use here, for these globules. So if I just click in one place and I don't move my mouse, it doesn't build upon it unless you've got airbrush as a setting turned on. So you can see if you hit N, you're on your properties, and then go to tool, this is showing you active tool. It's also here, by the way. So these are your properties, right, for your scene and everything else. But this one at the top there is active tool. So what is the difference between this and this? Nothing. It's completely the same. It was just a habit that I went to properties. But yeah, it's over here now. So if you turn on, let me just find it actually. There it is, airbrush. So if you, basically that enables you don't have to like move your mouse. You can just click on it and leave it wherever it is that you want, and then it will just build upon that area basically. So I can click there, I can click here, like such. I don't know. What was that video of the Miss America and such as things and such? Poor girl. You don't want to become a meme or something like that. So airbrush is working, it works fine over here, but it's not working so great over there. So I'm going to switch it back to space, which basically means it'll activate when you draw out further enough that it thinks there should be another dot there, basically. But anyways, I'm basically looking at my reference photo again, which I can bring back by dragging this out, and then go to image editor, and from the drop down, just click on this. I can see that, yeah, basically on the areas, not just on like these globule bits, but here as well, like up here, you can see there's like a thin film of that icing, but down there, that's where it all rolls off to. So really on the outer edge there, I want to do some painting. So I'm just clicking along that edge there with the inflate brush. If you find that it's too much, you can use Shift F to turn it down and get more subtle movement, or turn it up. And obviously, this will work a lot better if you have a stylus. So a stylus has the one big advantage. I mean, not just because it's, you can flick your wrist. That's not really the big advantage of styluses. It's more so because you've got pen pressure. So you can subtly do like, and then and taper it and do different pen pressures. It's like even like really basic styluses will have like 2,000 levels of pen pressure that it'll detect as your fingers like pushing on it and whatnot. Whereas your mouse has one. It's a binary on and off thing. So I'm using mouse right now because I know that most of you watching are also using a mouse. So I want to show you that it is possible. But I also want to say, I recommend getting a stylus if you can afford it. And especially if you want to get into characters or, don't rush out and invest in something before you're absolutely sure that you enjoy Blender and that this is something you want to do. But at some point you'll probably realize as you get into 3D more that, a stylus is probably a worthwhile investment. So you can pick them cheap, man. Really cheap. Just look on like Facebook Marketplace. Just type in Wacom, W-A-C-O-M. It's sort of like the leading brand. There's a bunch of like cheaper brands nowadays that you can go to as well. Anyways, another one I'm going to do is just cross here. Because we've got the sculpt brush out, why not just add a little bit of variance? Oh, the strength is too high. Turn that down. A little bit of variance to our icing here. Why not? So I'm just doing a few little dabs, a dab here, a dab there, just to give a little bit of a wavy surface. Why not? And then also down here, although it's not really going to be seen that much, I'll just make sure that there's a little bit of variance here. Right? And it's usually where it's like, it's all sort of mushed together in the center anyway. There'll be like a little bit of the dough sticking out underneath. I don't know. Donut shops are popular, man. Like, I don't know if that's like a revelation to anyone else, but like, I don't know. I try to eat healthy and like avoid sugary things, right? And so for my whole life, I've just been ignoring like donut shops. But then I went there to take a like reference photo of that video that I showed you.
Everything is look like easy
why is it cute?
for him, but
it wasn't like a artisanal donut shop or anything. This was just like your regular donut king, just in the shopping center. So there are people that are just like, they go to the groceries.
How easily he just moving.
Not judging. Okay. Well, I mean, look, okay. Everybody judges. But it's one of those things where it's like, you think the rest of the world is how you view it, right? But it's not. Everyone's got their own snacks. Some people would say that me eating nuts is a poor idea of a snack. Maybe it is. All right. Looking at my donut here. Let's do some more. Yeah. Might as well. We got the sculpt brush out. So select your donut. If you can't do that, you have to Control Tab. This is how I'm doing this, or you can go up here. You have to swap to object mode, remember, before you can switch to another object to start sculpting that. So when you've got the other object selected, then Alt Tab and do some sculpting over here as well. So I'll do a little bit of inflation. Oh, hyperinflate? No. Only the US governments can do that. I don't know anything about politics or economics. I just see stuff on the news. Hyperinflation. Ooh, doesn't sound good. All right, just a few. Maybe a little bit more strength. No, wow, I don't know. My blender is his mouse. My mouse is doing that. No, that's very bizarre. Maybe I just need to reformat the computer. It's been a while. Okay, how's it looking? Pretty good. I'll swap back. I'll do a little bit here, a dab here, a dab there. You get the idea, right? I don't need to show you everything. Play around with it. Grab brush, G, inflate brush, I, and smooth brush. Just hold down and shift wherever you want. Don't go too much. It's kind of a common mistake. We'll smooth out things when you're sculpting. Just smooth out all the detail. It's not good. You want to do just a little bit here
and modeling is like
that. All right, so you can see the differences, right? That sculpting has. It's more of a fluid, organic motion. You can sort of, it's more creative than the edit mode where you're coming in here with the vertices. But there are pros and cons of each. Sculpt mode, you can't do that snap to faces thing, right? Especially when you've got a surface like this, right? That's got volume now because we applied the solidify thing. You can't do that snap thing. So because we want it wrapping around our donut, it's good that we did it in this order. Otherwise we would be out of luck. It's also a little bit harder to do like this part, right? Like it's like this part needs to go out, this part needs to go in. Yeah, it's just. There are certain things that you'll be like, oh, it's just going to be easier if I just swap into edit mode, and I'll do it there, and I'll swap back to sculpt mode when I'm going to do something there. You just sort of get better at it. Anyways, I'm going to jump back to layout mode now, which is, I guess sort of, it's more like the default, but layout is the one I normally stay on, that's right, at least that's where I stay rooted. And then because we've got like some of this like little jagged edges coming in, I'm going to add in another subsurf modifier. If you've got a poor computer, you find that like, it's like rendering becomes complex later, or it's hard to move around your viewport, you might not want to, you might want to just like delete that perhaps. But on my case, I just want to make that look nice and smooth, so that's why I put that in. Alright, well that is sculpting. That's good, we made some good time. go ahead and join me in the next video as we get into material slicing and rendering. To make renders...
Let's do that. Okay, so we need to get inside the...
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. কি করছো?
তো ওই ব্লেন্ডার গুলোকে দেখছি।
আচ্ছা, তো ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে আমি করছি, আমি দুটো বই কিনলাম অডিবেলে দুটো বই কিনলাম, জমে পড়েছিল অডিবেলে, দুটো বই কিনলাম।
Okay.
তুমি কি একটু ভদ্রতার জন্য জিজ্ঞেস করবে কোন কি বই কি না বই?
ভদ্রতা?
আমার ভুল হয়ে গেছে, সরি।
Exactly, that is my point.
That is your point, I understand, sorry. আমার এত বড় ভুলটা হবে আমি যদি জানতে পারতাম তাহলে আমি ভুলটা করারই সাহস পেতাম না। Exactly, that is my point. Exactly.
Acha. I didn't think that will come like that way. Okay, let's change the brushes. আচ্ছা, কি বই কিনলে?
একটা হচ্ছে 48 laws of power আর একটা হচ্ছে 0 to 1.
বলছো কি ভাড়া?
কি হলো?
আর একটা কি বই বললে? লসটা বাদ দিয়ে
তোমার 0 to 1. কেন?
না, কিছু না, এগুলোকে আমি বাকে পরে বুঝে নিচ্ছি।
আচ্ছা, পড়তেও পারো যদি মনে হয় আর কি।
হ্যাঁ,
আমি বলছিলাম পড়তেও পারো যদি মনে হয় আর কি।
আমি মিটিং জোগাড় করে নেবো।
আচ্ছা,
তারপর তোমাকে দেখাবো, দেখো তুমি কিনেছিলে, আমি ফ্রিতে পেয়েছি।
আচ্ছা, আমি তো মানে বই পড়ি না, আমি তো অডিবেলে শুনি। অডিবেলটা আমার মনে হয় না পাবে।
হ্যাঁ, সেটা জোগাড় করা যায়।
হ্যাঁ, কি বলছো? কোনটা জোগাড় করা যায়? আবার কোনটা জোগাড় করা যায়? অডিবেল?
হ্যাঁ, অডিবেল কেন জোগাড় করতে হবে? আমি টেক্সট গুলোকে নেবো, নিয়ে আমি ইসেতে ফেলে দেবো, গুগলে
দিয়ে কি হবে?
ফেলে দিয়ে বলবো রিড কর, ও বসে বসে রিড করবে, আমি বসে বসে।
সেটা এআই রিডিং হলো।
হ্যাঁ,
ভাল লাগবে শুনতে পারা।
আচ্ছা, পছন্দ হলো না আইডিয়া, তাই ওটা পাল।
সবকিছুর লিমিট আছে রে বাবা।
So basically you can see there is nothing happening because of we does not have any mesh. Oh sorry, we have a option there.
তোমাকে আমি কি ডাউনলোড করে দিয়ে দেবো?
না, রাখো, আমি দিতে পারো।
এক্স এ আছে ডাউনলোড হচ্ছে, আমি জানি না এক্সটা কি। তুমি দেখো এক্স প্লেয়ার কিছু আছে কিনা।
Let it lawless. That brush little big. Oh sorry. And there is another.
এই তোমার না মাইক থেকে ফুটফুট করে হাওয়া আসছে।
Remesh. Yeah, I have to turn off my fan. Just give me a few more minutes, few more seconds, and I will. Yeah, I'm back, and now we are going to the pop-up something like that. We need a mesh, so what are we gonna do? We are going to create mesh 0.05, and that's it, and we doesn't need extra. Okay, control Z. We doesn't need mesh. Yeah, we need a mesh 0.01. Mesh. .001, and there you go. Now we have the editing tool. Edit all the object, and you can see there is a option called, like, you can make that trip option all over the India, or all over the UK, Russia, US, wherever you will live. You can make that dripping option, like make it a little bit big and smooth and glossy thing. That's all is like make it stronger enough. আর একটা মানুষের খেতে নাকি দুটোর সময় খেতে গেছে 3:30 এসছে মানুষ এটা। Okay, that's also doing good. Now I'm gonna use the all different brush. Stroke will be different. That is not airbrush. Space. Now I'm gonna check this one. I'm gonna use the space bar, airbrush, and there you go. Yeah, it's dripping. Dripping. Let's change the airbrush to the space. You should remember that everything you done, you do it with your hand, not another one. You know what I mean. People in here, they are using another one hand. Don't do that. Use your own hand. Do whatever your personal thing you're doing. That's the spirit. Look at that. They all look like a bubble. Now we done the bubbling stuff. Now we are using remesh, and it's done. Okay. Now go brush and make it normal one. Using the scope, settings plus radius will be like this or maximum. It's like a creamy pie. Oh, now see this, we are here. We already created this. Now I'm gonna edit the stuff and I'm gonna see the video. What are you doing right now? We get back to this option and let's go to the Blender.
Like these, you need high quality assets, which is why I created Polygon, a library of models, textures, and HDRs that work with any 3D software. Get started today at polygon.com. We have a juicy looking delicious donut. Now it's time to talk about rendering and lighting and shading and everything else.
Oh, I forgot to do this. And I'm gonna add a sync wrap, select this torus, go outside and apply.
So as I explained at the start, if you go and you hit a render, it will take a snapshot of what you've got from the point of view of the camera. Now, it has done that. It just so happens our donut is really, really tiny because when we scaled down our donut, we didn't change the light or the camera. So to bring this camera in here, there's a couple of ways you can do it. I mean, you could just, drag it in and try and manually position it. The way I like to do it is I get my view where I like it, like where I want my camera, like this, and then I hit the, we turn on the screen keys too. I hit the hotkey Control-Alt number pad 0, and that will snap the camera to that location. Alternatively, and this is something that users of other 3D software is most familiar with, in your properties, so I just hit N to bring up properties, under view, you can click camera to view. And then, when you move, like normally, like orbiting around your scene, the camera will stay locked to it. If you don't have that checked, if you're looking through the camera and then you just start panning, you can see you've broken it, right? And now the camera is there. So doing it like this means that you can basically put your camera, position it wherever you want it, and it'll always stay locked. Some people leave it always locked. Like I work with a guy who's like learned 3D with 3ds Max and that's what he's familiar with. He just leaves that checked. To me, it's weird. I hate opening up the scene and seeing this, so I always uncheck it. But it's up to you. Anyways, okay, position my camera there. I hit render. All right, the light is really far away. Let's bring the light in to be somewhere close by. Here's another hotkey that's actually pretty convenient in this case. The lamp's all the way over there. Our donut is there. If you hit Alt-G, that will actually snap any object, any selected object to the center of the 3D viewport, which is where these axis lines intersect, which just so happens to be where our donut is. So I'll just move this over here, like that, just so we've got like some basic directional light left to right. And let's look through our camera. All right, and also I might as well. I don't like it intersecting through my, those grid lines intersecting through my donuts, just annoying me. All right, let's move this up. Here's the other way you can move the camera. If you don't like checking that, you just select the camera frame, then you hit G and just move it like any other object. So that's another way I like to do it. All right. Okay, so now hit F12 to do a render.
Great idea.
The lighting is
that you can do the thing. Let me see the thing what I just learned. This one is say Alt G. Wow. If my 3D cursor will be here, like Alt G. Nope, it's not working. So Alt G is like basically moving your object in the mode. Control A. Let's do it now. Create a camera. And watching this by Control Alt 0, and there you go. Shift A, create a light, sunlight, sunlight, one light. GX stop, GY bottom, no, GX. That's it. GX. Now go to power, give him near about 100. It will be max, I guess. Let's see. And there you go. Yep, it is look like nice as butter. And we created the donut from Blender Guru, but we doesn't have putting any other stuff, so we have to put the other stuff in here. And how we do that, Let's learn from Blender Guru.
Really bright, because of course it was set for a different scale, really far away. Just set it to like somewhere around 20, we'll be fine for this demonstration. F12, there we go. Okay, cool. So we've now taken a snapshot from the point of view of our camera, and it has calculated the lighting information. It's calculated the shading and all that good stuff. Okay. There is a way though to see that exact result in your viewport. And you can do that, top right-hand corner, viewport shading, set a method to render it. Haha. And now look at that. We have the exact same result as if we were to hit F12, but we have it in real time as we pan around. So this is the rendered view mode. You can also change this at any point just by holding down Z or Z on your keyboard and just dragging out. So solid view, that's the one that we've been using up until this point. There's also wireframe, and this will just show you the mesh, which is handy sometimes. Pretty similar, by the way, to this one, X-ray, but just different. And then you've got material preview, which is it's used for material previews. Basically, it uses like an HDR light. So instead of the lighting that you've got in your scene, it's just like a quick way to preview materials because it uses an HDR, so you can see reflections and everything else to quickly test things. But rendered, there you go, we've got rendered. So how is it that we're able to, see things in real time and whatnot? Because rendering is normally a very intensive process for the CPU in the process. It has to calculate all this lighting and shading information. And that is where we need to talk about render engines. By the way, the size of this camera is bugging me. I'm just going to change the viewport display of this. Won't make any difference to a render, just for the viewport, just something more reasonable. Okay, render engines. Okay, so what we're looking at right now with this is the EV rendering engine. Okay, this is a render engine that Blender comes with. So what on earth is a render engine? So 3D software, technically it's just for creating meshes and, animations and everything else. Rendering is often used, you use a third-party tool or you pay a company. So basically there are a whole bunch of render engines out there. You've got V-Ray, Arnold, Redshift, Corona, Octane. Those are sort of the big five. And then also Cycles and EV. Cycles and EV are what Blender comes with. They're built-in rendering engines, and you can swap between them right here. You've got EV and you've got Cycles. Workbench, just ignore that. That is it takes a, you hit render and it's the exact same result as if you're in solid view mode, like the viewport kind of thing. It's used for basically like taking screenshots, essentially, for like breakdowns and things. Okay, so EV is a real-time rendering engine. If you played with Unreal Engine, Unity, if you played with sort of any 3D tool that has sort of shading information in it in real time, you're able to see things in real time, that is a real-time rendering engine. Cycles, if we switch to Cycles, you will notice something. It takes longer, and you get this grain that appears over everything, okay? And also, you will probably notice it is slower. Okay, it is no longer real-time. You can see that it's sort of lagging here. Cycles is something we call an offline rendering engine. It's also a path tracer, that's the more technical term, or ray tracer. What Cycles is doing that EV is not, is it is calculating light bounces. Okay, so you can see in here, you'll see this difference. If I swap from Cycles, so this is Cycles, now see how light it looks inside here? If I swap to EV, watch what happens. It's just dark, right? There's no light that's entering into that area there, okay? So the advantages that you get with a real-time engine like EV is that it is real-time. When I hit render here, I get a result in less than a second. In fact, it should be real-time, really, because it's real-time. If I wanted to do it in Cycles, and I was to hit render, obviously it has to whir through it. It's also counting samples here, and it's giving me a result in 4 seconds. All right, so that is a huge difference. And that's 4 seconds is the fastest ever. It escalates from there, okay? But you get better results with Cycles. So it really depends on what it is you're using it for. Some people swear by EV, they just love it, especially if you're doing like non-photorealistic work, like motion graphics, advertising sometimes, what else? Cartoony, stylized things, you can kind of get away with it. I just love Cycles because everything sort of works. The thing about EV is that you often have to change things to tweak it to make it look realistic, whereas Cycles is realistic from the start. Okay, but let's, one other thing, because if you're using Cycles, you might find it is really incredibly slow. And that might be because you're not using your GPU. So there are two ways to render. One is with your CPU, and that would be set to none if you're using a CPU. The other way is to use your GPU, which would be clicking one of these things. So CUDA and optics are what you'll see if you have a NVIDIA graphics card that is compatible. I have two Titan RTXs, dear me. I want to get two 3090s. I'm no longer top.
That's why you
the prices go down. You'll also see these options if you've got a NVIDIA card. I have never seen it hit before. Oh, okay, all right. It's the AMD one. Okay, so they're jumping in. That's good. Okay, so there are some options out there. So if you have a compatible card and you see those options, definitely use it because more than likely it'll be miles faster than CPU.
That's why your computer is too much
CPU on my
ours.
CPU render. You can see it's going to take a while. I'm already past 4 seconds, and I'm not even a tenth into it. Not even 100. Okay, it's getting faster. All right, it's speeding up because you can see it's bigger. Okay, so 16 seconds. So it's 4 times as long on my CPU. Now, obviously, that will change wildly depending on your hardware.
Okay,
and what's the difference between CUDA and optics, by the way? You've got both. Use optics. It's a new one. It's
in your computer. That's one
CUDA
thing.
is older compatible. So
I'm going to think like how long it will take
okay,
from
but
my
let's swap it back to EV because I know that some people will want to use this tutorial just for EV because not everybody has a graphics card or anything that can really perform, and you might just have to use EV. So I'm going to show you how we can get this working with EV. First of all, let's add in a mesh so that we can see how it's going to look with shadows. Okay, this is where EV falls apart. It's shadows. Where it really falls apart is where you need to start tweaking things. Cycles will just work. Okay, it's got bounce lighting. It's got the correct look that darkness under there, right? It's got EV starts to fall apart. Now it does mean you have to tweak settings with EV. Okay, one of the big ones is lamp settings and shadow settings. Okay, so in EV, underneath shadows, one thing I want to do for a scene of this size is I want to change my cube size. Cascade is just for sun lighting. Cube size is for other sources of light, and this is sort of the resolution of your shadow. Okay, so you can see the difference that I just made there from 512 to let's go up to 4096.
Wow.
It's going to be slightly slower to render, but you can see it's something of this closeness.
That is nice, but you see there is
the other thing that I need to do is fix what on earth is happening with this shadow. How is it that shadow is able to go through there? Okay, again, now this is one of the restraints, the problems with real-time engines is that it is not actually calculating like light. It's all like fakery. It's an illusion that it's able to calculate shadow, and you often need to tell the software how to treat the shadow better. And one of the big ones of a scene of this size with this lamp here, select your lamp. And under here, you've got bias settings. Bias is for reducing self-shadowing. And it's basically, you would change the scale of this depending on what size of scene you're building. In our case, we want to turn this all the way, basically, to its lowest amount because we're dealing with like millimeters. Okay, so I'm just turning that all the way down to 0. You've also got compact shadows, which can occasionally be helpful, but in our case, this case isn't really useful. Because that's another faker, and you get all sorts of glitchiness.
Wow, that is how you can do that in EV.
You might want to use compact shadows.
Wow,
you want to use
nice.
the lowest, absolute lowest amount you can possibly get away with. Some people go, it's not designed for true shadowing like this. Anyway, okay, so you can see I had to make a whole range of tweaks there. But I got the result. Now, we haven't got any materials yet, so that is something else to consider, is that, you might see some differences now, and you think, like, oh, there's not really that much of a difference between cycles and EV. Like, this is just the start. Once you get further and further into it, there's, you'll see bigger and bigger differences. Now, okay. Maybe I'll try and keep it. I won't talk about samples yet. Okay. So, difference between cycles and EV, you get it, right? Bounce lighting. It's bouncing the light off the table on the cycles one, and it's casting it where it needs to. It goes in the hole. Light is bouncing around. EV, none of that. So, what do you want? You might prefer the EV one. You might be totally fine with it. Something you have to do with EV, for example, is ambient occlusion, which will calculate basically in crevices and things. It will do what cycles does by default without needing to use that, right? That darkening, the effect there. So, again, EV, you got to turn on things to try to make it look realistic, whereas cycles is realistic by default. All right, so let's do some materials now. Okay, let's get into it. With my icing here selected, I'm going to click the material icon here, and I'll move this up so my head's not blocking everything, and I'll add a new material. Okay, now we'll get more into materials later on, but you can see there's a lot of settings here, a lot. Now this is the principled shader. It's actually based off of Disney's principled BSDF.
I will make that
it's pretty high tech. It actually makes it very simple to create a realistic material. You used to have to for any material, like add nodes, and diffuse, and I want some reflection. I have to add some reflection. I have to do this, and tweak it for now. It's really complex, really complex. This is one of the key things that's enabled a lot of beginners and people to start making things faster, because it's now built into one shader and it automatically adjusts to the correct measurements, roughness and reflection rating, depending on how the values are. So it's really good. The one that you're probably looking for, just color, is base color. So I'll just set that to a nice pink color, all right? Then the other big one you change a lot is roughness. Yeah, and this is the glossiness. It's often, roughness and glossy values are different renderers call them different things. Glossy, is one of the renderers called roughness. They're inverts of each other, basically. Glossy is the invert of roughness, but it's the same sort of thing. So I want this is like how wet, like how freshly iced do you want your donut to look? I find it like, okay, real icing is probably more around about like a 0.25 or something like that, but I like it to look a little wet. It looks, in my opinion, more delicious when it's got some wetness to it. We'll get more into it as we do other things later on, but this is the basics. Then for my donut, I'll add another material. Let's just add a basic color to it, and again, we'll do more with this later on. And then why not just make it interesting? We're not even going to use this plane in the final render. This is just so that we've got something nice to look at right now. And let's hit a render. Okay, cool. Now, oh, by the way, I didn't even mention this, but there's slots. So when you're rendering, if you just want to like quickly preview two different things, you could change slots, like up to 8. So if you want to open up a new slot, you just switch to that slot first, and then you hit render, and then it'll save it into that slot. In my case, I'm going to put it in slot 2 again to override my cycles one, and I'll switch back to cycles. Okay, now, the plot thickens. We have true reflections with our cycles rendering engine, okay? It's ray tracing, okay? So it's calculating the reflection of the end of our plane here, and you can see we've got some shine there. Now, you can do that with EV, thank goodness, by turning it on. So again, some things you have to turn on. Screen space reflections. And now you can see I've got a little bit of reflections coming off it, okay? Something else you might want to turn on is bloom. That is sort of the, what do you call it, like glare, maybe? Glare? I'm not really an EV guy, to be honest. I don't use it that often, but it's something you can turn on to add a little bit of glare to it or something like that. But there you go. So we got that, and then we got the cycles one, and it's, you start to understand it. Okay, now let's add in something of this scale and of this material quality, which is icing, which, if you've ever looked at my ear, for example, or anyone's ear in direct sunlight, you can often see through it. Can I get it so you can see through it? Yeah, okay. But you get like, you see like the blood vessels and like your ears glow red in sunlight, right? That is scattering. It's light that is scattering through a surface. You see it, like that's the example everyone gives, an ear, but also you see it in things like a glass of milk. You see light start to like enter into it and sort of diffuse through the milk. Well, something of this scale and this type of material does the same thing. And it kind of feels hard, like the donut feels hard. It's almost like it's made of concrete or something. It's because it doesn't have any of that scattering. So that is this value, subsurface scattering. So if I increase this to a 0.1, this radius here, you can see that's changed. It looks terrible. This radius here is actually in meters. Like how far does it scatter in meters? It shouldn't scatter that far. And it's also why there are 3 of them. That's the red channel, green channel, blue channel, which is probably, I don't know why it split it like that. Probably because of mass and the fact that different rays will spread at different wavelengths, like distances.
I don't know.
Anyway, I just change all of them at once, which you can do by dragging down.
I am thinking all about the long time. What does do? And that is really like this. So it is like
a. Enter it in here, even though it is actually like in millimeters. But let's go 0.02. I think that is millimeters.
Nice.
No, that's 2 centimeters. 0.02. Okay, there we go. That's 2 millimeters. I'm trying to diverge from the script, Andrew. I've rehearsed this before. All right, now you can't see much here, and part of that is also because the subsurface color is the one that it is looking for. So what color should it be when it scatters through something? I usually make this like a more saturated version of the base color. I don't know if that's technically accurate, but it's sort of what I do. And then this subsurface value here would basically control like how much scattering do you want to have happen. So this is what it looks like before. I'm going to do another one right here, and let's just see how we compare it. Okay, so not much difference. And look, it's pretty hard to tell on something of this type of material. You will notice it a lot better when we've got the sprinkles on top, because we'll be able to see the shadows and everything like that. Might be able to see a little bit there. I don't know. Anyways, then I'll do another one. The cycles, because why not? And I'm going to be sticking to cycles for the rest of the tutorial. Until maybe the end. I'll try and just make it more compatible towards the end. But I generally try to stick to cycles. It does make it simple, and if you've got a card that can perform it well, it's pretty nice. It does. You will notice a difference, right, in overall quality with cycles. But again, I know it's not for everyone. So there are the 2 options for you. So by the way, here's something else that you can do. So the material view that I mentioned, this preview mode, it is using an HDR, which is cool because you can see like the reflections on it, you can see the shape, and you can understand how this would be helpful for building a material. You can tweak it and see everything in real time. It's great. If you change it to scene lights, it will take advantage of the lights that you have in your scene. And then if you check this button, scene world, it is now taking advantage of everything, the whole world as well. So there's actually no difference between if you've got those 2 things checked and actually just using EV. So if I switch that to EV, you can see that I can swap between these. There is no difference. So what that means is I can keep my rendering engine to cycles, and then if I just want to preview everything in EV, I can keep it there, and then I can swap to cycles when I need it over here. Okay. I mentioned I was going to talk about samples. So that's what this grain is, okay? So the way path traces work is that, oh god, how technical do you want to get? It's a Monte Carlo Russian roulette system where it's, it gets really, really complex. But basically, it samples, it starts grainy and then it gradually refines the image to try to arrive at a repeatable, predictable result, basically. So you can see it's starting to get grainy, and then it eventually resolves and it says rendering done. So it says rendering done when it has reached its max samples right here. And you can see there are two settings here. You've got viewport and you've got render. So when I hit render, that's why it was taking a little bit longer, because the max samples is 4 times as high. Now for something of this size, you don't need that many samples. In fact, yes, there is grain here, but there is a secret weapon that we have not engaged yet, and that is the denoiser. So the denoiser it's using AI to try to smooth out the image without having to arrive at that final image, okay? So I can set my max samples to something low, like 100. And then when I move, you can see that previously it had to get to like 4,000 to try to like get rid of the noise. Now it's just 100 samples. It cleared it all up. It is miraculous. This is one of the biggest, what NVIDIA did, and I'm sure it wasn't just NVIDIA, a whole bunch of companies create different denoisers, but introducing this to all softwares for people who have NVIDIA cards, that's why they did it for free, was one of the biggest leaps forward for rendering, honestly. Like the fact that you can now just render with cycles at a low sample count means that it's crazy. You can use it for so much more now. This one's going on a little bit. But anyways, so that's viewport. Now, here's the thing. With the viewport, you'll notice that watch how slow the samples climb up when you've got denoising turned on versus when I turn it off. Okay, so the denoiser, by the way, you can change the denoiser to be CPU based, and it'll be really slow. That's the Intel Open denoiser one. Automatic will use basically optics if you have a compatible card, or you can just set optics. But anyways, it will slow it down because it's trying to do a denoise as well as sampling, and it's slowing it down. It is nice, but yeah, it will slow it down. So what I like to do is set the starting sample to something high, like 50. And then that way, at least it gets through all of, like, because at the lowest value of like 1, like it's too noisy to understand anyway, like to try to start it then. So I set it at 50, and then that way I can move around and it won't slow down the grain clearing up basically. And that's viewport, so I'm going to do the exact same thing over here. Denoiser, I'll set optics, thank you very much. That's interesting. I didn't actually know that was defaulting as the Intel one. Who knows? It doesn't really matter because the Intel one is slower, but it's only doing it once when you're hitting render, so probably not that big of a difference whether you use that or that. But anyway, then I'm going to set my rendering engine, my max samples of my engine to 100 as well. And let's see how fast it does this. Okay, here we go. Compared to the 4,000 samples, it's now doing it in 3 seconds. Okay, and how long was the so obviously it is still much slower than the EV one, because the EV one is real time. But like 3 seconds, that's pretty dang fast. That's not bad. So it's not a big difference. I probably should also mention these sample settings. It is a cycles only thing. Yes, there are samples in EV that say sample counts, but it's a different sort of sample. It's not the same. Like it's basically samples are concerned with cycles, really, mostly. So that's really, you see a lot of people caring about samples because the higher the samples you go, that's like it's going to go longer and longer and longer to clear the grain, basically, right? If I turn off the denoising, right? If I set this to 0, it's just going to keep rendering forever and ever. Oh, no. Oh, because of noise threshold, it's now actually arriving at the result. But you could just leave it going forever and ever and ever. So, yeah, some people, like especially for like production scenes, it's been a long time, like coming in and just finding like the exact, amount of samples that you can get away with. Because I think I didn't mention, but yeah, the higher the samples, the clearer the picture, and the more, like, the better it'll look, but the longer it will take. So you generally want to use the least amount of samples as possible. That's viewport, of course. The render one is the one that really matters for your render. Okay, now there's noise threshold. Okay, so this used to be called adaptive sampling in previous versions, I think. Noise threshold. This means, and you can hover over it and see it, basically it's trying to read the image and stop adding samples where it's not needed. So usually samples are needed for like shadowy areas and areas of like lots of caustics and refractions and things. But areas where it's receiving a lot of light, not a lot of bounce light, like for example the top of this donut, it could get away with using less samples. So this adaptive thing is trying to find what that value should be before stopping, basically. So I mean, I really don't play with it that often. I sort of just leave it at the default. If you set it at 0, it will try to do it automatically based on the number of samples that you've got. I mean, really, I'm just going to leave it at default. It's not really that big of a deal. But what that means is that now, with it turned on, you get this minimum value. So the min value means it will override this, so that if for whatever reason it's doing like, it's skipping a part that still looks noisy, but you're like, oh, you should at least chuck in, 15 samples. You could do that. But yeah, if you turned off that adaptive sampling, it would just go by like, it's going to do everything at 600 samples regardless. So this will do it like that. Anyway, so something like we don't need to go that high. I mean, like 100 or 200 I might use for my final, but that's probably it. It doesn't have to be that much. Oh, and 3.0 now has a new feature of time limit. So if you just want to like override all of these settings basically and go like, I only want to give you 2 seconds to render. So whatever you can do in 2 seconds, like do it. Not including scene build time, so that's why it's still over 2. But you can let's try that. Maybe go 1 second. You can do that if you want to. There you go. Anyways, that's a little bit about rendering, everyone. So as I said, I'm going to be using cycles for this tutorial to get the final result, but we're going to be building it in EV. So you can render in EV. If you just want to stick to EV, go for it. You'll find that it should look fairly well. I'll be swapping to it every now and then, so I might be adjusting some of the settings later on. But if you want to use EV and stick to it for the final image, you're welcome to. But yeah, that's a bit of rendering and materials and all that good stuff. So we're going to be delving into it far deeper as we go into it. But first, we're going to be adding some sprinkles. That's the next big hurdle for our donut project. So go ahead, click on the screen, and we're going to be learning all about the new geometry nodes. So click there, and I'll see you in the video. Okay, I spoke out of turn. I know I said in the last part.
Let's get inside the texture mode. Let's get inside the texture mode. Now, what are we gonna do? We're gonna add the setting, the texture, the setting. Well, just forgot what did I say? Let's make this honey, right? Brown. Yep. And now is this 1.1. Ah, 1.1. of that. Now we use transparency. Okay, all done. So I'm gonna make this a little bit useful. Nine. 0.8. That's all done. Now I'm going to select this one and create new mirror again. And this one will go go to that object where we didn't expect. Let's go the donut color, and it will be like a little skinny. So we are going to use orange, dark color, and we does not know which color. This one. Okay, it's look like it has lots of potential, more than this chocolate one. That's explained. Now we done the rendering. We should go with a different path. Have to enter. Texturing we done.
We're going to do geometry nodes. Got ahead of myself. Sorry to excite you. Texturing and shading comes first because it is much more essential. In this case, for example, our donut. We've just got solid colors, and that's okay for our icing. But our donut basically has a solid, almost canary yellow. That's definitely the wrong shade of donut. The real donuts, bringing up some reference photos. By the way, this extra software here, I haven't mentioned it, PureRef. It's what all 3D artists use to manage reference. You can just like paste in images from the internet and then just create like a canvas and then like rearrange things, and it's really, really fantastic. But anyway, so I just got 2 photos here. Real donuts, they're not just one solid color, right? As we spoke about in the last part, no, not last part, but the modeling part, right? When we create that part that like indents it. Because the way donuts are cooked, you have some parts that are going to receive less hot fat that's sitting when it's cooking. So this middle part, it's most visible here, can often be lighter than the rest. Okay, that's one aspect of it. But then also, the rest of the donut isn't one solid color either. It's also got, light patches, brown patches, little speckly bits and things all over it. And that can add interest. And you might not think you would see it. If you were to do a render up here, you really wouldn't. But we're going to have our donut spinning around on a turntable. So we do need to see it because we're going to see the backside of it. So it's just a great opportunity to just learn about textures and shaders and things a little bit better. So we don't need our icing, so I'm going to hide that just by hitting H, or I think I mentioned this before, but you can also do it up here in the outliner, just clicking the little eye there. We'll just hide it. Hotkey to bring anything back that has the material, the little eye disabled, it's Alt H. So hide with H, or Alt H to bring it back. Anyways, okay. So this is how done here. Okay. Now we spoke a little bit about the materials over here. I mean, really all we changed was just the base color, and we did some subsurface scattering for the...
Now I'm going to show you the shortcut key about how you can see that it's your way. Okay. Pick this one. Right, we are in edit mode. Doesn't mean know that. Okay. He show us that if you want to, you can hide this one. I can hide this one, this one, this one. You doesn't have to do that. Okay. If you wanna do that, you can only wanted to do like this one. You want to edit this one. You can just press this key. Okay. You cannot see the key. Let me bring that. Yep. You can see now. Now just press the / and that's all gone. Now we are going to enter the texture painting, and that's all.
The icing, and we also used the roughness down here. I would say, by the way, that all these values here, they're confusing, and a lot of artists can get really into the weeds with it. If you just stick to the base color, the roughness value, and then the normal map, which we'll get to in a bit, of the bot mapping, that's really 90% of the material.
Hello, Mr. Minecraft.
Use just those 3 things: base color, roughness, and normal mapping. But anyways, okay. Now this material view here that we've got here, you can see if you wanted to add in image textures and combine things and whatever, this thing would get very bloated and very annoying and frustrating to use. And actually, the old version of Blender, 2.49, so 10 years ago, you had to do everything in this this view here. Thankfully, we don't have to do that anymore. There is a node editor, which you can access by hitting the shader tab at the top of your window. That'll take you to the shader workspace, which will load up all these extra windows and things.
Hello,
mine is set to solid view shading by default.
Hello, Blue Moon.
But
thank you for
it's loaded up a bunch of extra windows here. I actually don't need the one on the left hand side.
It is a long
so I'm actually going to click and drag across to merge them. So top left hand corner of any sub window, and then you click and drag across, and then you can merge, or you can just right click on the area and say join areas, and then just
thank you for coming.
So all I'm looking for is my model at the top here, and at the bottom here, this is our node editor. So you can see that this node here, this long list of settings, let's call it, this resembles what is over here, because in fact it is a 1-to-1 copy. So this material panel here is really just a way to if you need simple change, just adding in an object, and then I just want that object to be red or something. I can do it over here very quickly. But if I want to do texturing and combine things and do interesting things with the material, that's when you want to switch to the shader, the node editor, which is where you can do you can add extra nodes and extra things, and it's really interesting. You can do it all here. So the way that the node editor works, if you've never worked with nodes, is it works from left to right. Okay, and it's very simple at the moment because this thing, by the way, these boxes, these are called nodes. Okay, and they work left to right. So it's taking a single shader, this principal BSDF, because as I said, it's based off of Disney shader. It's fantastic. It's got everything you need most of the time. And then it's just outputting it into this. So it's sending that data into the material output as the surface value, and that is what is being rendered. So if I was to add in another node and plug it in here, it would change how it looks. So as an example, if I went to add, and then I added in texture, let's just pick a texture. Let's go over texture. I've got another node here with some things, distance, color, position, and all things here. If I was to take this, plug this into my base color, you can see that now this is reflecting. So it's lost the setting that was there before, that canary hello. It's lost that and it's replaced it with the input of my texture. Texturing, it's a whole thing in and of itself. There's courses on procedural texturing. It's very interesting. You can do a lot with it. The great thing about a workflow like this, like using a node to create textures, is that you can come back and change it later on. Like if I was to paint in the
this one is pretty much a useful texture. I would say nice. Let's add this one. You can use Shift A for shortcut key, and then Noise texture. color. Wait, color to color. Oh, that's all he's talking about. Look at that. It's 4D. How does it look like? This looks different.
This browning, white, yellowing effect where these little speckly do that. That is one way that you could texture a donut. You could do it that way. The problem is if I then later on realize like, the size of those speckly bits, they're too big or they're too brown or something like that. If I painted that in, I couldn't change it easily later on. But I could if I had done it with shaders over here, with procedural, non-destructible colors, and I could change it at any time. So, anyways, you can see that going left into this to right, and then spitting it out into the material output. That is how we are creating a shape. So I'm going to add in, or shift A, same hotkey as the 3D viewport, by the way.
My brother played
the
Halo
text
right
that I use,
now.
like 10 times more than any of these others, to be honest.
I play Halo, but not
is noise
much
texture
as people do.
So this noise texture, you can see that you've got two outputs, you've got color and you've got factor. And they are very similar. The factor value is basically just the grayscale version,
you can send a friend request
version
by
of the color. So the color is giving us a sort of a rainbow splatter across everything. If I change the scale here, I can change the size of that splattering effect. If I take the factor, put that into the base color, it's just a black and white version of that. Okay, so that's all very well known, but how do I create the colors of my original?
I don't play that much. My brother
if you want to cut a node string or something, you can just click and like remove it like that. Or if you just want to cut and slice through the middle, it's control right mouse drag, and that'll bring out the knife, and then it will just sever any connection basically. So if I want to change the colors of that, I could do this by adding in another node between these two. And the node that I'm looking for is add, or shift A, add, converter color ramp. Color ramp is a really handy node, you'll use it a lot. And if I drop that in between here, this is now taking the black and white values and it's converting it into this range, essentially. And you can see if I just change these slides, it's basically acting like a contrast of that noise texture. But I could change the colors here to be, anything I wanted. I can make a really weird, horrible looking donut very quickly. But if I change these to something a little more similar to the original donut color, something like that maybe, and then we can make this like a little bit darker, a little bit more saturated, let's bring it across, or something like that. That looks a little closer to something that was right here. Something else that'll really help you, and I want to use it straight away, is actually it's the node wrangler. Because what I want to do is I want to preview my noise texture here to show you something you can't really see very well. And look, basically, go to edit preferences, and then go to add-ons, and then just type in node, and you should see one here called node wrangler. So just enable that, and then this will enable you to, if you hold down Control, Shift, and left click on any node, you are then previewing just that node. So just seeing the raw output. This will enable you to, if you hold down Control, Shift, and left click on any node, you are then previewing just that node. So just seeing the raw output of that and bypassing all this other stuff. I could also Control Shift on the color ramp, and I can see just that. And then if I want to see everything, I just Control Shift click on the final shader. The node wrangler is like the one add-on all Blender users use all the time because it's so handy. You can do a bunch of stuff with it, but yeah, this is one really convenient feature. Anyways, what I wanted to show you with this noise texture here is that there's a bit of noise, there's a bit of stretching. The size of these swatches here are different to how they look on the top. On the top they look fine, but on the sides here they look stretched. And that is a little bit technical, but the way that any texturing works in 3D software is it has to take a 2D texture, think like a Photoshop file, so it's an image, and then it has to somehow map that onto a 3D model. In fact, this is actually very obvious when you add an image texture. So if I just add an image texture, just to demonstrate this, let's use the thumbnail from the previous parts of this tutorial series. If I just paste this on here, bam, nightmare fuel. Let's turn off video. You can see that it's stretched around the donut. It's tried to add it. Yeah, it's mapped parts of that 2D texture onto this 3D model. It has to do it somehow. And it just so happens that the one that it does for procedural textures, which is what this is, this noise texture, it's just wrong. I think it uses UV or generated or something. Instead, we want to change it to something else. So we can do that by adding another node over here to the left. So Shift A, and then the one that you are looking for is input texture coordinate. So the default one is generated. So if you don't have anything connected into your vector input,
it's also you can do that by pressing Control T.
You just don't. In the beginning tutorial series, you don't need to.
Look at that.
But really,
you can do that by Shift T or Control T. Control T. Yep, Control T. You can also do that by Control T. But I want to learn that how you cut that thing. This knife. Where does knife come from? Oh, this one. What's the shortcut? It's called Shift Spacebar. Okay. Turn off this one, and this called the link I learned. Say Control T, Control Shift middle mouse, Shift middle mouse. How do you do that? How we do that? Like from Brazil. Thank you for coming. Gotta go. Bye. See you another day. Okay, thank you for coming. Let's see the here.
It's tried to add it. Yeah, it's mapped parts of that 2D technical, but the way that any texturing works in 3D software is it has to take a 2D texture, think like a Photoshop file, so it's an image, and then it has to somehow map that onto a 3D model. In fact, this is actually very obvious when you add an image texture. So if I just add an image texture, just to demonstrate this, let's use, why not?
Not this one. I just
basically go to edit preferences, and then go to add-ons, and then just type in node, and you should see one here called node wrangler. So just enable that, and then this will enable you to, if you hold down Control, Shift, and left click on any node, you are then previewing.
Wait, one more time.
Node wrangler. So just enable that, and then this will enable you to, if you hold down Control, Shift, and left click on any node.
Control Shift, and right click. Okay. Let's see, enable the road wrangler and add on. Yep, I have it. Then control shift right click. There you go. Okay, it is easy. Control shift right click, right click. Yeah, let's go. People who is watching me, let me show you some my build, what I just built it. So basically there is a shortcut key called control spacebar to make that like a large, and control spacebar. If you want come here, you come here, you can do easy way. You have to just press the control spacebar. Let's show you how I do it. Control spacebar. This is another shortcut key, and this one nice. I just learned it now by pressing from move to right. Okay. See, it's done. Okay. Now I'm gonna show you something that yesterday I just made something in here. It's called where is the blender? Not this one. The demolish. It is the perfect way to you demolish anything. Like you see that blend, the texture, I can demolish this one. Now I'm gonna show you what's wrong with it. It's every time I just change and it's like now I'm gonna show you how to demolish this one. Okay. So basically I'm gonna create particle like a small cube. It will be very easy to use. G, Y, X axis. I'm gonna select this one. I'm gonna hide this one, and select this one. Now I'm gonna do the particle stuff. I just learned that a few days ago. Wow, look at that. That's what we don't want. And this one as get 30, or you can make anything. Just give start time like 10 seconds, I mean 10 frame rate, and make it 100. If you make it 100, it will end 140. Okay, if you make 50, it will end like a 40 and 50, like 90. It will end in 90. So that's how it is going to work. Now I'm gonna use the random source catch, velocity 0, physics doesn't need, field weight 0, children doesn't need, viewport doesn't need, render need the render item, it will be cube. Select the render item, it will be cube. And now we're gonna use the keyframe, and it will be like, come here and make it keyframe like I 30, I again 31, and check I again, and that's how you done the rendering. And now go 140 and 110. Yep. And I'll make it like, let's just put it 1. Just check one time. So that's what we get. It doesn't select that object. Select view. Okay. Now you see that? That is how donut. What is it? No, nice. I'm gonna use render. We done this rendering over here. In end frame, 200 frame. Use the key 1. Yep, it's looking good. And then press I for I captain, and go 140 and make it 0.0001. Press I again, and that's all done by here, and you don't have to do anything in here. We'll do it. Make the donut disappear like a top view. Use turbulence, shift M, fill turbulence, give power to turbulence 5. That's all I done. Shift A, force field, give force field, go wind, not on it, go vortex, give pin power. Okay, let's see. Okay, I need to go back here. Make this option interface big from the shading this one. I'm going to use 1.5. Let's pick it up 1.1. Maybe we can use this one. Now GPU.
আচ্ছা তুমি হ্যালো
আচ্ছা and press
সুন্দর একটা কালার নোট করলাম, দেখবে?
give me a few more minutes.
ঠিক আছে, I am giving you a few more minutes.
Okay, thank you.
After that I'll start doing thabatap if you don't come.
Okay, I'm coming right now, right away, and I'm watching you. Show me.
Okay, now that is good. The fear of thabatap is very much.
Streaming করছি, বাজে কিছু শেয়ার করবেন না?
না না না, পাগল বললাম। এই দেখো, তুমি যদি এই বাঁ দিকটা দেখো, দাঁড়াও, এই যে এই দেখো কি সুন্দর এটা করেছি, দেখছো? এই মালটা যদি ইমেজটা তুমি দেখো, এই ইমেজটা হচ্ছে এইটা, এইচ বলে দাও, এই যে, ঠিক আছে তো?
ওকে,
এইটাকে এরকম ভাবে কনভার্ট করেছি। এইটা পুরোটা হচ্ছে নোডে।
দিস ওয়ান ইন নোড, মানে এটা টেক্সচারে করুন, এটা নোডে করেছো?
পুরো নোডে। এইটা হচ্ছে শুধু এই একটা টেক্সচার ইউজ হচ্ছে, বাকি পুরো নোড।
নাইস।
তুমি কি নোডটা, এই দেখো, এটা যদি জুম করি, এইটাকে মালটাকে দাঁড়াও, তুমি দেখতে পারবে।
জুম ওরম ভাবে না, যাও, আমি দেখাচ্ছি শর্টকাট কি আছে।
আমি জানি শর্টকাট কি, তুমি আমাকে এটা দেখাচ্ছ, তুমি দেখো।
ওকে,
এই দেখো কি আছে, দেখো, একটা হচ্ছে এটা, এইখানটা দেখো কালচে হয়ে গেছে, আর একটা হচ্ছে এই জায়গাগুলো দেখো মানে ট্রান্সপারেন্ট, আর একটা তুমি যদি একটু জুম করি আমি আরো, এই দেখো কিছু কিছু জায়গায় দেখো এরকম ঝিরঝিরে ভাব আছে, কিছু কিছু জায়গা পরিষ্কার, ঠিক আছে তো? এই দেখো, ঠিক আছে তো? আবার দেখো এই জায়গাগুলো দেখো কালার ফেড হয়ে গেছে, ব্ল্যাক এন্ড হোয়াইট হয়ে গেছে, এইখানটা দেখো হলুদ হলুদ আছে, আবার ওপরটা কালার ফেড হয়ে গেছে।
কন্ট্রোল স্পেস বার মারবে।
আরে বাবা, হলো শান্তি।
হ্যাঁ, এবার একটু জুম করো।
বুঝতে পারছো?
আর এই ছবিটাও তো সেরা হয়েছে।
কোন ছবিটা?
ছবিটা আর একটু মনে ফেড ফেড আসবে নাকি?
কোনটা, এইটা?
হ্যাঁ,
না এটা এখনো হয়নি, এটা কাজ বাকি আছে। এটা এরকম এই নোটটাকে কপি করে এখানে ঢোকাবো। এটা এখন, এটা আমার করা না, এটা ওই মালটার করা।
আচ্ছা।
ও যেটা করেছিল শুধু একটা নয়েজ টেক্সচার দিয়ে ওটাকে আলফা ট্রান্সপারেন্টে করে দিয়েছিল।
আচ্ছা,
এখানে যেখানে নয়েজ কালো দেখা যাচ্ছে সেখানে ট্রান্সপারেন্ট হয়ে গেছে। সেটা ওটা ও এটা তো সেম জিনিস করেছিল, কিন্তু আমার এটা দেখো অনেক বেশি অ্যাকুরেট
আর ডিটেইলফুল।
হ্যাঁ, কারণটা যে দেখো, এই দেখো নিচের দিকটা দেখো গরম হয়, হিটের জন্য নিচের দিকটা কালচে হয়ে গেছে, ওপরে মেশিন, এখানে ইলেকট্রিক মেশিন গুলো আছে, মিটার গুলো, সেই জন্য এখানটা কালচে হয়ে পুড়ে গেছে। ঠিক আছে তো, প্লাস কি হচ্ছে এই দিকটা ওই যে নিচের ওপরটা ওই জন্য দেখো ওই কালারটাও ফেড হয়ে গেছে, কিন্তু মাঝখানে একটা কালার আছে। বুঝতে পারছো? এটা আরো ডিটেইলে করা যায়, বাট সস্তায় এটাই হচ্ছে মানে মোটামুটি।
না এটা হেভি আছে, সুন্দর।
তো
ওই উপরে কালো গুলো কি ওটা অটোমেটিক পড়েছে না পড়তে হয়েছে?
করতে হয়েছে অটোমেটিক, এই যে কালো গুলো করতে হয়েছে। এটা কিন্তু শেড মানে লাইটিং এর জন্য। এটা যদি মেটেরিয়াল প্রিভিউতে যাই,
এই ইট উইল টেক টাইম।
খুব একটা লাগবে না, খুব একটা লাগার কথা না, তাও লাগতে পারে একটু, কারণ অনেক টেক্সচার এর সাথে অনেক টেক্সচার আছে তো, লোড টেক্সচার গুলো সব 4K টেক্সচার সব লোড হবে।
ইট উইল টেক এ লং টাইম।
না এখন লোড হয়ে যাবে। দাঁড়াও, আগে র্যামে লোড হোক।
তোমার কত জিবি র্যাম বললে?
128।
আর কত?
আমার হচ্ছে আমার মানে 12,000 মেগাহার্টজ, 12,000 না 14,000 সামথিং।
মানে 12,000 মেগাহার্টজ?
গিগাহার্টজ না, মেগাহার্টজ, মেগাহার্টজ। তোমার যেরকম 3200, আমার তোমার 3200 মেগাহার্টজ।
হ্যাঁ, না আমার 2100।
ওই যাই হোক 2100 না 3000, যাই হোক আর কি।
এত কম কেন?
কার?
আমার।
তোমার কম না, ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে ইন্টেলের যে যেগুলো ইন্টেলের মানে প্রসেসর, সেগুলো আর কি ডুয়াল চ্যানেল মেমোরি, যেগুলো দেখবে লেখা থাকে ডুয়াল চ্যানেল মেমোরি, সিঙ্গেল চ্যানেল মেমোরি লেখা থাকে দেখবে।
আচ্ছা।
হ্যাঁ, তো ইন্টেলের মাদারবোর্ড গুলো কি ডুয়াল চ্যানেল হয়। এবার যার জন্য হয় কি ওটা 3000, তোমার 2100 মেগাহার্টজ এক একটা র্যামে। ডুয়াল চ্যানেল মানে হচ্ছে দুটো চ্যানেল একসাথে নেবে, তার মানে হচ্ছে 4200 মেগাহার্টজ। ঠিক আছে। আর আমার এই যেটা থ্রেড রিপার হচ্ছে কোয়াড চ্যানেল, যেটা আমি সেকেন্ড জেনারেশনে কিনেছিলাম। থ্রেড রিপার হচ্ছে কোয়াড চ্যানেল, ওই তোমার কোয়াড চ্যানেল। আর নতুন যে থার্ড জেনারেশনের থ্রেড রিপার যেটা, সেগুলো হচ্ছে অক্টা চ্যানেল, মানে হচ্ছে 8 গুণ হবে, মানে সব 8টা র্যাম পুরো ফুল স্পিড নেবে, একসাথে চালাতে পারবো।
আচ্ছা।
হ্যাঁ, তো এই ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে এটা। এবার সেই জন্য কি আমার 3200 মেগাহার্টজ, এবার সেটাকে ধরো আমি 3000 এ চালাই মোস্ট প্রবাবলি। এবার ওই 3000 মেগাহার্টজ ইন্টু 3 4 12, তো ওই হিসাবে 12,000 মেগাহার্টজ এই লোড হয়ে গেছে। তো এবার দেখো এটা কিন্তু আলাদা করে সব টেক্সচার, আমি যদি হাইডও করে দিই এগুলোকে, যদি হাইডও করে দিই, আলাদা পুরো টেক্সচার। বুঝতে পারছো? এটা হচ্ছে টেক্সচারটা পুরো, বুঝতে পারছো? হ্যাঁ,
তো এটা হচ্ছে ওই ওর টেক্সচারটা এরকম বসিয়েছিল তোমার নোডের জন্য, ওইটা এত সুন্দর লাগছে।
হ্যাঁ এক্স্যাক্টলি। এটা নোডে, এটা হচ্ছে নোটের স্ট্রেংথ, বুঝলে তো? নাহলে ওরটা এরকম লাগছে, ওরটা যেটা দিয়েছিল সেটা হচ্ছে এইরকম, এই যে এরকম শুধু নয়েজ টেক্সচার দেওয়া একটা এরকম। নোট এই তোমাকে বলি না, মেটেরিয়াল ডাউনলোড করবে না, নোট করবে, কারণ নোটটা তুমি যখন একবার বুঝতে পেরে যাবে না নোটটা কি করে কাজ করছে ব্লেন্ডারের, তাহলে তখন তোমার কিন্তু মানে তখন তোমার যে কোনো কাজ মানে কাজের মানে যে কোনো টেক্সচার তুমি এক জায়গাতে করা যায় না। এই সিম্পল টেক্সচার তুমি বলে কি এমনি তুমি ডাউনলোড করো, তোমাকে সিম্পল টেক্সচার তোমার বসায়, ম্যাক্সিমাম তুমি একটা নয়েজ রেট লাগাবে, যেরকম এই লাগিয়েছে অ্যাড অন ইউজ করে, এটা হচ্ছে সাইড এফেক্ট। ঠিক আছে। কিন্তু তুমি যখন নোটটা বুঝতে পারবে নোট জিনিসটা কি, আদতে কি খায় না মাথায় দেয়, তখন তুমি এরকম বড় একটা নোট নিজেই বানিয়ে ফেলতে পারবে। এটা কিছু নেই, লজিক, সিম্পল লজিক, কিচ্ছু নেই। কিন্তু তখন আমি বলে দিচ্ছি বেসিক দেখো, বেসিক হচ্ছে নয়েজ টেক্সচার অনেকগুলো নিয়েছি।
কন্ট্রোল স্পেস বড় করে দে।
আরে বাবা, এটা কপি করে লাভ নেই কিন্তু এটা তুমি এটা শুধু এটার ক্ষেত্রে
কি আছে ঘন্টার মতো।
তোমাকে আমি বোঝাচ্ছি জিনিসটা দেখো,
জিনিসটা দেখো, তোমাকে আমি জিনিসটা দেখাই। এইটাকে আমি ধরো একটা গ্রুপ করলাম, ঠিক আছে? তো আমি তো গ্রুপ করে দিচ্ছি, তাহলে তোমার বুঝতে সুবিধা হবে। একটু ধরো আর কি এই যে এইটা একটা গ্রুপ, আর হচ্ছে হ্যাঁ এই একটা গ্রুপ।
গ্রুপ করছো কি করে? শর্টকাট কি তো কিছু
কন্ট্রোল জি।
কন্ট্রোল
শর্টকাট যায় না, আলবাল শর্টকাট শিখে রেখে চারটে।
পেরা কি করে?
ওই এসকেপ মেরে। এবার দেখো জিনিসটা, দেখো বেসিক জিনিসটা দেখো। এইটা হচ্ছে মিক্স শেডার, যেটা হচ্ছে মিক্স শেডার গুলোকে মিক্স করছে, ঠিক আছে? তো দেখো আমি তোমাকে দেখাতে দেবো না, দাঁড়া আছে না হলে তোমাকে বলে দেবো। কোথায় গেল? আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ, জিনিসটা খুব ভালো করে দেখো। জিনিসটা কি, প্রথমে আমি কি করছি, এটা হচ্ছে ফ্যাক্টর, মানে হচ্ছে কি কোথায় মানে এ হবে, কোথায় ট্রান্সপারেন্ট হবে আর কোথায় মানে টেক্সচার দেখা যাবে, ঠিক আছে? তো সেইটার যে ফ্যাক্টরটা, মানে সেইটার যে ডেটাটা, সেটা এই ফ্যাক্টরের মধ্যে থাকবে, নোট গ্রুপ 1, ঠিক আছে? তো আমি লিখে দিচ্ছি ফ্যাক্টর আন্ডারস্কোর ফ্যাক্টর ডেটা, ঠিক আছে? তো ফ্যাক্টর ডেটা হচ্ছে কি দুটো টেক্সচার। এখানে আমি যদি লাল নীল করে দিই তখন লাল নীল হবে, যাই করি দুটো ডেটা। আর তার মধ্যে হচ্ছে কি প্রথমটা হচ্ছে কি যেটা হচ্ছে টেক্সচারটা, টেক্সচার শেডার।
সেকেন্ডটা হচ্ছে ওই ম্যাটেরিয়াল।
সেকেন্ডটা হচ্ছে ট্রান্সপারেন্ট, মানে যেখানে ট্রান্সপারেন্ট হবে সেই ট্রান্সপারেন্টের শেডার। প্রথমটা হচ্ছে টেক্সচার, যেটা মেটেরিয়াল, অ্যাকচুয়াল মেটেরিয়ালটা হচ্ছে টেক্সচার, ঠিক আছে? যেটা এই যে মেটেরিয়ালটা, এটা যেখানে আছে সেটা হচ্ছে টেক্সচার শেডার আছে। আর এইটা হচ্ছে ট্রান্সপারেন্ট শেডার, মানে যেখানে হচ্ছে কি এই যে যেখানে আছে। এবার টেক্সচার শেডার ট্রান্সপারেন্ট যদি মিক্স করি, যদি তুমি দুটো ফ্যাক্টর ছাড়া মিক্স করি, তাহলে আমি কি এরকম একটা আসবে, যেখানে আমি আইদার পুরো ট্রান্সপারেন্টে চলে যেতে পারবো, বা পুরো টেক্সচারে চলে যেতে পারবো, নাহলে পুরো ট্রান্সপারেন্টে চলে যেতে পারবো।
আচ্ছা,
বুঝতে পারলো? এবার সেটা কোথায় ট্রান্সপারেন্ট হবে সেই ডেটাটার জন্য হচ্ছে ফ্যাক্টরটা দিচ্ছি, ঠিক আছে? হ্যাঁ, এবার হচ্ছে কি ট্রান্সপারেন্ট, তো শেডারের মধ্যে কিছু নেই, এটা তো জাস্ট একটা ট্রান্সপারেন্ট শেডার পাওয়া যায় আলাদা, সেটা তুমি ফোন থেকে বার করে নেবে। এবার এই ফার্স্ট হচ্ছে কি এই টেক্সচার শেডারও খুব একটা তুমি কিছু পাবে না। টেক্সচার শেডারে কি আছে? কিছুই নেই। এই তোমারে আছে এই দাঁড়া, ফার্স্টে টেক্সচার শেডারের মধ্যে এইটা আছে, ফার্স্টে এখানে ভেতরে একটা গ্রুপ আছে, ধরো বার করে দেবো। হ্যাঁ, টেক্সচার শেডারের মধ্যে কি আছে? বেসিক হচ্ছে টেক্সচারটা, যেটা হচ্ছে এইটা, ঠিক আছে? তো এবার এইটাকে করেছি কি আমি, এইটাকে আমি একটা এর মধ্যে এই মানে মিক্স নোটের মধ্যে দিয়েছি। মিক্স নোটটার মধ্যে কি আছে? এই কালার ফ্যাক্টর আছে। কালার ফ্যাক্টরটা কোথায়? এই যদি আমি এটাকে ভার্টেক্স কালারে যাই, ভার্টেক্স পেন্টে যাই, তাহলে দেখবে আমি কিছু জায়গায় কালো করেছি ম্যানুয়ালি হাতে এঁকে, আর কিছু জায়গায় সাদা, ঠিক আছে? তো এই যে ডেটাটা আছে কোথায় কালচে হবে, কোথায় গিয়ে দেখছে কালচে সাদা ব্যাপারটা, এইটা হচ্ছে কি আমার ভার্টেক্স কালারে আছে। এবার এই ভার্টেক্স কালার থেকে মালটাকে ইনভার্ট করে নিয়েছি, কারণ ওটা এর জন্য ইনভার্ট হলে মানে নাহলে উল্টো দেখাবে, যে কালোটা সাদা হবে, সাদাটা কালো ছিল, বুঝলেন তো? ওই জন্য উল্টো করে নিয়েছি, ইনভার্ট মেরে দিয়েছি। এই দুটোকে আমি মিক্স করেছি, ঠিক আছে? তো মিক্সটা কিভাবে করেছি এবার দেখো। মিক্সের একটা গল্প আছে। এই RGB টু ব্ল্যাক এন্ড হোয়াইট করেছি আমি এটা। মানে এইটা কি হচ্ছে, এবার তুমি এই জিনিসটা প্রপারলি দেখো, এই যে যেখানটা কালারটা ফেড হয়ে গেছে, তো এইটা হচ্ছে RGB টু ব্ল্যাক এন্ড হোয়াইট। আর যেখানটা কালারটা আছে সেটা হচ্ছে RGB মানে ফুল কালারটা আছে। এই দুটো মিক্স হয়েছে কি এই অ্যাট্রিবিউট, যেখানে আমি তোমার এই ভার্টেক্স পেন্টের যে ডেটাটা, সেখান থেকে এটা মিক্স হয়েছে। এই দেখো এখানটা কালো কালো হয়ে যাবে, বুঝতে পারলে? আমি যদি ধরো আমি ভার্টেক্স পেন্টে যাই, এই ধরো আমি এক কাজ করলাম, আমি এখানে কালো করে দিলাম, এখানটাও কালো করে দিলাম, আরে বুঝতে পারলে? হ্যাঁ, তো এইটা হচ্ছে ব্যাপার। এবার হচ্ছে কি, এবার এই সেম ডেটাটা, এই সেম অ্যাট্রিবিউট ডেটা, সেম ডেটা আমি করেছি কি আবার এখানে আবার চালিয়েছি, আবার রিপিট করেছি। রিপিট করে কি করেছি, এবার আমি করেছি কি শুধু ফেড হয়নি, যেখানটা নিচের এই জায়গাগুলো হচ্ছে কালচেও হয়ে গেছে, যার জন্য দেখো এই যে কালচে ব্যাপারটা, এই সেম অ্যাট্রিবিউট ডেটা যেখানে ফেড হয়েছে সেখানটা কালচেও হয়ে গেছে, বুঝতে পারলে? দিয়ে টোটাল জিনিসটা আমার টেক্সচারটা তৈরি হয়েছে। টেক্সচারটা যদি আমি এখান থেকে দেখি, তাহলে এই হচ্ছে আমার বেসিক টেক্সচারটা। এই দেখো, যেখানে কোনো রকম আলফা ম্যাম কিছু নেই, শুধু কালচে জায়গা, আর এখানটা শুধু ব্ল্যাক এন্ড হোয়াইট হয়ে গেছে, এখানটা কালার আছে, বুঝতে পারলে?
আচ্ছা, এটা হলো ফার্স্ট একটা,
এটা হচ্ছে টেক্সচারটা হলো। এবার হচ্ছে আমার হচ্ছে ফ্যাক্টর ডেটা, মানে যেখানে হচ্ছে এই ট্রান্সপারেন্ট জিনিসটা কি করে। দাঁড়াচ্ছে হ্যাঁ। তো ফ্যাক্টর ডেটার মধ্যে হচ্ছে কি আমার দুটো ফ্যাক্টর আছে। ফ্যাক্টর ডেটার মধ্যে হচ্ছে একটা হচ্ছে কি বড় ফ্যাক্টর, মানে হচ্ছে যেগুলো বড় বড় হোল, ঠিক আছে তো, যেটা হচ্ছে নয়েজ টেক্সচার। যদি আমি দিই এখানে যে নয়েজ টেক্সচার যদি আমি দেখি, তাহলে দেখবে শুধু এরকম এই যে কালচে কালচে জায়গাগুলো আছে, ঠিক আছে তো। এবার এটাকে নয়েজ টেক্সচারটাকে আমি করেছি কি একটা এর মধ্যে কালার র্যাম্পের মধ্যে দিয়েছি এই ম্যাপিং এর মাধ্যমে দিয়ে, হচ্ছে যাতে আমার এটাকে প্রমিনেন্ট করতে পারি আরো। এই যে ম্যাপিং করে জিনিসটাকে প্রমিনেন্ট করে দিয়েছি আমি, আর বুঝলে তো, কোথায় একদম কালচে কোথায় একদম সাদা। এটাকে যে কালার র্যাম্প থেকে হচ্ছে কি ইনভার্টে আসছে, এটা ইনভার্ট করে আমি জিনিসটাকে এরকম করে নিয়েছি। কালার র্যাম্পে ওটা কালোটা সাদা হয়ে সাদাটা কালো হয়ে গেছে, ঠিক আছে তো। দিয়ে সেখান থেকে হচ্ছে মিক্স নটে চলে এসছে, এইরকম একটা আসছে এই জায়গাটা, ঠিক আছে তো।
আর নিচেরটা কি আছে
দেখাচ্ছি, দাঁড়া এটাকে পরিষ্কার করে আমি। হ্যাঁ, আর এই নিচেরটা কি হচ্ছে, নিচের যে টেক নয়েজ টেক্সচার সেটা হচ্ছে এর মধ্যেও দেখো আবার কিছু জায়গায় এক্সট্রা ফেড আছে, কিছু জায়গায় ফেড নেই। এই জায়গাগুলো কিন্তু ট্রান্সপারেন্ট, সব এই জায়গাগুলো কিন্তু সব ট্রান্সপারেন্ট, ঠিক আছে তো। এবার তুমি যদি পরে এই নয়েজ টেক্সচারটা দেখো, এই নয়েজ টেক্সচারটা দেখো, এই এইটা সরি এইটা দেখো, এইটা হচ্ছে এইরকম, এই যে পুরো গ্রেনি একটা, বুঝতে পারছো। এবার এই পুরো গ্রেনিটাই কিন্তু আমি এই এটার সাথে মিক্স করছি না। তাহলে হবে কি, আমি যদি এটাকে সরিয়ে দিই, ধরো আমি শুধু এইটা করলাম, তাহলে জিনিসটা এরকম হচ্ছে, পুরো জায়গায় সাদা কালো সব জায়গায় গ্রেনি হচ্ছে, ঠিক আছে তো। আমি সেটা করছি না, আমি করছি কি এক সেকেন্ড, হ্যাঁ আমি করছি কি, আমি যেটা করছি সেটা হচ্ছে এই সাদাগুলো হবে কি, এই নয়েজ স্ট্রাকচারটা হচ্ছে কি এই জায়গাগুলো সাদা করে দিচ্ছে, আর কিছু জায়গায় এরকম কালো থাকছে। দিয়ে টোটাল যখন আর্জেন্ট হবে, টোটালটা হচ্ছে এইরকম একটা আলফা টেক্সচার আসছে, যেটা আমার হবে কি এইরকম টেক্সচারটা তৈরি হচ্ছে। এই জন্য কি পুরো একদম ফাঁকা, তারপর হচ্ছে কি একদম হালকা হালকা এরকম নয়েজ আছে, তারপরে একদম পুরো ছোট 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 গুরু গুরু নয়েজ। এই যে বিভিন্ন রকম নয়েজ পেয়েছি, এই যে বিভিন্ন রকম নয়েজকে কম্বাইন করেছি, তখন সেটা হচ্ছে মেইন জিনিসটা। একটা নয়েজ যদি শুধু দিয়েছি, এখানে ধরো এই টেক্সচারটাও করেছে, শুধু একখানা নয়েজ দিয়েছে, এটা আলো আলো টেক্সচার, প্রচুর আলো আলো, এটা জানে না নয়েজ নোট এডিট করতে জানে না। এটা আগেরটা প্রচুর এডিট করলাম, মানে প্রচুর আজে বাজে নোট দেওয়া হবে, আননেসেসারি নোট অ্যাড করা এখানে। এই যে 50 বার ডিফিউজ অ্যাড করেছে, 50 বার অ্যাড করেছে, এগুলো হচ্ছে আননেসেসারি নোট অ্যাড করেছে, বুঝলে তো। যাই হোক, তো ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে এটা হচ্ছে পাতে হচ্ছে একটা সিম্পল মানে বেসিক কনসেপ্টটা কি, যে একটা টেক্সচার তার উপর নয়েজ অ্যাড করে এরকম ট্রান্সপারেন্ট করে দিয়েছে, বুঝলে তো।
বুঝলাম।
তো এই মাল্টিপল লেয়ার অ্যাড করা নয়েজ, এইটা হচ্ছে তোমাকে এই জিনিসগুলো, এটা তুমি কি তখনই করতে পারবে যে কোথায় কোনটা, এই যে ফ্যাক্টরগুলো আমি করেছি, যে কোনটা বড় হবে
ওইটাগুলো হবে না, আর আগে যখন আমি বুঝে যাবো ব্যাপারটা তখনই হবে। এখন
তোমাকে বোঝার জন্যই বলছি যে এখন তুমি আপাতত যত তুমি মেটেরিয়াল বানাবে যা করবে, ব্লেন্ডার কিট থেকে একদম ব্লেন্ডার কিট দেখো আমি ইনস্টল করেছি ব্লেন্ডার কিট, কিন্তু আমি কিন্তু এখনো ইউজ করছি আলাদা কথা, কিন্তু আমার দরকারে আমি এই জিনিসটা করতে পারি। কিন্তু তুমি যদি শুধু ব্লেন্ডার কিট ইউজ করো, তাহলে কিন্তু দরকারের সময় এই জিনিসটা করতে পারো, তখন তোমার এইরকম কোয়ালিটি ওর মতো এই জায়গা থেকে যাবে।
না বুঝতে পারছি। আর একটা আছে কিন্তু স্কেচ ফ্যাব বলে, ওটার মেটেরিয়াল গুলো ভালো দেয়।
জানি রে বাবা, এরকম প্রচুর আছে, পলিগনও আছে বোধহয়, এরকম অনেক আছে।
না আমি ডাউনলোড করিনি, কারণ হচ্ছে আমি বেসিক্যালি বুঝতে পারলাম যদি আমি এটা ডাউনলোড করি তাহলে আমার শেখাটা হবে না।
এক্স্যাক্টলি, টেক্সচার ডাউনলোড করো, তুমি টেক্সচার ডাউনলোড করো, হ্যাঁ তুমি টেক্সচার ডাউনলোড করো, তাতে কিছু না, টেক্সচার তোমার ডাউনলোড করতেই হবে, বাট নোটটাকে ডাউনলোড করো না। এই যে নোট যেটা তুমি যখন এখান থেকে মেটেরিয়াল ডাউনলোড করছো, তোমার নোটটা ফ্রি দিচ্ছে, তুমি আর বুঝতে পারছো, তুমি ডাউনলোড করো দিয়ে নোটটাকে নিজে বানাও, তাহলে তুমি বুঝতে পারবে যে কোথায় এই যে কনসেপ্ট, এই জিনিসটা, এই মানে যতক্ষণ না তোমার ব্রেনস্টর্মিং জিনিসটা তুমি করছো ততক্ষণ তুমি বুঝতে পারবে।
এক্স্যাক্টলি। তো
এরকম লাইভে তোমার গান মেরে দিলাম, সেটা আলাদা ব্যাপার,
ঠিক আছে।
তত বাংলায় বললাম,
তিনজন এসে চলে গেল, এমনি তো আমরা সেই পাল ছিঁড়ছিলাম।
হ্যাঁ তুমি তো শিখতে পারলে না, ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে এইটা।
তো ওটা হচ্ছে কন্ট্রোল স্পেস বার, বুঝছো তো শর্টকাট কিটা।
আমার দরকার নেই কন্ট্রোল স্পেস বার মারলে আমার বাকি উইন্ডোগুলো হাইড হয়ে যাচ্ছে, যখন তুমি কাজ করবে না, আমি যখন কাজ করি
কন্ট্রোল স্পেস বার মারবে ব্যাক চলে আসবে।
আরে তো আমি এখানে যে রিয়েল টাইম এডিট করছি, আমি যখন এডিট করছি আমি রিয়েল টাইম চেঞ্জ করছি।
আমি জাস্ট দেখানোর জন্য বললাম, মানে আমাকে দেখাচ্ছিল তার জন্য বললাম যে কন্ট্রোল।
ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, না
আজকেই আমি শিখলাম ভুলবশত, আমি ভুলবশত শিখেছি।
এরকম শর্ট দেখো, ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে শর্টকাট প্রচুর আছে, ঠিক আছে তো, হাজারটা সফটওয়্যার তার হাজারটা শর্টকাট, যেগুলো শুধু কাজের জিনিস সেগুলো মনে রাখবে, বাকি শর্টকাট মানে মাথাও থাকবে না।
আমি কি করি বলতো, এগুলো আস্তে আস্তে ইউটিলাইজ করতে করতে না মাথার মধ্যে আনার চেষ্টা করি,
না এই শর্টকাটের উপর অত মাথা ব্যথা করো না, যেগুলো দরকার, ধরো তুমি বলছি যেগুলো, ধরো তোমার মডেলিং করার জন্য যে শর্টকাট গুলো তোমার দরকার, ধরো আমি বলছি এফ প্রেস করলে, জি প্রেস করলে, এই যেমন মডেলিং শর্টকাট, সেগুলো মনে রাখো, ঠিক আছে। ব্লেন্ডারে তুমি দেখো এতগুলো এই যে ব্লেন্ডারে তুমি দেখো, সরি এই যে ধরো এত জিনিস এখানে এইদিকে এত তুমি যদি এত শর্টকাট মনে রাখতে যাও তোমার পুরো খুলে হাতে চলে আসবে, ঠিক আছে? তো তো যেগুলো শুধু দরকারের জিনিস সেগুলো মনে রাখবে, যেগুলো মানে যেগুলো তোমার মডেলিং কিংবা টেক্সচার যেগুলো খুব সবসময় তোমার ইউজ করছো। যেমন আমি এখানে ইউজ করছি নোড এডিটারে, ধরো এই গ্রুপ কিং করা, গ্রুপ থেকে বেরোনো। তারপর ধরো তুমি নোড এডিটার তুমি এখানে আছো, ধরো তুমি এখান থেকে এইটা ধরো ধরো তুমি এটা থেকে এটা মার্চ করবে, এটা সিলেক্ট করলে এফ প্রেস করলে মার্চ হয়ে গেল, ঠিক আছে? তো ধরো তুমি এটা করছো, যদি এই এটা সিলেক্ট করলে এফ প্রেস করলে মার্চ হলো, যদি না হয় তখন আবার এই দুটো মার্চ হয়ে গেল, বুঝতে পারলে? তো এই ধরনের জিনিস যেগুলো কাজের জিনিস, যেগুলো কাজ তোমার ফাস্ট করবে সেগুলো ঠিক আছে। আননেসেসারি যেটা তোমার একটু এইটা বড় করলেই হয়ে যায়, সেটার জন্য তুমি এটা ধর ছোট বড় করলে যে তুমি কন্ট্রোল করতে পারো, সেটার জন্য তোমার শর্টকাট কি দরকার আছে?
না,
সেটাই এক্স্যাক্ট। অপ্রয়োজনীয় জিনিস সেগুলো করবে। হ্যাঁ অবভিয়াসলি আজকে তোমাকে দেখালাম, তুমি দেখতে পাচ্ছ না বলছো, তখন ফুল স্ক্রিন করে দেখালাম, আদারওয়াইজ এটা লাইক আননেসেসারি জিনিস এগুলো। আননেসেসারি জিনিস কারণ কি, তোমার শুধু ব্লেন্ডার তো না, তোমার আরো 3-4টা তোমার সফটওয়্যার শিখতে হবে কাজ করতে গেলে। তো সবার তুমি যদি শর্টকাট শিখতে বসো তাহলে তো মানে লাইক মানে সেটা তো মানে অত মনে রাখতেই পারবে না, মাঝখান থেকে অর্ধেক জিনিস মনে থাকবে, অর্ধেক জিনিস কাজের জিনিস ভুলে যাবে।
আমি জাস্ট মেমোরাইজ, আমার মেমোরি খুব ভালো, তো
ভালো
মেমোরাইজ করতে চাইছি।
মেমোরাইজ করে তো হবে না এই কাজগুলো, না?
কালকে কি ঘটেছিল সেগুলো আমার মনে নেই, কিন্তু আজকে যেই বালটা ছিটছে সেটা আমার মনে নেই।
কি আর বলবো, এই ধরো এই সেটিংটা ধরো করলাম, যে এই সেটিংটা ধরো টেক্সচারটা কি আছে এটা ধরো দেখছি, এই যে স্টেক মেটাল এক্সেল দেখাচ্ছি, স্টেক মেটাল, এই যে একটা সিম্পল মেটালের টেক্সচার দেখতে পাচ্ছ, এই দিকে পরিষ্কার মেটাল, সেটাকে দেখো আমি কিরকম ভাবে জিনিসটাকে চেঞ্জ করেছি। এই যে জং পড়া ব্যাপারগুলো এনেছি, এই জিনিসগুলো এগুলো কিন্তু এখানে কিন্তু অতটা নেই, এখানে কিন্তু পরিষ্কার মেটালের টেক্সচার, ঠিক আছে? তো আজকে এটাই যদি ধরো আমি একটা বলছি, আমি ধরো এটাকে ডাইরেক্টলি এই যে মেটালের কালারটা আছে, কালারটাকে ডাইরেক্টলি পুট করে দিলাম, তাহলে দাও কিরকম লাগছে?
আচ্ছা, হ্যাঁ
ঠিক আছে। তো কিন্তু এই যে ছোট্ট এখন একটা ছোট্ট কারুকার্য করেছে একটা, এটার জন্য হচ্ছে কি পুরো জিনিসটা কিন্তু চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেছে।
ওই নিচেরটা কি ভেরোনয়েজ না? ভেরোনয়েড
কোনটা নিচেরটা?
নিচেরটা ভেরোনয়েড টেক্সট, এটা
না অ্যাট্রিবিউট কালার অ্যাট্রিবিউট ভার্টেক্স পেন এইটাকেও ভার্টেক্স পেন করা আছে। এই দেখো এই জায়গাগুলো কালো হবে, এই জায়গাগুলো কালচে দেখাচ্ছে, আর কিছু জায়গায় সাদা। আর এটা কি করা আছে? ব্রাইট কন্ট্রাস্ট সাথে কি করা, এই জং পড়ার ব্যাপারটা কমিয়ে দিয়েছি। এই জং পড়ার ব্যাপারটা এনেছি, এই জং পড়ে গেছে না দেখছো, এটা এই জিনিসটাকে আনা, এটা কিছুই না দিয়ে ওভারলেতে মেরেছি, জং পড়াটাকে কালার ওয়ানে ঢুকেছি, এটাকে অ্যাট্রিবিউটটা কেটে দিয়েছি, ওভারলেতে দিয়ে দিয়েছি। এই কালার, এই যে ভার্টেক্স অ্যাট্রিবিউটটা কালার পেন্টেড, এই জায়গাটা সাদা, ওটা এই কর্নার গুলো কালো, বুঝতে পারছো?
নিচেরটা দিয়ে ওই জং পড়াগুলো,
নিচেরটা না উপরটা দিয়ে জং পড়া, আর নিচেরটা দিয়ে আরে সিম্পল ভাবো না, এইটাকে আমি যখন এই কালারটাকে যখন এই জিনিসটা আছে, একটা সাদা জিনিস আছে একটা, যেখানে কিছু জায়গা হচ্ছে কি এরকম একটা মেটালের ব্যাপারটা আছে, এবার এটাকে যদি আমি ব্রাইট কন্ট্রাস্ট করে দিই জিনিসটাকে, ইমেজটাকে, তাহলে কি এই জিনিসগুলো লাল লাল হয়ে যাবে, মাঝখান থেকে সাদা থাকবে। হ্যাঁ, তো সেটাই ব্রাইট কন্ট্রাস্টে করেছি আমি, এখানে লাল লাল হয়ে গেছে সাদা। আর এই অ্যাট্রিবিউটে কি হচ্ছে, এখানে যে কালার ভার্টেক্স কালার সেটা আমি কি করে করেছি, ভার্টেক্স কালার এখানে রং করে দিয়েছি পেন দিয়ে, সেই জায়গায় তো মিক্স করছো, ওভারলেতে যখন করছো তখন হচ্ছে জং পড়ার ওপর একটা কালচে একটা কালার চলে এসেছে, যেটা ওভারলেতে আসছে। সিম্পল ব্যাপার, বুঝতে পারলে?
একটু সময় লাগবে আবার,
মুখস্থ করে কিন্তু হবে না।
না মুখস্থ করে হবে না, ওই তোমার ওইটাই খালি কোনো রকমের মুখস্থ হয়েছে, ওটা আমি এখনো বিশেষত্ব আমি খুঁজে পাইনি, ওটা নিয়ে আমার পরে বুঝতে হবে।
তোমাকে এই জিনিসগুলো, এই যে মেইন ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে এই জিনিসগুলো বুঝতে হবে, ওভারলেটা কি কাজ করে। এখানে দেখো অনেকগুলো আছে, কালার বার্ন, ওভারলে। কালার বার্ন যদি করি জিনিসটা এরকম, আমি যদি সফট লাইট করি তখন জিনিসটা এরকম কিছুটা ওভারলের মতোই থাকছে, যদি আমি স্যাচুরেশন করি তখন এরকম হয়ে গেল। তোমাকে প্রত্যেকটা জিনিস বুঝতে হবে, ভ্যালুজ করি তখন এরকম হয়ে গেল, ঠিক আছে? আমি ওভারলেই কেন করছি, ওভারলে করে এই জিনিসটা আসবে, তার কারণ এই জিনিসগুলো বুঝতে হবে। ব্রাইট কন্ট্রাস্টটা কি কাজ করে, অ্যাট্রিবিউটস আমি কালার থেকে কেন কালারে দিলাম, ভেক্টর থেকে দিলাম না কেন, ফ্যাক্টর থেকে দিলাম না কেন, আলফা থেকে দিলাম না কেন, এইগুলো কারণ আছে সব, বুঝতে পারলে? বাকিগুলো তো কিছু না, বাকিগুলো ম্যাপ থেকে ডাইরেক্ট জাস্ট মেটাল রেট অ্যাড করেছি। মেন হচ্ছে এইখানে যত এগুলো বুঝবে। ঠিক আছে, না তোমার তো বুঝতে হলো, আমি মেরে দিলাম অনেকটা সুন্দর করে গুছিয়ে। আমি আর মারতে চাইছি না। বললো
ভালো জিনিস শিক্ষা দিতে।
তারপর বললো ব্যথা করছে, আমি বলবো তারপর আমার খারাপ লাগবে।
ভালো জিনিস শিক্ষা।
কি বালে একটা শেডিং বানিয়েছে, মালটা টেক্সচার একদমই যায় না, যা পেরেছে অ্যাড করে গেছে। এবার হচ্ছে আরেক পাগলা চলে, যা পেরেছে অ্যাড করে 50 বার ডিফিউজ অ্যাড করে, মানে যা পেরেছে পরপর পরপর অ্যাড করে গেছে, ভাবছে কিছু একটা ততক্ষণ নাচ পড়ে গেছে। এই জিনিসটা এনেছে, এটার জন্য কিন্তু এতগুলো সেটা লাগেই না। এটার জন্য তোমার দেখাবো, দেখো এগুলো সব তুমি ডিলিটও মেরে দাও না, সব ডিলিট মেরে দাও, কালার টু কালার করো, দাঁড়াও দেখাচ্ছে এইভাবে, এই দেখো কি হলো, ট্রান্সমিশন করা নাকি মিশন স্ট্রেন্থ, এই যে আরে ধ্যাত তারিকা
তো ভেবেছে তো ছোট একটা ভিডিও হবে, তার জন্য অতটা ডিটেলে যায় না।
না 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 না, ওটার জন্য বলছি না, ওটার জন্য বলছি না, ওর ডিটেলের জন্য নয়। ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে এইটাকে আবার কিছুটা চোট নাও মেরেছে, দাঁড়াও শিফট এতে গিয়ে এই দেখো, হ্যাঁ ধরো এই একটা সিম্পল কালার, ও কি করেছে নয়েজ অ্যাড করে, তাই তো? এবার তার জন্য দেখবে তো কত কিছু করেছে, কারণ ও জিনিসটা প্রপারলি বোঝেনি। এবার তুমি দেখো, আমি যদি সিম্পল একটা নয়েজ টেক্সচার অ্যাড করি, নয়েজ টেক্সচার, এটাকে করবো কি, আমি সিম্পল যে ফ্যাক্টরটা আছে এটাকে আমি আলফারেতে, এই সরি দাঁড়াও প্রিন্সিপাল, এটাকে উড়িয়ে দাও, দিয়ে এটাকে ট্রান্সমিশন টিআরএ ট্রান্সপারেন্ট, সরি ট্রান্সপারেন্ট বিএসডিএফ এ, এটাকে আমি একটু বড় করে দেবো। হ্যাঁ, ট্রান্সপারেন্টে কি হবে, ট্রান্সপারেন্টে কি মানে আমাকে বোঝাতে হবে নিশ্চয়ই। আর এটা হচ্ছে মিক্স শেডার, যেটা হবে কি এই দুটো শেডারকে মিক্স করবে, এই যে ট্রান্সপারেন্ট আর মিক্স শেডার আমি অ্যাড করলাম। তাহলে হলো কি আমার, যদি আমি ট্রান্সপারেন্ট যদি পুরো ট্রান্সপারেন্ট হয়ে গেল, ফ্যাক্টর ওয়ানে চলে পুরোই চলে গেল, ঠিক আছে তো? আমি এই যে ফ্যাক্টরটা আছে এটাকে আমি নয়েজ টেক্সচার দিয়ে দেবো, ফ্যাক্টরটাকে নয়েজ টেক্সচার দিয়ে দেবো আমি, নয়েজ থেকে কালারে গেল ফ্যাক্টর। এবার দেখো নয়েজ টেক্সচারটাকে আমি পুরো আমাকে এডিট করতে হবে, নয়েজ টেক্সচারটাকে এডিট করতে হলে করতে হবে আমাকে আচ্ছা স্কেলটা ধরো একটু বাড়ালাম, কারণ আমাকে কালচার সাদাটা আমাকে প্রমাইন্ট করতে হবে, আর ডিটেলিংটা ধরো একটু বাড়িয়ে দিলাম, আর রাফনেস ধরো এরকম একটা মাঝামাঝি কিছু একটা রাখলাম, স্কেলটাকে একটু বাড়লাম মেবি। ঠিক আছে, এবার দেখো, এবার হচ্ছে কালার র্যাম্প আমি নিচ্ছি, সিও হ্যালো কালার র্যাম্প, ঠিক আছে তো? কালার র্যাম্প থেকে এটাকে ভিউ করে দাও, কালার র্যাম্প হচ্ছে কি যখন কালোটাকে এ করছি, এই যে আমার একটা কালচারটা চলে এলো, কালো আর সাদা হয়ে গেল ইমেজটা আমার। এবার হলো কি, আমি যেই এটাকে
এটা কি কন্ট্রোল শিফট দিয়ে, না না শিফট স্পেস বার তারপর রাইট ক্লিক মারছো নাকি?
হ্যাঁ না, শিফট শিফট সিলেক্ট, এই যে কন্ট্রোল শিফট সিলেক্ট,
শিফট সিলেক্ট,
সরি এই দেখো আমার পরিষ্কার ও যেটা হয়েছিল সেই ধরনের চলে, আমি এটা ধরো স্কেলটা ডিফাইন করলাম কি আলাদা করলাম সেটা আলাদা ব্যাপার, তো ও জিনিসটা এটা করছিল, সে আলাদা জিনিসটা আমার হয়ে গেল, বুঝতে পারলে? এটা হচ্ছে ব্যাপার। এবার এটাকে আমি যদি সেম এই যে আগেরটা করেছি, এই যে আমি যদি নোটটাকে নিয়ে যদি কপি করে দিই মালটাকে, এই মালটা নিলাম, কন্ট্রোল সি করলাম, দিয়ে এখানে কন্ট্রোল ভি করে দিলাম, ঠিক আছে তো? এবার আমি করবো পুরোটা আমি ডিলিট মেরে দেবো, কিচ্ছু লাগবে না। এটা আছে আমার, এটা থেকে আমি ফার্স্টে এইটাকে সিলেক্ট করবো, তাহলে দেখো এই যে আমার অলরেডি চলে এলো। এবার আমি এটাকে নেবো, এটাকে দিয়ে কন্ট্রোল সি করবো, দিয়ে আমার এই যে টেক্সচার আছে, টেক্সচার প্যানেলে গিয়ে এই যে মালটা আছে এটাকে আমি ডিলিট মেরে দেবো, দিয়ে এখানে কন্ট্রোল ভি করবো, তাহলে আমার এই যে ওর টেক্সচারটা সেটা পেয়ে গেলাম যেটা আমার এখানে। এটাকে কালার বানিয়ে দেবো, এটাকে কালার টুতে দেবো, দিয়ে আমার সব এই যে সারফেস আছে, তারপর ভার্টেক্স কালারটা সারফেস দেওয়া আছে, আমি এক কাজ করি, ভার্টেক্স কালারটা সারফেস এখানে কালার একটা সারফেস বলে একটা কালার আছে।
একটু দাঁড়া তো, কিছু একটা ফুটছে। পেলাম না কিছু, কিন্তু একটা বাজে গন্ধ আছে। বাথরুমও করে আসলাম সাথে। হ্যালো,
হ্যাঁ কি বলবো বলো, বালবুকলে কি বলবো, শুনতে হচ্ছে বসে বসে। আচ্ছা
বাথরুম করা বালবো কা?
না না, পুণ্যের কাজ না, কালারটা নিচ্ছে না কেন ওরা? আচ্ছা এই যে, ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, Subdivide.
And let's check by fact. Name this one. Back to smooth it one. আচ্ছা তোমার ওটা
হয়তো শেষ হয়ে গেল, বন্ধ করে দিলাম।
ঠিক আছে, আমি তাহলে করি।
হ্যাঁ তুমি করো।
তুমি করবে?
না
মন নেই নাকি, না মুড নেই?
তুমি এটা ভালো বোকাচোদা কি করবো বলো।
আচ্ছা
তো ফাঁকে কানেক্টেড কেন?
তো বেসিক্যালি আমি একটা অ্যাট্রিবিউট ক্রিয়েট করছি, তুমি আমায় একটু হেল্প করবে দেখে?
দাঁড়াও একটু, আমি একটা জিনিস আটকাইছি, দাঁড়াও কি করছো একটু বলো আমাকে।
সেরকম একটা বেসিক কিছু করছি না, ঠিক আছে তুমি করো।
ও আচ্ছা 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 আচ্ছা।
Pin. That's this one. My pen right.
যাচ্ছে একটু দাঁড়াও।
So basically, then there'll be middle of something. Doesn't have to push hard.
আমি একটু পরে আসছি, হ্যাঁ।
Okay. Texture. Structure. We are going to make new texture. Texture name will be like here it is black because it doesn't know how to do that. Mask and texture still have black. Mapping, update, new. Okay, generate. This is geometry. Image sequence. Single image. I don't know how to do that, but we will do that later. Let's get back to the setting. Now we go back to the.
You are then previewing just that node. So just seeing the raw output of that and bypassing all this other stuff. I could also control shift on the color ramp, and I can see just that. And then if I want to see everything, I just control shift click on the final shader. The node wrangler is like the one add-on that all Blender users use all the time because it's so handy. You can do a bunch of stuff with it, but yeah, this is one really convenient feature. Anyways, what I wanted to show you with this noise texture here is that it's actually, there's a bit of noise, sorry, there's a bit of stretching. The size of these splotches here are different to how they look on the top. On the top they look fine, but on the sides here they look stretched. And that is a little bit technical, but the way that any texturing works in 3D software is it has to take a 2D texture, think like a Photoshop file, so it's an image, and then it has to somehow map that onto a 3D.
There are really smooth noise texture. It is not a balance there. Noise texture. Color to fact, fact to fact. There you go. And probably I'm watching this side. This is the side we need to watch. This. Oh, yeah.
In fact, this is actually very obvious when you add an image texture. So if I just add an image texture, just to demonstrate this, yeah, let's use the thumbnail from the previous parts of this tutorial series. If I just paste this on here, bam, nightmare fuel. Let's turn off you can see that it's stretched around the donut. It's tried to add it. Yeah, it's mapped parts of that 2D texture onto this 3D model. It has to do it somehow. And it just so happens that the one that it does for procedural textures, which is what this is, this noise texture, it's just wrong. I think it uses UV or generated or something. Instead, we want to change it to something else. So we can do that by adding another node over here to the left. So Shift A, and then the one that you are looking for is input texture coordinate. So the default one is generated. So if you don't have anything connected into your vector input, which is, by the way, the vector input, vectors, how do you explain vectors? You don't. You just don't. In the beginning tutorial series, you don't need to know it. But really, the colors of these inputs, yellow goes to yellow, green goes to green, gray goes to gray. I mean, actually, gray and yellow can be interchangeable. It doesn't really matter if gray goes into yellow. But generally, you want to use the same color going into the same color. So this blue one, you must make sure that at least you've always got a blue input going into it. But should be a texture coordinate is the one you're looking for. So generated is the one that we'll use by default if nothing is added into it. What we want to change it to is object. When you do that, you might think like, oh, it's broken, nothing's happened. It is there, it's just that the scale of this has changed. So I need to increase this to be much higher before I can see that back. And now you can see I don't have that stretching occurring across the donut. Basically, object, it will basically treat the 3D view rather, instead of like wrapping it around, it'll sort of like try to understand it like in a 3D depth, the depth of it, and like if this part of the mesh is like hitting this part of the cloud, it'll map it to there. Anyway, that's sort of the way I imagine it. It's just, it does the correct mapping, essentially, for our donut. So, we'll change the scale of this. Okay, this is the joy of procedural workflows like this. You can change the size and shape and things of anything you want. You can also change the detail. Which you can't really see much going on here, but if you go like detail 0, it's just like soft big shapes, but then you can increase it. It's kind of like it's adding more and more smaller shape splotches in between there almost. But default is 2, let's just leave it at that. All right. The other thing I want to do in this case is I want to create, and this is the joy of nodes, is that you can take the output of this and not just use it for the color input, which we've got here, but actually make it drive another part of the shader. And one part of the shader we want to make it drive is the bump map, okay? Because looking at our reference here, you can see it especially on the silhouette, but you can see it here, like the surface, if you were to run your fingernail across that donut, you would see it like it would raise. There's little bumps and micro grooves and everything happening across there. So we want to make that this splotchy effect not just affect the color, but also affect the bump. And we can do that by adding another node. Because what we need to do is make it drive this normal input. And there is no way you could ever guess that normal is what would drive the bump information of the shader. And while it would be great to make it like user-friendly and say just call this bump, it's not just used for bump. It's used for a whole bunch of things. It's basically normal is the directions of the face on the model, essentially. So if you're doing something to the normals of a shader, you are changing the appearance of the way those faces look. It's all very technical. It's kind of mathematical. You don't really need to know it. Other than to say that this is a blue input, input. So you couldn't take, and you could try, if you put the factor output of that noise texture into there, that would be wrong. Okay? It doesn't know what to do. It's now like it's converted our faces from smooth to just hard. It's completely wrecked it. I would actually love it if it just came up in red. Like, don't do that. This thing should just be red. We need to convert this first into information that the normal thing can read. So to do that, we want to hit Shift A, and then go vector, and the node I'm looking for is bump. Okay, if I drop this in here, if I drop it over a highlighted connector, it will now automatically drop it in there in the middle and connect it. It's not terribly though. It's trying to guess, but it's not a bad job. I don't want to drive the normal input. I want to put it into the height input. Height. Okay, now it is appearing the way it should. It's just way too strong. Now you might think that what you need to change is this strength. That's actually not correct. The strength should always be 1. It's kind of like on or off, like bump. The one you're looking for is distance, which is how, in the 3D space, like how big do you want these bumps to appear. So it doesn't have a nice slider or anything, but it's the one you need. And I believe, I could be totally wrong on this, but I have heard, I'm pretty sure it's correct, but this distance value is in blended units, which is by default metric. So this is treating this bump as if it is 1 meter. Like, you want bumps to be 1 meter, which is ridiculous. So it's about 100 times what it should be. So I'm going to change this to 0.002. 0.002. And now, that is much better. And you can't really see, can you see it? You can see it okay. You would see it a lot better actually if you turned up the detail. Now this is the joy of mapping, of normal mapping really, that's what this is. This is fakery. All this detail here is detail that you get for free. You can see it's not changing the silhouette of our donut, okay, which is important. This is just, it's a fakery illusion to pretend as if this detail exists when it doesn't. So it's only appearing on the shader, so on the faces of the light and everything like that. It's not actually displacing. If you wanted to do that, you would have to pay for it with so much higher like mesh density and everything. We did it actually for the previous tutorial. We're not using this. This was overkill. I went way too far on that. We're just going to keep it simple and make it look nicer as well. So I often joke like the person who discovered normal mapping, this technique for bump mapping, must have fallen out of their chair. Like in 1990s or 80s or whatever. They must have been like, this is the key that will finally enable us to create the detail needed in film and everything without having to pay for it on our, ridiculously slow computers. Because it's really insane what it's doing for free. All video games use normal maps because it's fake detail. You don't have to pay for it with render times. So it is phenomenal. Anyways, so I don't want to use a detail of 3 because look, this is where it comes into like how detailed, how realistic you want your donut to look. Because if you go really detailed, you kind of have to do it for everything, or else this one part will look odd. I see a lot because I got 2 kids now, 1, 2, 1, 4. One that is 2 years old, one that is 4. That was a weird sentence. And they just watch terrible kids shows because there's just so much terrible kids content out there. It's just like all kids shows, they just don't care about like detail consistency. They'll have like a high-res grass model and then just like this simplified house. And it's like, why? Just like, can you not tell that like super detailed Megascans grass model doesn't go with that like Duplo house? I don't know. It's just one of my pet peeves. But what I'm saying is like if you go really detailed on this, you will have to do it for your icing, your everything. So we actually want to go simplified. Keep it sort of a stylized sort of look. I reckon like something around about 3. That might look good. And then, change the size of your scale or whatnot if you want to change that. But something like that. Like it's still clearly like not very, like the color hasn't changed much. And we're going to, in the next part, actually do some texture painting. But you can see that it's got more visual interest there than was before. I might actually turn that down, like an even subtler amount, maybe somewhere in the middle. You can change it at any point in the process. That is the joy of 3D rendering. Okay, cool. So in the next part, we are going to be doing the painting aspect, where we're going to create that white part that goes around the middle there, and then we're going to be combining it with the rest of our shade here, and learning some more good stuff. So click here to join me in the next part. See you there. So our existing nodes.
Nice texture coordinate. No. Let's scale this up. This will be useful. Damn. Five. What is? This is how. Make it 8. And this will be black. 1.7. And this one is very nice. Structure. I love this more structure. I don't know who made this and how we do this. Okay, there you go. How it is look like. Okay, that's
Setup
all.
is a purely procedural workflow. This is all using computer mathematics and everything to create the result, which is all great and enables us to adjust things later on. It's great. But for the next thing that we want to add is this white bit around our donut, where it's been sitting in fat, but it's like getting less hot fat on the surface maybe, so it's cooking it less. So it's a white part of it. And there's a number of ways, there's always 100 ways to skin a cat in Blender. You can do it many different ways. You make a gradient thing, do it all procedurally as well. But I find the fastest way, and actually probably the most, for something like this, like it's kind of like creative, and you want to add some variation thing in there, you want to use texture painting. So Blender has that feature, texture paint, a little workspace at the top there, like that, and this will take you to the texture paint window. Now, if you were to switch here, you can see that our donuts become purple, and that's because it needs an image texture to paint into, and one does not exist yet. You could create one over here, but really what you need to do first, and because we've already got a node set up already created over here, the best way to do it to make sure you do it correctly and you haven't lost something, is to add an image texture and then paint into that. Like basically add an image texture first and then switch to texture paint. So right up here, I'm going to hit Shift A, then go Input. Is it input? Sorry, texture, image texture. I know what I'm doing, don't worry. Image texture is the one you're looking for, and I'm going to take that and I'm going to plug that into the base color. So I'm going to override this. In fact, I don't need the color ramp anymore. I'm just going to keep the noise texture that's going into the bottom mode. So now that I've got this image texture, there's no image texture added, and I'm actually surprised it's black now. It used to be purple. Anytime one can't find an image texture, it would come up as purple. But evidently it says black for some reason. Anyways, you could, if you were to hit these two buttons here, open will open a texture from your hard drive, as we demonstrated in the last part. You could do that. But if you want to paint into something, or paint something from scratch, you want to hit new. And by the way, this one on the left-hand side here, this will show you any textures that's currently loaded into Blender. I can bring that up as well. So this is the previous reference photo that I loaded into Blender. So it's like temporarily storing it in the background so that I can recall it later on if I wanted. What I want to click on is new, because I want to create a new image texture. So I'm going to hit new, and then when you hit new, you get this like temporary little window pop-up thing. This is where we can change some values of things. The most important thing is the height and width. So this is the resolution of the image texture we're going to paint into. So obviously the higher res you go, then the more detail you can paint in, right? So this is, I mean, you really shouldn't care about this as you're a beginner, because you won't know, like, depending on what model you're making, like how high res you need to go. But generally, like, you need to think, like, how close is the camera going to be to my object, and how, like, am I rendering in 4K? Is the camera going really close? Yes, you're going to need to maybe render in like 2 or 4K or something as a texture to paint into, right? But if it's something like this, like honestly, you don't even need this big of an image. And the reason you don't want to go too big of an image is that the higher you go, the longer your render is going to take, because Blender will have to load that texture into the like the memory basically to render with it. It's also going to be slower to work with whilst you're creating shaders and everything else. So you want to try to keep things light. And for something like this, we really don't need much at all. We don't even need the default, which is usually pretty low. I'm going to halve this. So, which by the way, I'm just clicking and dragging down so that I can change both of the values at the same time. I'm going to halve it, and the way easiest way to halve it is to do the math in the field, which is a cool thing that Blender lets you do. So if I add in / that's divide by, and then number 2, and then I hit enter, it's now halved it basically. So it's now 512. And by the way, why don't you just like type in like 500, like why 512? 512 seems like a good number. It's one of those like, you know, computer technical things. It's like keeping it to the power of 2, I believe. It just makes it easier for it to process and store the information or like render it in the correct space. I don't know. Honestly, I haven't looked into it. I've been using Blender for 15 years, but it's best to try to keep it with, you know, it's like the memory of the computer. It's like 128, 256, 512, 124, etc. You kind of go in that. I don't know. Maybe the nerds just insult you. The mathematical or the computer people, maybe you can reply in the comments what it actually is for. But anyways, just divide by 2. I'm going to go 512. Now the base color, you can change it later on when we actually start painting, but just to make it easier, I'll just do it now. I'll set a sort of a base color of the donut. So something around about a value of a 0.8, saturation of around about a 0.6, something like that. I'll go with that. And then the name, which I can also change later on. Name now. Donut base. I don't need alpha, and then I'm going to hit OK. So, if this is, that color is the same as this color, then it would just be doing, like, nothing would change right now. This is a solid image texture, which we can't see, right? But which we can't, like, I can't show you the image, like, on this view. But if we click on texture paint mode, you should see that it's shown up right here. When you click to texture paint mode, it should show you by default, this is the properties here. But if you click on active tool there, active tool, which is, it's always visible, I believe, and it's always the active tool. And because we are in texture paint mode on our object, it's now showing us the texture paint. So it's saying where are you painting into, and it's painting into our donut based texture. And over here on the left-hand side, you should see the solid color, which is the new image which we created. If you can't see it, just select it over here and it should show up. Okay, now if I were to change this color to be something, and just paint, you can see I'm painting onto my model. And you should also see it showing up on your image texture over there. Okay, now, where is it, like, because the other thing you can do is you can change, I mean, it's normally automatically set to this, but in my case it's not. I want to change to paint mode, and then I can actually paint directly over here as well. So, this is, again, sort of talking about the image coordinates. So take a texture, a 2D flat texture, and map it onto a 3D model. It has to wrap it in some way according to texture coordinates. So this coordinates that we use right now is the UV map. So if I was to actually go into edit mode, let's go to edit mode right here. See, these are my image, my mesh, right? And it's created this grid here. So each of these single grids, in fact, if I was to switch, don't do this, I'm just doing it so I can show you, and then go to sync mode, right? If I was to select different parts of this mesh, you can see which parts it actually correlates with on the image texture. There's actually a great image on Twitter. I'll paste it up here so you can see it. But it's it was like the best way to explain UV coordinates to like a toddler even is like a Christmas ornament, like a chocolate of a Christmas like little Santa thing. It's the exact same thing. It's taking a 2D thing and then it's wrapping it around the model. So that is what it's doing. So we're painting onto a 2D texture, which is then being mapped onto it. So you could paint over here or you could paint onto your model. It's generally much easier to paint onto the model, and that's what we're going to do. So I will what view am I in? Yeah, let's go image editor, paint mode, and then texture paint mode. Okay, and then this is turned on again. I can turn that off. Okay, display. I don't want the image texture. Okay, all right, and then I want to change to fill. The fill thing for some reason it sets it as white. I don't know. And I'll just click single click, and now I've got my donut base there. Solid color basically. All right. Now, if I was to set this to a white color, let's go, 0.8, will be fine. And then I'll set to kind of like a low strength. And I've got a Cintiq sitting right next to me, but I will not use it. Because instead, I'm going to click like this, just like you guys are with your little mouse. But obviously, if you've got a stylus, then it's much better. Because you've got pen pressure. You don't have to do as many clicks. Click. But yeah, I'm painting around the middle part, and you can see that it's reflected over there. I can also paint across here. Set my brush strength. And the brush strength, same hotkey as we did with sculpting, is F to change your size, not strength. Size is F, and then strength is Shift F, which is the exact same hotkeys as sculpting. Which is nice. It's a nice thing that Blender does. It tries to use the, whoa. You see that little thing that just popped up there? That was like one of my scripts, my add-ons that I got enabled just to have fit right then. For some reason, I don't know why. But that's third-party add-ons. You know, you get what you get. Sometimes they just have an easy fit. But anyways, yeah, one of the good things about Blender is like the hotkeys are generally consistent. Like G for grab and S and scale and rotate. You can do that. You can do that everywhere. Like for nodes, like yeah, I didn't even show you, but like yeah, you could like take these and like scale them with S and rotate them. It's like why would you need to rotate? But like you can. Like all of the hotkeys are the same everywhere in Blender. It's really nice. Actually, they've done that. Unlike Adobe, look at you. Try and go from like Adobe to Illustrator, and it's like what? Like pen tools are different. Like everything's got a different. It just drove me crazy. Anyways, by the way, if you hit X, that is a hotkey from Photoshop. I know it's bad mouth Adobe, but there's a hotkey from of Photoshop. It's the same here. We'll just swap between two like a foreground and background color. So I want to keep white, but then I want to make this one my donut color. So I'm going to click this, click the eyedropper, click that, and now I can like quickly swap. Like this part looks too white to me. I can do some brownish painting, and if this part I want to make it white, I can just hit X and do that. So the reason I'm doing this like sort of staggered thing is this is kind of how it looks. I mean, that looks like solid white. I think that was like a homemade recipe. But this one, I just looked in other photos, and it seems to be not a constant color that goes all around it. It's sort of like splotchy. There'll be part that'll have more, and parts that'll have less. I'm not sure if you can hear, but yeah, there's a crow that's just going ape outside. I like rented my office, my little studio here, and it's just a residential block, and I'm like, I have to make sure there's no like barking dog next door because I was like ruin tutorials, and I'm like, all right, dogs are cool, all right, everybody seems cool, okay, I'm gonna do it, and then I like move in. Didn't realize that like at odd times throughout the day, there's just the trees around here, you just have birds fighting constantly, just barking at each other. So I just have to deal with it. Or more like you have to deal with it. But I don't know if you can hear it. It's hard to understand what the microphone will pick up. All right, so that's pretty good. All right, not bad. Go. We got a thing. All right. Now, one thing to note is when you do texture painting on a text that you have created in Blender, or you've altered or modified in Blender, you can see that on this image thing up here, you've got a little star, and that star means that this image is not actually saved yet. It's actually it's only visible in your current blend session, right, temporarily. If you were to actually quit right now, which I'll just do something dangerous and say quit, it'll say, do you want to save your changes first of all for your blend file, but also do you want to save your modified images? That's a new feature of Blender, by the way. Never used to have that. So it used to be all the time people would paint something in Blender, and then they would go, wow, that's loud. They would say, what happened to my texture? Like, why is it not in the thing? It's like, yeah, you didn't save it. So you want to save your texture. You want to go save or save as, and it'll then say where do you actually want to, where do you want to save it? Okay, so let's save it right here. I'll call this, yeah, donut base. Let's do that. And now that little star there has gone. So that means now if I was to exit, it doesn't matter because this thing is if I was to do another little paint session here, the star has appeared again because it hasn't saved it. So the hotkey to save just the image texture is Alt-S. Do that, and it's now saved over the image. All right, so back at my shader over here. I like the way this looks, but I want to also use parts of my noise text, which is what I had before, because I want to have that, this look, right? Where I've got that kind of browny, white, yellowy parts where it's all kind of like splotchy across it, like it's been sitting in a fryer, kind of uneven. I feel like the more like commercial, see, look, there's so many donut references. The more commercial the donut operation, the more uniform and plain your donuts will appear. But if you like doing homemade donuts or like artisanal donuts, I'm sure that's a thing now, you'll get like more interesting shapes and things. So anyways, take that as you will. All right, so what I want to do is I want to take the output of my noise texture and somehow infuse it with my base colors here. And the way that you do that is, in this case, because it is not if you combine two shaders, which is a whole, shaders, whatever, you would do it with a mix shader, and you would get two inputs, which is a green. So you take the green into the green, blah, blah, blah. What we want to do is combine two yellow, like the color of this tells you what sort of information it's being transported across. I want to take this grayscale, and this yellow, which is basically just color information, and I want to combine them. So what I need is another node called add color mix RGB. So if I take this mix RGB, drop this in right here, and then take the output of my factor input and drop this into the bottom input right here. What this will do now is if I set this factor amount here is showing which one do you want to show. If it's all the way to the left, it's showing just the top input. If it's all the way to the right, it's showing just the bottom input. Okay, and it's a simple like opacity slider. It's like if it's in Photoshop and there's a layer above it and you're changing the opacity. That's all it is doing. This mix box type, whatever, that is just like Photoshop. It is a blend type, the blending mode, which is in invert order for some reason. There we go. Now it's the correct order. And that will take, basically, it'll do the exact same thing that we do in Photoshop. So this is an overlay. If I want to take just the dark parts of my bottom input, then multiplies the one that I want. So that way it'll ignore all of the white areas, shader compilation, the downfall of EV. It'll ignore all the white areas and just use the dark values. So now that this bottom input just becomes the dark thing. The one that I actually want though is overlay. Overlay, similar to multiply, but it will also, as well as darkening areas, it will also add it. So if you look at just the add one, then it will do the opposite of multiply. It will not darken, but it'll ignore the dark areas and only use the white areas. So overlay does both, kind of. It'll brighten it if it is brighter than the texture underneath it, and it will darken it if it is darker than the texture underneath it. So the factor input there is like the strength of it, really. The strength of how much of this bottom input do you want to add as an overlay thing on top, basically. So all the way one is way too high. I don't want to go that far, but I want to add some input to it. In fact, I might change my scale of this to be a little bigger. That looks pretty nice, actually. And my recording just crashed because I ran out of space. I should have listened to that notification that popped up. But anyways, it's a matter of just tinkering until you're happy with the result. It's the joy of 3D. You can just pull up your reference and, side by side and go, do I want something like that? Or do I want something like this? And what can I do to try to improve it? But this is a, pretty basic setup, but you can sort of, feel now for how nodes work, right? We've got an image texture that's being added with a procedural one, combined into a base color, and then that same procedural one is also driving bump, and reading left to right. We can see how our shader is made up of. All these values that don't have anything plugged into them are obviously just values. If I wanted to, I could also make like this roughness. I could take the output of my noise texture and make it apply to my roughness as well. So I would have what looks like, well, we'll see once the shaders compilation finishes. Not much actually, but there should be some parts that look kind of like smudges. That's kind of a way to make a smudge map, basically. You'll have parts that will look more diffuse, like more matte, and then other parts that will look glossy, and you could like exaggerate it with a color ramp. I'm sort of getting ahead of myself here and just mucking around, but you can see how valuable nodes are and why before nodes, it was tough times back in my day of Blender. There you go. You got what looks like puddles all over your donut now, just by making this noise texture go into the roughness thing. You can do a lot with it. But that's it. That'll do it for this part. So go ahead, click on the screen here to join me in the next part of our donut series, and I won't announce it just in case it changes again. I'll see you there. So we want to add some sprinkles to our donut, and obviously
this is the part, it's like a beginning. I'm gonna add a new thing. So this is how image texture work. New color.
So our existing node setup is a all these values that don't have anything plugged into them are obviously just values. If I wanted to, I could also make like this roughness. I could take the output of my noise texture and make it apply to my roughness as well. So I would have what looks like, well, we'll see once the shaders completion finishes. Not much actually, but there should be some parts that look kind of like smudges. That's kind of the way to make a smudge map, basically. You'll have how valuable nodes are and why.
Okay, I'm feeling hungry. I don't know what should I do. Now we get back to the texture paint and select this one, get in texture paint. I'm gonna make the strength a little low and use the brush called minus. is done. Now I'm going to change the color. And the color is a little orange. That's the color we are using. This is how we learn in the texture painting. It's easy. Create. This is all done. Let's look like painting. Scroll it down. There you go. Basically, we are in movie editor and we just draw the paint. Oh, nice. And shading tab, we have done enough. This is better color. Normal. Let's invert. So look like this color is coming out from other side. This is look like original, so and that's all done. Now see.
Before nodes, oh, it was tough times. Back in my day of Blender. There you go. You got what looks like puddles all over your me. So we want to add some sprinkles to our donut, and obviously manually placing them by hand would be absolutely mad. And the previous method, which would be to use particles, which is what I taught from my old donut tutorial series, that's glitchy, it's outdated, and thank goodness we don't have to touch it, because there's a new and better, amazing geometry nodes, which in the name kind of tells you a little bit about what it does. Similar to what we just covered, nodes, similar to material nodes, geometry nodes lets you combine things, take this value, put it into that value, and then create new things, but for geometry, as in the actual mesh, the objects that are going on in your scene. It's really, really powerful. It's almost hard to overstate just how powerful it is, because, for example, you could make a building, one building that has controls for the size of the building that changes depending on the number of floors it has, and then you've got like infinite variations. Or you could create a geometry node system for power poles, right? So they dynamically link together, and then when they get close to a building, it like attaches it there. Or you could make icicles dynamically appear on objects the closer they get together. Not to mention all the crazy stuff that it enables for animation and motion graphics. And that's just getting started. Like, this feature was only introduced very recently, and it's already enabling so much. By the way, speaking of which, brief pause for all of my fellow Blender users who learned geometry nodes when it was first introduced about 8 months ago, 2.92. Most of that's kind of redundant now, because they have updated geometry nodes to a new field-based system, and it's much easier to use. Don't get me wrong, it was the right decision, but it's surprising that it happened so soon after they just first introduced it. So I did a tutorial on it, and now the tutorial's kind of outdated. Shame for me. But anyways, I'm going to show you the new method. It is easier for everyone to use, and it's good that they did it. But anyways, let's get to it. So you want to obviously select the object you want to have the sprinkles scattered on, which is our icing. And to access geometry nodes, you can do it a couple of ways. One would be to split your view and then change this new view to the geometry node editor. But I instead prefer to create a workspace for it. So if you click the, because there's not one here by default, if you click the little plus icon, then go general, there is one that you can enable called geometry nodes. So click that, and now we've got this extra one at the top there for geometry nodes. I'm going to move this over. Oh, you can't actually move it over. How about that? I just assumed that you could. I'm going to try to do that in Blender. All right, well, it's over on the right hand side. I know where it is. And you can see it's split and arranged down windows. I don't want this one at the top here. This is like a spreadsheet for your vertices and stuff going on in the scene. A bit too advanced, more advanced than what we need it for. So I'm just going to merge it across, which again you do by going to the top left hand corner, click and drag across until it merges. Okay, so there's this big part at the bottom here. This is our geometry nodes editor. You want to click on new. So when you do this, you will notice that yes, we've now got a node editor here to play with, but also in the right-hand side on the modifier stack, you can see that we've got this new modifier here for geometry nodes. So in order to use geometry nodes, it has to be a modifier, and you will only see what is displayed here in your geometry nodes on the selected modifier. So you can see there's a faint outline around this modifier. If I was to click off this and click on the subdivision right there, this has disappeared. Okay, so that's if you've ever lost the geometry nodes, you're like, what happened? It used to be, it just click the modifier. If you click the little pin button, that will ensure that it will always be there. So if you click off it, it doesn't matter. So if you've only got one system, I usually just click the pin icon and it just makes it easy. Anyways, so similar to our shader, right? It works left to right. But what is interesting in this case is that we've got an input. Okay, we've got the geometry, and then that is being fed over to the right-hand side to the geometry output. Okay. The reason for that is that we've got mesh to start with. We've got all of this mesh input. So it's saying take this geometry data and then put that out over here, and then that is going to be the resulting mesh. So whatever we put in this middle section here is going to result in the output mesh. As a very, very basic example, I'm just going to type in, I can't actually remember, there's so many nodes, it's hard to remember where they are, but I'll just say set position. So I'll put this in here, and then let's offset this by 5 centimeters. Okay, so I have taken my icing, which is still there, the mesh, the original mesh data is what it started with, and then it changed its position, moved it up 5 centimeters, and now it's output it there. Okay, so I mean, I could animate this value, I could make this value be driven by something else. You can see how the possibilities, maybe. It's pretty cool. Right, so that's the example. So we want to scatter something over our mesh, and if you hit Shift A, we'll just go to add, you'll see a whole string of different things here. And look, learning them one by one, I think that's the wrong way to learn things, in my opinion. I think it's best to follow tutorials, see what it is you're trying to do, and then just pick up the nodes as you go, and you'll eventually learn so much. It's like you've learned them one by one, but you'll have actually got some context to where it's actually used. So the one that you're looking for in this case is underneath point, distribute points on faces. Okay, so if I select that and I drop this in right here, you, depending on what you've got, because you might actually see like a big point, a big dot appearing, but if you don't, in this case we've got 0, it is actually creating points on our icing, but the density is so low for the scale of our donut that we're not seeing it. If I increase my density, I would see we've got points. Now the reason these points are so ginormous is that we're working on a 10 centimeter scale for our donut, and so it's created really, really large points. I would hope at some point in the future Blender has a display option for how big those points are, but for now it does not. You could change it with an extra node, but look, we don't need to because we're going to add an object later on. But all this is to say is that it is actually there. Now, one thing you will notice is that our icing has actually disappeared. Okay, if you go to edit mode, it's still there, but in object mode, it is not. And that's because we said geometry input, convert it into points, and then that is going to be the geometry. We don't want that. We want our points and our geometry. So what you need to do is add in a geometry join geometry node, and you'll use that one all the time. We're going to take that, put that in there, and then take our output from our original mesh and then put that in there. So now we've got points as well as our original icing underneath it. Okay, so these points, as you can see, they're just blobs, and this is just a viewport representation of what it is. It's just like it's data that Blender is seeing. It's little tiny things that do not exist. If you were to render it, you would not actually see anything. You just see your original donut because it's not using these points anyway. So what we need to do is we need to, well, first of all, we need to have an object for this to replace our points. So let's set our density to 0, just so we actually not see those ginormous points blocking our view. And we want to model the object that we want to be placed on our icing there, which is a sprinkle, and there's various types of sprinkles. We're going to go for the most common one, which is based off a what shape? A cylinder. So Shift A, I'm going to add in, this is a new object, that's not in edit mode or anything like that, new object, cylinder. And when you do that, again, scale of Blender. Things are working at like 10 meters scale or something. We can just turn that all the way down to its like absolute smallest size, to like down here, and it's like almost the right size, but yeah. And then, the vertice count, because this is going to be scattered all over our donut. You can see the number of like faces on there. It's quite a lot. That's a very detailed singular sprinkle. We don't need that much. So I'm going to set that to instead 8. Alright. So now I've got that. Let's just move this to the side here. Move this up, and I'm just going to increase the scale of the x-axis, sorry, the z-axis, so S, Z, just so that I can just roughly get about the size of the sprinkle, and also just to scale it just S without any axis, just so that I can make it a little bit bigger, and that looks pretty good to me. Okay, so now with my icing here selected, I am going to, between here and here, where it joins in, we're going to create our, we're going to start referencing this new cylinder as our sprinkle. So you'd think it would be under points, but it's actually under instances. So instances, this is a word, yeah, it's just under instances. We'll talk about it later. The instances. And there's two here that I always get confused. Instances on points or instances to points. And the one we're looking for is instance on points. And I always get confused. I think they got to come up with a different name to like delineate properly. Yeah, I always get the wrong one. But we're creating points, and so therefore we want to put an instance, which is going to be an object that is like referenced fast, like you can like stream it essentially without loading in the data 1,000 times. That's what an instance is. Yeah, so we're putting that instance on our points. Okay, so we've got this node here, and now this instance, whatever we put in this instance is going to be our points, essentially. So if we were to actually select our cylinder up here in our outline, and if we were to just drag this over to our geometry node thing, look what it does. It creates an object info node with our cylinder selected. Another way to access that would be underneath inputs, object info, right there, if you haven't deleted it. But that's a really short and easy way to just click and drag it across, and I've got it selected there. And if I take the geometry from that and then put that into the instance of that, we won't see anything because our density is...
Hungry? Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. I'm hungry a little bit, so I'm gonna eat my food and I'm gonna learn.
Set to nothing, basically. Now, you can see something's happening. We've got cylinders, little tiny cylinders, appearing on our icing. Now, these cylinders are looking really short and stubby. What's going on? This comes back to that problem that if you watch the whole series from the start, you'll know that when you scale and do things, and when I was scaling this, what it did was it changed the scale of this object here. And that's kind of, it's not been applied to the object data yet, essentially. So what you need to do first is hit Control A and then apply scale. And now it's actually referencing the object correctly. Okay. So when I was scaling this, what it did was it changed the scale of this object here. And that's kind of, it's not been applied to the object data yet, essentially. So what you need to do first is hit Control A and then apply scale. And now it's actually referencing the object correctly. Okay. So far so good. It is rotating it though, the wrong way, because it's rotating it, upwards, because that's how this cylinder looks. So I'm going to is that we've got an input, okay? We've got the geometry, and then that is being fed over to the right-hand side to the geometry output, okay? The reason for that is that we've got mesh to start with. We've got all of this mesh input. So it's saying take this geometry data and then put that out over here, and then that is going to be the resulting mesh. So whatever we put in this middle section here is going to result in the output mesh. As a very, very basic example, I'm just going to type in, I can't actually remember. There's so many nodes, it's hard to remember where they are, but I'll just say set position. So I'll put this in here, and then let's offset this by 5 centimeters, okay? So I have taken my icing, which is still there, the mesh, the original mesh data is what it started with, and then it changed its position, moved it up 5 centimeters, and now it's output it there, okay? So, I mean, I could animate this value. I could make this value be driven by something else. You can see how the possibilities, maybe. It's pretty cool. Right, so that's the example. So we want to scatter something over our mesh, and if you hit Shift A, or just go to Add, you'll see a whole string of different things here. And look, learning them one by one, I think that's the wrong way to learn things, in my opinion. I think it's best to follow tutorials, see what it is you're trying to do, and then just pick up the nodes as you go, and you'll eventually learn so much. It's like you've learned them one by one, but you'll have actually got some context for where it's actually used. So the one that you're looking for, in this case, is underneath point, distribute points on faces. Okay, so if I select that, and I drop this in right here, you, depending on what you've got, because you might actually see like a big point, a big dot appearing, but if you don't, in this case we've got 0, it is actually creating points on our icing, but the density is so low for the scale of our donut that we're not seeing it. If I increase my density, I would see we've got points. Now the reason these points are so ginormous is that we're working on a 10 centimeter scale for our donut, and so it's created really, really large points. I would hope at some point in the future, Blender has a display option for how big those points are, but for now it does not. You can change it with an extra node, but we don't need to because we're going to add an object later on. But all this is to say is that it is actually there. Now, one thing you will notice is that our icing has actually disappeared. Okay, if you go into edit mode, it's still there, but in object mode, it is not. And that's because we said geometry input, convert it into points, and then that is going to be the geometry. We don't want that. We want our points and our geometry. So what you need to do is add in a geometry, join geometry node. And you'll use that one all the time. We're going to take that, put that in there, and then take our output from our original mesh and then put that in there. So now we've got points as well as our original icing underneath it. Okay, so these points, as you can see, they're just blobs, and this is just a viewport representation of what it is. It's just like it's data that Blender is seeing. It's little tiny things that do not exist. If you were to render it, you would not actually see anything. You just see your original donut because it's not using these points anyway. So what we need to do is we need to, well, first of all, we need to have an object for this to replace our points. So let's set our density to 0, just so we actually not see those ginormous points blocking our view. And we want to model the object that we want to be placed on our icing there, which is a sprinkle. And there's various types of sprinkles. We're going to go for the most common one, which is based off a what shape? A cylinder. So Shift A, I'm going to add in, this is a new object. It's not in edit mode or anything like that. New object, cylinder. And when you do that, again, scale of Blender. Things are working at like 10 meters scale or something. We can just turn that all the way down to its like absolute small size. It's like down here, and it's like almost the right size, but yeah. And then the vertice count, because this is going to be scattered all over our donut. You can see the number of like faces on there. It's quite a lot. That's a very detailed singular sprinkle. We don't need that. So I'm going to set that to instead 8. All right. So now I've got that. Let's just move this to the side here. Move this up, and I'm just going to increase the scale of the x-axis, sorry, the z-axis, so S, Z, just so that I can just roughly get about the size of the sprinkle, and also just to scale it just S without any axis, just so that I can make it a little bit bigger, and that looks pretty good to me. Okay, so now with my icing here selected, I am going to, between here and here, where it joins in, we're going to create our, we're going to start referencing this new cylinder as our sprinkle. So you'd think it would be under points, but it's actually under instances. So instances, this is a word, it's just under instances. We'll talk about it later. Under instances. And there's two here that I always get them confused, instances on points or instances to points. And the one we're looking for is instance on points. And I always get them confused. I think they gotta come up with a different name to like delineate properly. Yeah, I always get the wrong one. But we're creating points, and so therefore we want to put an instance, which is going to be an object that is like referenced fast, like it can like stream it essentially without loading in the data 1,000 times. That's what an instance is. Yeah, so we're putting that instance on our points. Okay, so we've got this node here, and now this instance, whatever we put in this instance is going to be our points, essentially. So if we were to actually select our cylinder up here in our outline, and if we were to just drag this over to our geometry node thing, look what it does. It creates an object info node with our cylinder selected. Another way to access that would be underneath inputs, object info, right there, if you happen to lose it. But that's a really short and easy way to just click and drag it across, and I've got it selected there. And if I take the geometry from that and then put that into the instance of that, we won't see anything because our density is set to nothing, basically. Now, you can see something's happening. We've got cylinders, little tiny cylinders, appearing on our icing. Now, these cylinders are looking really short and stubby. What's going on? This comes back to that problem that if you watch the whole series from the start, you'll know that when you scale and do things, and when I was scaling this, what it did was it changed the scale of this object here. And that's kind of, it's not been applied to the object data yet, essentially. So what you need to do first is hit Control A and then apply scale. And now it's actually referencing the object correctly. Okay. So far so good. It is rotating it though, the wrong way, because it's rotating it, upwards, because that's how this cylinder looks. So I'm going to rotate this on the x-axis. So Rx, and then you can see the top left-hand corner, that'll actually give you the rotation amount. And I want to go for exactly minus 90 degrees. And you could actually type it in by hitting minus 90, and then you'll get that. Or another way is to just hold down Control, then it will snap it to the nearest 5-degree increments. So that's a way that you can rotate something to an exact axis, or an exact amount, basically. So now I've done that, nothing has changed, because again, we've now changed the rotation here, but it hasn't really applied to the object. So I need to apply it, Control A, rotation. Haha. Okay, so now something's happening. I'm going to increase the density here so that you can see more of our sprinkles, okay? Things are getting better, but you can see how I've got another problem where it's like, it looks okay at the top, but down here, it's now jutting into it like that. So that's because what we needed to do is to follow the rotation of these faces down here, not use this blanket value across the whole thing, but follow the rotation of the faces. So, and this is where, you know, a lot of people find geometry nodes is very complicated and complex, and it is. It does kind of change your workflow from being like a canvas tool, like an artist, to kind of thinking more mathematically. But what we've got here is distributing points. So we're creating points, and each of those points could have a rotation based on the face, right? So each of these individual points before with their little like blotchy shapes, they have a rotation applied to them. So if we took that rotation from the face and put that into here, which is our instances, now it's actually matching the rotation of the face. So it's kind of wrapping around it, which is really cool. That's what we want. So let's increase our density here, and you have to use really high values here because we're working at such a small scale. So this density value, if you were making a, let's say like a grass or something across here, like working at like 2 meters, right? Let's say, or like a human scale, right? You would need to use far, far less, you know, maybe 50 if you want like 50 scattered rocks across here. It's essentially, what is it? It's density per meter, and because we're working at like 10 centimeters, a tenth of that, it's like we have to really crank this up to get, you know, if we want 90 sprinkles on our donut or something, I guess we have to go 9,000, something like that, 10 centimeters, a tenth of these faces down here. Not use this blanket value across the whole thing, but follow the rotation of the faces. So, and this is where, you know, a lot of people find geometry nodes is very complicated and complex, and it is. It does kind of change your workflow from being like a canvas tool, like an artist, to kind of thinking more mathematically. But what we've got here is distributing points. So we're creating points, and each of those points could have a rotation based on the face, right? So each of these individual points before with their little like blotchy shapes, they have a rotation applied to them. So if we took that rotation from the face and put that into here, which is our instances, now it's actually matching the rotation of the face. So it's kind of wrapping around it, which is really cool. That's what we want. So let's increase our density here, and you have to use really high values here because we're working at such a small scale. So this density value, if you were making a, let's say like a grass or something across here, like working at like 2 meters, right? Let's say, or like a human scale, right? You would need to use far, far less, you know, maybe 50 if you want like 50 scattered rocks across here. It's essentially, what is it? It's density per meter, and because we're working at like 10 centimeters, a tenth of that, it's like we have to really crank this up to get, you know, if we want 90 sprinkles on our donut or something, I guess we have to go 9,000, something like that. Anyway. We just have to use really, really large amounts. All right, now, once you start adding, get to, yeah, let's go 50,000. I'll show you how to make this easy. I'm just doing it progressively so you can understand things. But yeah, let's go 50,000. You can see that, okay, it's cool, but like, okay, now our rotation looks silly because it's following it like it's made of straw. It's like all combed into it. Whereas really we want each of these points to individually rotate, still apply to the face so they're not like jutting out crazy, but rotate around it. So between here and here, this rotation value we need to tweak. So again, you're not to know, or you'd never guess what node to use. It's one of those things you can only learn from tutorials. But the node that we're looking for, Shift A, is underneath utilities, and we're looking for rotate Euler. Is that how you pronounce that word? Euler?
Euler. Euler.
Come on, no way.
Euler.
Wow.
Euler.
Euler? Leonard Euler. All right, that is wow. That's why he's Swiss. Basil Swiss. All right, cool, man. Euler is how we're supposed to pronounce your name. You're dead, so Euler is... I'm going with Euler. It makes more sense to me. It's got an E and a U and an L and an ER. Euler, not Euler. Euler, all right. So we drop this in here, making sure it's in the rotation. And now we can tweak it. So if we hit rotate by, we just like rotate on one of these values here. You can see that we're rotating it on that specific axis. And look, we're getting some weird looking effects. Okay. The axis that we want to use is the Z axis because we're looking top down, so hit the little Z thing up there. We want to rotate along this axis. Okay, so if we just increase this, you would see we're rotating it, but it's not actually on the right axis, like something weird going on. And that's because by default base orientation is object, which I guess is the orientation of this object, but we want it to be local. And now it is local, I believe, to this sprinkle. That's my understanding of it. Whatever, could be wrong, but that's fine. Cool, so that's good. Now, you can see that we're rotating it, but they're all getting the exact same value. So we want to add basically randomness to this single value there. And the node for that, let me just move this up here so it's a little cleaner and easy to understand, is just type in search, and it is random value. This is one you'll use all the time because it is very, very common when you're making something, you want to have random values for each new iteration or point or whatever. So this will generate a random value, and there's a number of ways to do it. The default is float, which means just basically a single number, and it'll give you something between 0 and 1, okay? Now, if I was to take this and put this into here, you can see that it is working. It's rotating each of those points on its own individual axes, but yeah, it's on all axes. So all the axes are getting a random value between 0 and 30, and it's not what we want. It's a little bit mashed up. So what we want to do is change it from float to vector. So vector, and this is where we go like, oh, don't you know, it's too complex. I get it. Like vector, right? What is a vector? It's basically 3 axes, okay? Your x, your y, and your z, your x, your y, and your z. So it's just like this, 0 to 30, but we've got it for each individual axis, which is exactly what we want. So if we were to put this into here, rotate by, now it's generating on 0 to 1, but we can say not the x and not the y-axis, just the z-axis. All right, so it's working. Each point is getting their own individual rotation. It's adhering to the direction of the icing, but it's not fully rotated, right? So what's going on? Let's go to this value here. We need to increase this, and you'd think like 360, right? Because 360 degrees. And I was actually confused by this, because it looks like, yeah, like, it's already rotating like way more than, 360 degrees. This is actually a radian, like this is degree, because it's got a little degree thing there. This is a radian value, which is, I guess like a single, it's like, actually I spoke to Aaron, who is a guy who really knows his geometry notes, paid for some of his time to just ask him a load of questions. But basically a radian, it's like pi, in fact, if you type in pi, you'll get the value, 3.142. That'll give you 180 degrees, because it's like half the circle. This is where I like blanked out in math in class. I just like, all right, what do I need to do to like pass the test? But he evidently knows what he's talking about. It's double pi, because it needs to be more than 180 to 360. So it's double pi, I discovered, is tau, T-A-U. If you type that in, it's double pi. And that's all the value you need. Like, so basically, you don't have to remember, like, type in tau for the thing. It just, anything more than 6 will give you the correct thing, because it just has to be more than 360. So that was all to explain that, yeah, basically why Oh gosh, how many times am I going to try? Yeah, that's all you need to know. Okay, so we got a random value. Good. It's working. Things are working. Great. Cool. All right, the next thing to solve is how do we stop the sprinkles from appearing in places where they should not, right? We don't want all these globbity bits, and we also don't want it underneath the icing, which is what's happening. It's putting it on both axes. So what we need to do is do something called a weight paint. Okay, so if we select our icing and then hit Control-Tab, that brings up a pie menu here for the different modes. So we've already used edit mode, we've already used sculpt mode before, but there's one here, weight paint. Oh, I actually did because I was practicing this tutorial. I've already done it. When you do weight paint, it will automatically add in a vertex group to it. So a vertex group is basically like a value of between 0 and 1 for each individual point on your mesh, and you basically paint it in. Now it's covered in sprinkles right now, so I'm going to go to my modify stack, and as we learned before, this little button here will disable a modifier from your viewport only, and this one will disable it from your render, but yeah, just viewport, turn it off. Okay, so if I was to now just paint on here, whoops, by default it would be this. Hey, why are you back again? It's painting what looks like a heat map, okay? So the way this works in weight paint, dark blue is a value of 0, red is a value of 1, and then these other values are obviously leading up from there, like light blue, then green, then yellow, and then red to be all the way to 1, okay? So we want to paint, essentially, where we want our sprinkles to go. Okay, so I'm going to change the size, I'll change my weight paint, so Control F. Same hotkeys as before for texture paint and sculpting. F, just change the size of your brush, and then Control F to change the weight in this case. Alright, so I don't want on those inner parts, I definitely don't want it down here, like that. So just where it could logically actually appear. And the other thing I'll do, because this is where you sort of get a little bit artistic, but yeah, you don't want to have like constant values anywhere. So I'm just going to use like single clips to just say like no sprinkles here or less sprinkles, right? So I'm giving it a lower strength value. And then I'll just do a few little, it just makes it, yeah, just makes what you're creating look more interesting when you've got something that is a little bit more unpredictable than what you would get normally. Okay, so once I finish weight painting, hit Control Tab again, and then go back to object mode. You can also just do it up here, by the way. Okay, let's turn on our geometry nodes. So how do I get that reflected on my mesh? How do I use that vertex group, which by the way, we might as well rename it, sprinkles density. How do I use that in my density right here? Now, I was asking Aaron about this. I imagine at some point there would be a node that you could reference the weight paint group. At the moment, this is the only way to do it. We drag this value into this blank input down here of our group input. Okay. And what this does, this is actually a really, really handy thing. Not just for this, but for anything. This is exposing a value. When we take something from here and we put it into one of these blank things, what it's also doing is it's putting that value over here in your modify stack. So now I've got access to that density value over here, so that I don't have to jump to my geometry nodes. If I want to change the density of my sprinkles later on, I can just play with it right here without having to open up the full thing. Right. Really, really handy. Next to it is a box, and this is the box that is important. It is the weight paint box, or the vertex group, or is it, maybe it's just any attribute. Anyways, you'll see that if I click that little thing, it changes from a number to basically a text field, and then you can reference different attributes of the object. The one we're looking for, of course, is the one that we have called sprinkles density. Alright, now when I did that, what exactly happened? Nothing. And that's because it has assigned a value of 0 to 1. Okay, whereas previously, before, we were using values of 50,000. So I would need to convert my 0 to 1 to a 50,000 thing, which I could do with a math node. Okay, so that was a utility, math, set this to multiply, and then put this in here, and then if I added in 50,000, now I would get that only appearing where it needs to be. Ta-da! Isn't that great? So, and then if I wanted to, I could also take this value and plug this in over here, and then now this controls my density, right? It's my exposed density of this thing. Oh, and it's also, yeah, I guess it's got a maximum. I mean, this is the other thing, we're going to change this in a second, because there's another problem that we've now got. Okay, so it looks cool, but how do we stop the clipping? Clipping. Each of these sprinkles is intersecting with other sprinkles. How on earth can we fix it? Well, we couldn't previously with particle nodes. We were just out of luck. We would have to just play with this seed value. The seed value, by the way, if you're not aware, it's just a single value that it's infinite variations. So if you don't like the orientation, the distribution, you can just hit this until you find something that you like. And that was my advice for the previous particle nodes. And it will still be my advice. But there is something that will help us right here. This is the first instance where we've got an advantage over particles. It's not just random distribution, but something called Poisson disk distribution. Poisson, there's no W in it, but I was told that's how you say it. I guess it's French. When we use this, okay, first of all, we've lost something, okay? We've got some new, so let's just talk about this one. Okay, so we've got, by default, we set to 0, and the density max is probably set to, I think, 10. That's probably what yours is. But if we set this to 50,000, that is now identical to the random distribution, okay? So random, Poisson disk, density max is the exact same thing as your density value. What Poisson disk gives us as an addition is something called distance min. And the way this works is each of these points, right? So that's the point right there. It's going to create a radius around it. So if I was to just increase this to something real, this is meters, so we're working on like 10 centimeter scale, it's going to create a radius around it. And then if there's a point inside that radius that's near this one, it's going to cancel that point. So it's going to delete that point. And then of course, obviously, if I increase the size of my radius, it's now going to find more points, and it's going to delete that point as well. So what I want to do is just keep increasing this until, I'm using annotations, if I turn that off, until it starts to look plausible. Now the thing is it's still not perfect because it doesn't know the rotation of these points. It doesn't know what this object size is. All it knows is that there's a point there, and it's creating things that's canceling out that point. But sprinkles, obviously, if two of them are like side by side, it shouldn't be cancelled out, right? Because they're not intersecting, okay? But it doesn't know the rotation of it. So really, the only way to fix this would be for Blender to have something called circle packing, or some sort of packing algorithm, so it could read what the size of the objects are and then try to arrange them so they're not intersecting. Currently, the two options we have with this method is to increase it to a really high amount so that even the 2 points couldn't touch each other end to end, like that. But then it doesn't look realistic because the spacing is too big. So what I suggest is use something that is a little plausible, like you've still got them pretty close together. You get rid of most of the clipping this way, but then the seed value, you want to change that until you got something that it's like there's not as much clipping. So my advice is still pretty similar to before, but at least it's better because we've got the radius. So it'll detect most of the clips and it'll get rid of it. But you want to find something that will not have as much intersection. But don't bother with that now because it's going to change as we do more things. All right. So what I want to do now is because you can see we've still got we're not using the weight paint group anymore. So when if you're just using random, you would use the weight paint group, which as you might remember is this. So it's using our I hope this isn't too confusing. Sprinkles density vertex group. So if we wanted to use it in random mode, we would use that. But in Poisson disk, we want to instead put it into density factor, which is conveniently a value between 0 and 1. So we don't even need to do any multiplication or anything. It's now this is our density, this is our weight paint group. So in fact, if we want to tidy this up, we could say weight paint, okay, and then this one we'll say sprinkle density. Okay, and then sprinkle density is going to be driving our density max. So actually, I actually like Poisson disk more because you get random. It just like puts it all into one thing and you have to do a bunch of nodes to mix it up. But Poisson disk will give you these extra things. So it's a lot nicer. Cool. Let's clean this up a little bit better actually. sprinkle density. And here's something else. We've got this density factor now. Around 50,000 is what we want, but that's like, I want to be able to just click and drag, and it's really annoying to do it at such really high values. So what I like to do instead is add in a math node, put this in here, so it's for a sprinkle, sprinkle density, and I'm going to hit a multiply, just like we did before, but for 10,000. Oh no! I was supposed to, it didn't crash it. All right. But it multiplied this value, which is 50,000 roughly, by another 10,000, which is not good. I was supposed to first set this to 50 so that it wouldn't do an insanely high calculation. The reason it wasn't bananas over here was density min, just deleting most of them. So, by the way, it doesn't actually delete it, it just hides it. So you don't want to use, and basically you want to set this to 0, get your density max amount, like here. You want to get this to something that is like reasonable, and then you use your distance min thing to get rid of the rest. So don't go like a crazy high amount, because it'll slow down by now. Alright, so we are at around 30 minutes. In the next part, we're going to improve this even more by creating random variations to our cylinders, making them look more realistic, and then assigning random colors to each of our individual sprinkles as well. So that'll be kind of like a part 2 of this sprinkles.
Just kill me with it. Okay? Just kill me. I'll do that. And I will kill you too. I'm back. In 15 moments. I will take it down. Okay.
Bit. So go ahead, click the video on the middle of your screen right now, and I'll see you in the next part. So our donut is referencing a single sprinkle. It's doing a good job. We set it all up correctly. We've got these little controls here if I want to change the density of things later on. Did a good job there. But now we're going to make it even better. So basically no two sprinkles are the same. You can see that not just the colors are different, but also the shapes of them, right? Because I believe it's actually like piping. So they like pipe out this like hard, like a liquid thing, and then once it's hard, then they like chop it with a knife. So some of them come out like all squiggly, some of them come out straight, but they all look a little bit different. So yeah, let's do that. First of all, though, let's make this look not so sharp, because they end up being like rounded on the edges, right? They kind of look like, I mean, not quite a tic tac, but it's rounded on the edge there. So to do that, I want to use a subsurf modifier, which you may remember we've used a lot, really. So for that, you could go in here and add it as a modifier, but the hotkey, if you want to do that, it's Control 1. That'll add in a subsurf of level 1. Control 2 would do level 2, 3, 4, etc. So I'm just going to go Control 1. Whoops. 1. Okay. And also make sure render is just set to 1, because we definitely don't need that much detail for our final render. Right now, it's doing this weird pinching thing, but that makes sense for our mesh, because you may remember when we talked about subsurf, it's like the way it works is it takes 3 vertices like that, in which case this is a right angle, and then it is blending the 2 across it like that. So of course it's going to look very pinched going that way. So what we need to do is add in more detail here. So I'm going to add in a loop cut. Okay, so I don't think we talked about this, but a loop cut is it's basically what this is right here. I want to make one happen here, and to do that I'm going to hit Control R. In fact, let me just turn on my tool, so it's actually handy. Control R, there we go. And you get this little yellow line that'll appear. So that'll ask you like which part of the mesh do you want to put it on. So I want to put it here, click, and then I want to drag this over to the left hand side, and then do another click, and then I'm going to hit Control R again, click, and then drag this over for the other end. And now that looks a lot better. And if I went and hit Shade Smooth, you should see that our sprinkles look a lot nicer now. If you really want, like, you can kind of see. I mean, can you see it? But it looks a little messy in the end there. I mean, if you were really like a narc for like making things look really nice, you would add like an inset here to just clean up that end a little bit better. But look, I mean, that's gonna it's gonna slow down your render, and you've got it for every sprinkle, and it's like, yeah, who cares? So we're just gonna go with that. Okay, cool. So let's add some variants of this. Okay, so we've got single sprinkle. I might as well just rename this over here, sprinkle, and then I'm going to duplicate it with Shift D, and I'm going to put it right next to it, just on this x-axis, like that. Doesn't matter where you put it, by the way. It's just, I'm trying to keep it neat. And then looking at reference, you can see that wow, you got some really long ones. Okay, so let's do that. Let's make okay. So I'm going to go into wireframe mode so that I can see through it, and then vertex mode, vertex select mode, which you can also do by hitting number 1 on your keyboard, or 2 for the edges, and then 3 for the faces. So 1, 2, or 3. All right, and then I'm going to click over this to box select, and I'm just going to drag this out. This is going to be a long one. But long ones, when they're long, they kind of get squiggly, I would imagine, maybe. So I'm going to add in one loop cut here, Control R, click, and then I'll just right click, and then I'll just make this bow out a little bit that way, and then this one I'll do this here as well. So it's just, I don't know, it's not perfectly straight, right? And then I'll do this one again, and let's make this one short and fat. Short like that. And by the way, that little point in the middle, we haven't talked about this before, but every object has an origin point, which is kind of, I guess, the way to think of it, like that's where it rotates from, that's where, like the center of it, it's kind of like the center of the mass. So that's actually where it will place it on it. So if I actually wanted it to be rested not in the middle of it across here, but on like the end, so like the sprinkles are kind of perched on top of the surface, I would put it up like that. But I want it to be half submerged, because I think that's how it usually works when it falls in the icing. It becomes half submerged, so it's fine. But I do want it to be sort of in the center with that cross. Okay. All right, so that's a short fat one. And now let's make some squiggly ones. So you can see over here, got some long, squiggly, weird looking pieces. So I'm going to duplicate this one, and let's add 2 loop cuts. So you can increase the number of loop cuts once you've got it active and it's asking you where to put it. If you use your scroll wheel, it's now increasing the number of loop cuts. So I'm going to create 2, click, and then right click, and I'll move this over. In fact, I might, okay, go into vertex, what is this? Not solid view, wireframe mode, and then click and drag. And I'm going to turn on proportional editing, and now I'm going to rotate, and I'll do the same for this side. Aha! Look at us now. It's come along. And then, I mean, you can keep doing this as many times as you want, but I'll make one more. Like this, duplicate it across. And let's make this one sort of a, I don't know, somewhere in between. It's not straight, but it's not entirely squiggly either. Something like that. They kind of get weird shaped, right? And I'll just change the height of it as well. Or the size of it, the length of it. Something like that. Okay, cool. Now, you may have noticed that this is not reflected on our donut. And that is because we are still referencing the one single sprinkle in our object mode. And also you could swap this out for a different sprinkle, but we cannot use more than one object. That's because this is the wrong node. What we need to use instead is not an object info, but a collection info node, and reference a collection, which will be our sprinkles. So first of all, we need to move our sprinkles to a collection. So I'm going to select them all. Let me just grab a drink here. There we go. Now, I'm going to move it to a new collection by hitting M for move. You can also do it over here, M, and then a new collection, and I'm going to type in sprinkles. And then OK. Okay, so they're now all moved into here. So now, if I was to take my collection here, and just like before, click and drag this over to here, you can see it's now adding a collection info node with our new sprinkles selected. And by the way, I mentioned briefly at the start, the collection is it's like a folder, it's like a bucket, just a way to organize things. You can put, your camera, your lights in here, and create another collection, put your donut in, etc., etc. But in this case, it helps us because we're going to reference it over here. So now I'm going to take this and put this, of course, into our instance. What happened? So that's not what we intended. Basically, for something like this, we need to first of all make sure the pick instance is enabled for our instances on points. That will actually reference, not load in each one as individual, like unique data things. It'll just make it a lot faster to render. So make sure pick instance is enabled, and then separate children, so they're not referencing all 5 of the sprinkles on each point, which is one of them, and then reset children, so that it then uses it, like basically applies it to here, not based on the distance from there to there, basically. Anyway, you just basically need to check those 3 things. Pick instance, reset children, separate children. And there we go. That looks pretty good. It's the first time I've actually used this like really long one, and I don't know if I like it. Because it's introducing a lot of clipping, so I changed my mind. But that's okay. You can change your mind, because it's 3D. If we painted this in 2D, we would have some trouble. There we go, that's better. Okay, I'm happy with that. Cool. Now, if we went to back to our rendered mode here, you can see we've got some white Tic Tacs going all over our donut. So, of course, we could add a new material. We could just make this one, orange. We could make this one like, one like this. We can make this one blue. And that does the job. Unfortunately, though, you'll see that every time now this squiggly one here is referenced as an example, it's now a blue one. So that will kind of look repetitive to your eye, because the eye will notice that like all of these squiggly ones look blue, and then all of the straight ones look orange, and then all of the blah blah blah. That's not what we want. We want to assign a unique color, irregardless of which one of these objects it is. So let's delete that material. Let's keep this one. I'm going to call this one sprinkles. And I'm going to make all of these objects share this one material. You could do it one by one by coming over here and then clicking sprinkles like that, and selecting from the list. Or, much faster way, select all the objects you want to have as a new material, and select the object you want to copy the material from last, then hit Control L for link, and then hit link materials. And now they're all using the exact same material. Okay, now might not look like what we want. Let's go to the shading tab. We're going to do something fancy. Okay, so obviously, these are now all one solid color. Not what we want. What we want to do is in here, base color, we want to add something that will randomize the color dependent on what object it is. Like every time the object is referenced, pick a new thing. So the way we can do this is with a object info node. And again, this is one of those things like, how would you know this is the one? Because in like geometry nodes, there was a random value node. It's just one of those things you just have to learn, I guess. But in shading, you use the object info node and then you take the random one at the bottom there. Okay, so I guess it's because it's object data and it's using random object data depending on the object. So I guess it does kind of make sense. Then if I take that and I put that into my base color, what this is doing now is it is referencing between 0 and 1. When it is 0, it is saying it is black. When it is 1, it is saying it is white. And obviously all these other gray values is anywhere in between that. So each one of these has its own unique color. But very depressing looking colors. It's not, no kid's going to pick that one at the donut shop. One more sec. Yeah, you can make it look really sad, couldn't you? It's like, wah, wah, wah. Do you want to have the world's saddest donut, Johnny? Come on. Anyway, what we can do instead, as I mentioned before, there is a node that we use a lot, and that is Shift-A, Converter, Color Ramp. Now, if I put this in between here, it's still using the 0 to 1, but it's now converting it through a color ramp. So everything that is on the 0 end of the scale will get this color. Everything that is on the white end.
First, I need to go to geometry. Then I will do that thing. Okay, let's do that. Geometry now. Okay, minus y-axis. I'm just creating this folder. Now get back to the geometry node. Select this one and in this one. Let's check output object. And
So we want to add some sprinkles to our donut, and obviously, actually I spoke to Arendelle. Hit this until you find something that you like. And that was my advice for the previous particle notes. And it will still be my advice, but not intersecting, okay? Sprinkles density vertex is added in a math node. Put this in here, so it's for our sprinkle, sprinkle density. And basically you want to set this to 0. Get your density max amount, like here. You want to get, I'm just going to type in, I can't actually remember. There's so many nodes, it's hard to remember where they are, but I'll just say set position. So I'll put this in here, and then let's offset this by 5 centimeters, okay? So I have taken my icing, which is still there, in my opinion, and so it's created really, really large points. I will hope at some point in the future, Blender has a display option for how big those points are, but for now it does not. You can change it with an extra node, but look, we don't need to because we're going to We're going to add an object later on, but all this in object mode it is not to do is output from our original mesh and then put that in there. So now we've got points as well as our original of what it is. It's just like it's data that Blender is seeing. It's little tiny things that do not exist. If you were to render it, you would not actually see anything. You just see your original donut. So let's set our density to 0, just so we actually not see those ginormous points blocking our view. And we want to model the object that we want to be placed on our. So Shift A, I'm going to add in. This is a new with the vertel, and that'll create so instance or name to like delineate properly fast, like you can like stream it essentially without. That loading in the data 1,000 times. That's what an instance is. So we're putting that instance on our points. Okay, so we've got this node here, and now this instance, whatever we put in this instance is going to be our points, essentially. So if we were to actually select our cylinder up here in our outline, and if we were to just drag this over to our junction nodes thing, look what it does. It creates an object info node with our cylinder selected. Another way to access that would be underneath inputs, object info, right there, if you have to lose it. But that's a really short and easy way to just click and drag it across, and I've got it selected there. And if I take the geometry from that and then put that into the instance of that, we won't see. See anything because our density is set to nothing, basically. Now, you can see something's happening. We've got cylinders, little tiny cylinders, appearing on our icing. Now, these cylinders are looking really short and stubby. What's going on? This comes back to that problem that if you watched the whole series from the start, you'll know that when you scale and do things, and when I was scaling this, what it did was it changed the scale of this object here. And that's kind of, it's not been applied to the object data yet, essentially. So what you need to do first is hit Control A and then apply scale. And now it's actually referencing the object correctly. Okay. So far so good. Control A and then apply scale. And now it's actually referencing the object correctly. Okay. So, So far so good. It is rotating it though the wrong way because it's rotating it upwards because that's how this cylinder looks. So I'm going to rotate this on the x-axis. So RX, and then you can see in the top left-hand corner, that'll actually give you the rotation amount. And
it's taking time. So if I have to consider it,
I want to go for exactly minus 90 degrees. And you could actually type it in by hitting minus.
it shows that's objective. It's giving heart attack now. Oh, not hard.
90, and then you'll get that. Or another way is to just hold down Control, and then it will snap it to the nearest 5 degree.
I just wanted to learn the Blender geometry node and I'm not getting any shit in Blender. The Spinkle is like difficult to me now.
Green increments. So that's a way that you can rotate something to an exact axis or an exact amount, basically. So now I've done that, nothing has changed because again, we've now changed the rotation key, but it hasn't really applied to the object. So I need to apply it. Control A, rotation. Aha. Okay. So now something's happening. I'm going to increase the density here so we can see more of our sprinkles. Okay. Things are getting better, but you can see how I've got another problem where it's like it looks okay at the top, but down here it's now jutting into it like that. So that's because what we needed to do is to follow the rotation of these faces down here, not use this blanket value across the whole thing, but follow the rotation of the faces. So and this is
So what? I'll end this video.
Where, you know, a lot of people find geometry nodes is very complicated and complex, and it is. It does kind of change your workflow from being like a canvas tool, like an artist. They're kind of thinking more mathematically. But what we've got here is distributing points. So we're creating points, and each of those points could have a rotation based on the face, right? So
Now that I'm done with today, and I don't think I can go that farther as you were thinking, and I'm a nose on this. And this is my messed up with my brain, and I don't wanna go further with it. First, he just created the particle. That particle system is now my head. Now he turned into the geometry node, and he's just like a pro guy. Is trying to teach a nerd guy, and doesn't even the meaning of that how to do work with geometry. What the fuck wrong with you?
so each of these individual points before with a little.
Okay, I'm done with today, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you guys.